Chapter 1, She's Pregnant. Wei Yuxian is pregnant. She is sitting on an iron chair in the hospital, holding an ultrasound sheet in her hand, and the words of the doctor just spoken echoing in her mind. Young lady, congratulations on being pregnant, with twins at that. But Wei Yuxian is not at all happy. In fact, looking at the people coming and going in the hospital, she only feels very confused. She doesn't know which way to go from here, and where these two children and she should go. It all started more than a month ago. More than a month ago, Wei Yuxian arrived in Kyoto alone, dragging her luggage with her, and took the green train. She came to Kyoto to attend university, and she was accepted into the Department of Finance at Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. But as soon as she arrived in Kyoto, she discovered that the money she had saved up from working hard had vanished without a trace. At first, she was very panicked. With the cheap mobile phone she had bought for 200-300 yuan, she clicked into several websites to check, and the results all showed that the 8,000 yuan in her bank card had really disappeared. She was so anxious that tears were about to come out, and finally after 5 minutes she found out where her money had gone. It had gone to her mother's bank card. She didn't know when her mother had secretly transferred her money, or why her mother knew her password. As soon as she got the news, Wei Yuxian didn't care about anything else. She squatted down by the roadside and called her mother's phone. The first thing she said was, "Mom, why did you transfer my money? That's the money I used to go to college." The 8,000 yuan not only included the money she had saved from working hard, but also the money she borrowed from others. It was only after a lot of hard work that she managed to get together 8,000 yuan, and her mother just transferred it away. Why? Why did she transfer her money away? Wei's mother cursed at her a bit over the phone before saying, "I told you not to go to college, but you insisted. What's the point of studying at this shitty college? It's a waste of money. You might as well go out and work and earn some money." Two clear tears flowed from Wei Yuxian's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "That's my money. I used my money to go to school." "Pa! What do you mean your money? Your money is my money. I haven't even mentioned that you've been secretly hiding so much money and not reporting it. Luckily I'm smart, and I knew you were a good-for-nothing who was up to no good. You wanted to go to school with the money, but forget it. Now that you don't have any money, I'll see how you can go to school. What's the point of a girl not working and studying so much? You'll just end up marrying someone else's family and earning money for them. Wei Yuxian, I'm telling you, don't even think about going to school, I won't let you. It so happens that your 8,000 yuan can be used to pay for your brother and younger brother's tuition fees. I was worried about where to find the money, and you just delivered it." Wei's mother was laughing happily over there, and her laughter came through the receiver and into Wei Yuxian's ears, sounding extraordinarily harsh. "It's like this again. It's like this again. She's always like this. She's willing to spend money on her two sons, but when it comes to her, she won't spend a single penny, and she even tries to cut back on the money she earns from working part-time. Why? Why? Isn't she her child? Is she destined to be unable to go to school just because she's a girl?" Wei Yuxian's tears flowed more and more, soon covering her entire face. She was shaking all over, her hand holding the phone was very firm, trying hard to restrain herself from crying out. She had been subjected to such abuse since she could remember. Her mother always said that she was a burden, that she was useless, and that her only use was to get married, so that the money from the wedding could be used to marry off her brothers. She always believed that knowledge could change her fate, so she never gave up on the path of studying. Even if her parents refused to pay, she would work part-time to pay for her studies. Finally, she thought she had made it and could escape from the small village in the big world, escape from home and live a better life, but her mother cut off her hope. 8,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan. Without money, how could she study? She couldn't even survive. She sniffed, and in the big, unfamiliar city, she didn't know a single soul, not a single person she could turn to for help. With a hoarse voice, she asked, "So what am I supposed to do now?" Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Hearing her pitiful voice, Wei's mother felt not pity but rather a sense of relief. She said, "Aren't you very capable? Didn't you say you wanted to go to the capital even if you died? Then you can stay in the capital and work. I hear the wages are high there. After you get paid, remember to transfer money back every month. I need to give your brothers and sisters living expenses, and you can keep a few hundred yuan for yourself to spend. Do you hear me?" Her tone was not good at all, and the last sentence was spoken in an order-giving tone. It was as if Wei Yuxian was born to owe her. Wei Yuxian didn't expect her to be so heartless and actually say such things. Her heart felt uncomfortable, as if it had been stabbed by tens of thousands of needles. You might as well let me die. Wei Yuxian finished these words with a choked voice, took the phone down tremblingly, and pressed the hang-up button. She squatted on the roadside, hugged her knees, buried her head between her legs, and cried out with restraint. People passing by saw her like this and looked at her with sympathetic eyes, but they didn't do anything and walked away silently. Wei Yuxian cried bitterly for a long time, her eyes and nose red with tears, her whole body numb. She wiped away her tears, stood up shakily, dragged her luggage behind her, and walked aimlessly down the street. When passers-by saw her in this state, they cast curious glances at her, which only made Wei Yuxian feel even more ashamed. Where should she go next? Should she go to school? No, even if she went to school, she would have no money. Should she find a job? Where? What kind of work? Should she spend the rest of her life working in Kyoto? She didn't want to go back to that small village anyway. She didn't want to end up like the girls in the village, getting married in their early 20s and never having a chance to make something of themselves. And if she did go back, her mother would never let her go. She didn't want to let her mother use her money to support her brothers and sisters. It's obviously her money, why should it go to her brothers? Don't they already have enough money for living expenses? Being born into such a family was Wei Yuxian's misfortune, but she never gave up. She always wanted to leave that small village and go out into the big world. And studying was her only way out. But now that only way out is about to be cut off. Chapter 2, Choices. Wei Yuxian didn't know how long she had been walking. It was September, the golden autumn season, but she felt cold all over and could see no hope. The sun was setting in the west, its shadow lengthening, but the scorching weather still failed to lower the temperature. Wei Yuxian was tired and hungry, her stomach empty and with no food in stock. But she had no money, not a single penny, and could not buy any food. She also didn't know what time it was. Wei Yuxian finally stopped walking like a zombie. She took a deep breath, and a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. Now, apart from staying in Kyoto to work, she had no other way out. At least, she would survive in Kyoto first and then worry about anything else. She dragged her luggage and began looking for a job at the shops along the road. After walking for a while, she didn't see any shops with job postings, but a man in a black suit stopped her. Wei Yuxian looked at him warily, protecting the luggage next to her, which was all her belongings, and asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" The man looked at her with a smile, took a step closer to her, and Wei Yuxian immediately took a step back to keep her distance from him. The man didn't seem annoyed by her actions and just asked, "Little girl, are you short of money?" Hearing this, Wei Yuxian became even more vigilant. She didn't answer immediately, but looked around the environment, looking for a chance to escape. A random stranger just appeared on the street and asked her if she was short of money. It felt very abnormal just thinking about it. The man was afraid that she would really run away, so he quickly said, "Little girl, I'm not a bad person." "Do I look like a bad person?" Wei Yuxian looked at him with a "you're sick" expression. Which bad person would write the words "I'm a bad person" on their face? Are bad people so rampant these days? The man looked a little helpless and said, "I really am not a bad person. I just saw how down and out you looked, and I thought you might be short of money, so I came up to ask." "If you're not short of money, then I'll go." Wei Yuxian licked her slightly chapped lips and looked him up and down. Seeing that he really didn't look like a bad person, she said, "What? You're going to give me money?" There are so many people around, and if this man really is a bad person, she can ask the people around her for help. The man gave a crooked smile and said, "You can think of it that way, but there is a price to pay." Wei Yuxian's guard went up again, and she asked, "What price?" The man looked around and saw a noodle shop, and said, "Let's go in and talk while we eat." Wei Yuxian thought about her empty wallet and licked her dry lips to moisten them, and said awkwardly, "Let's talk here." The man saw her embarrassment and said, "Let me treat you." "Let's go. There are people all around here. If I want to do anything to you, I won't have the chance. You can rest assured. If you don't need money, then forget what I said." After saying that, the man turned and walked towards the noodle shop, without looking to see if Wei Yuxian was following. He was 80% confident that she would follow. Wei Yuxian looked at the man's back, pursed her lips, and followed him with a determined look. She looked like this now, how could she look any worse? At least if she followed him, she could eat a bowl of noodles to fill her stomach first. She dragged her luggage behind her and followed the man into the noodle shop. The man asked her with a smile what she wanted to eat, and she said she didn't care as long as it filled her stomach. The man ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and she sat down at the table by the door. The noodle shop was not small, and there was music playing that she didn't know, but it was not mealtime, so there was no one else in the shop except her and the man. The man soon came back and sat down opposite her, still smiling. Wei Yuxian's mouth was so dry that she poured 2 big cups of tea and gulped them down, feeling much better. She looked at the man opposite her, touched her lips, and asked, "What is the price you mentioned?" "Man, no rush, let's talk while we eat." The noodles were quickly served, but Wei Yuxian didn't care about the heat. She took a few bites to make her stomach feel better, then looked up and said, "Can you tell me now?" The man stirred the noodles without haste, and as he stirred, he said, "The price is simple, it's you the first night." The last 3 words the man said very quietly, but Wei Yuxian still heard and understood clearly. Instantly, her action of picking up the noodles stopped, and her eyes fixed on the man in front of her. A few seconds later, she put down the chopsticks and looked at the man coldly. Her tone was also cold. "I won't do such a thing." The man took a bite of the noodles calmly under her gaze before saying, "Don't rush to refuse, listen to the pay and give me an answer." Wei Yuxian's attitude did not change, nor did her tone. She repeated what she had just said, "I won't do such a thing." "Sir, you might as well eat the noodles yourself." 10,000 yuan. The man looked her in the eye. "After tonight, your income will be 10,000 yuan. Wei Yuxian hesitated. She looked the man in the eye without fear. After a few seconds, she stirred the noodles in the bowl a few times. "I need to think about it." "No problem, I'll wait for you." Wei Yuxian ate the noodles absent-mindedly. The noodles, which had originally been delicious, were now tasteless. 10,000 yuan is no small sum. If she had 10,000 yuan, she wouldn't have to work part-time and could continue her studies. But the price was too high. She was torn, not knowing whether to agree or not. This choice would determine her future path. Should she choose to continue her studies or work part-time? A few minutes later, Wei Yuxian finished eating the noodles and even drank the soup. She was indeed hungry. She looked at the man and said, "Okay. But I need to get the money first." She agreed, and at the fork in the road of her future, she made a choice. It was only once, and after she got through this crisis, she would never have to face such a choice again. Knowledge is power, and her only goal in coming to Kyoto was to go to college. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life mediocre and living at the bottom. She wanted to change her fate. So she agreed. With this money, she could pay her tuition fees, and the rest would be used as living expenses. By saving money and working part-time, she should be able to finish university. Thinking about this, Wei Yuxian couldn't help but see a wonderful university life beckoning to her. The man didn't seem surprised by her answer, and said, "Okay, I'll transfer it to you now." They added each other as WeChat friends, and after a while, Wei Yuxian received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. "Did you get it?" "Yes." The man put down his phone and asked, "Are you full? Do you want another serving?" "It's on me." Wei Yuxian shook her head, "No, thank you." "Okay, then come with me now." Chapter 3, he said he was an only child, and she believed him. The sunset is beautiful, but it's almost dusk. Wei Yuxian followed the man into a black sedan, and the car's exhaust fumes drifted away. Once in the car, she did not let her guard down, even though the man had just given her 10,000 yuan. She held her phone, with the police interface on it, and if the man was lying to her, she would be the first to choose to call the police. The car drove all the way, and the buildings on the street receded. The whole journey was especially torturous and long for Wei Yuxian. Eventually, the car arrived at its destination, which looked like the back entrance of a bar. The man helped her carry her luggage inside for safekeeping. After learning some of her personal information, he led her to a room and told her to take a shower and wait inside. The man left quickly, leaving her alone in the room. She bit her lip, feeling very nervous. She sat on the bed for a while before going into the bathroom to take a shower. There were some clean clothes in the bathroom, which were a set of pajamas that barely covered her body. She washed herself very cleanly and hesitated whether to wear the pajamas. Blushing and biting her lip, she finally put them on, and also wrapped herself in a large bath towel, wrapping herself up tightly. Next came the waiting. At this moment, in a luxurious private room in the bar, there was revelry and revelry. The lights changed at random, illuminating the entire room. The large table in the middle was filled with wine. On the sofa in the middle sat a man with a cold face, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, extraordinary in appearance, and an indescribable aura. On the man's wrist, black Buddhist beads were clearly visible, out of place with the atmosphere of the scene, like a noble Buddha who has traveled the world. Unlike the others present, who were surrounded by people, he had no sommelier by his side. Lin Changyuan, who was sitting on the sofa to the right, flirted with the beauty for a while, and glanced over at the prince who was spinning the Buddhist beads over there. He still hadn't moved a muscle, and hadn't even taken a sip of wine. He got up and sat down next to the prince. He smiled and said, "Master Xian, please give me face and have a sip of wine. This is a party organized by my group, and my brothers are all watching." The man called Master Xian turned his head to look at him. After a while, he extended his hand. Lin Changyuan quickly handed the glass containing the fine foreign wine to Master Xian and said, "Thank you, Master Xian, for your presence." Fu Xuanyi shook the scarlet red wine in the glass, raised his hand, and gulped it down. Fu Xuanyi, the well-deserved prince of the Beijing circle, is aloof and abstinent, ruthless in his methods, and wears black Buddhist beads on his wrist all year round. He is known to everyone in Beijing as a ruthless Buddhist. He is aloof and untouchable, and for many years has rarely touched alcohol or tobacco, and has not been near women. To be able to invite him out for a drink is quite an honor. In Beijing, only Lin Changyuan, who grew up with Fu Xuanyi since childhood, can invite him out, and not just any time. After Fu Xuanyi finished his drink, he scanned the room with cold eyes, feeling very bored and uninterested. Lin Changyuan took the wineglass and put it down, saying, "Master Xian, you're 29 this year, right? When are you going to break your vow? You're not going to really enter the mysterious realm just because your name has the character Xian in it, are you?" He joked, and the people in the private room laughed along. Fu Xuanyi's thin lips faintly uttered two words, "boring." Lin Changyuan said helplessly, Yes, we are bored, we are all mortals, you are the precious Buddha child in heaven, we mortals are no match for you. But Master Xian, the old lady said today that I must let you break your vows. You see, on the one hand is Master Xian, and on the other is the old lady. He was torn between his two roles as a brother. Fu Xuanyi didn't say anything, and his heart was also annoyed by this matter, so he gulped down the red wine to soothe his heart. After 3 rounds of wine, the bottle on the table was mostly empty, and Lin Changyuan's face was flushed with wine, as red as a happy monkey. He sat next to Fu Xuanyi and said, "Master Xian, I can't disobey the order of the old lady. As a brother, I beg you, can you give me a way out?" Fu Xuanyi was slightly drunk. He had just drunk a lot of wine, both white and foreign. He leaned against the leather sofa with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes, and there was a moment of disorientation in his eyes. "Show the way." After drinking, his voice was a little hoarse and low, and his tone had a cold metallic feel, full of magnetism. Lin Changyuan was overjoyed, and he didn't even bother to drink anymore. He personally got up and led Master Xian out of the private room, and under the guidance of the hotel manager, they went to a presidential suite. He patted Fu Xuanyi on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Master Xian, have fun." Fu Xuanyi waved his hand away and, after the manager opened the door, walked in. His original intention was to appease his mother and sleep here for one night, but when he saw the rabbit in the room, which looked like a frightened rabbit, with big eyes looking at him nervously, his body reacted uncontrollably. The alcohol made his thoughts slow, and his body was not controlled by his mind. When he reacted, he had already pinned the person down. The little white rabbit under him trembled with fear, her eyes full of fear. She wanted to resist but didn't dare, and her face, innocent and unworldly, made one want to destroy it. Fu Xuanyi touched her face and asked, "Are you an adult?" Wei Yuxian restrained her fear, looked at the strange man in front of her, and her voice trembled as she spoke, 19. Her voice was as small as a mosquito's. Fu Xuanyi had no scruples and relied on instinct. Wei Yuxian's body trembled like a sieve, and she grabbed the man's strong arm and said, "Safety measures." In response, the man said in a low voice, "I am an only child." Late at night, Wei Yuxian walked out of the room, trembling. The man inside had already fallen asleep in bed. She was also very tired and wanted to sleep, but she didn't want to spend the night here, so she had to force herself to walk out. She was wearing the same clothes she had worn when she arrived, took her luggage, walked out of the bar, went to a nearby hotel and opened a room, washed her body thoroughly, and fell asleep. In this way, she received a considerable sum of money, enough to pay her tuition and go to school, with the rest to cover living expenses. The man said he was an only child, and she, being naive, believed him. She didn't even take the pill, and so she entered the university. Her university life was not wonderful. She hurried to class every day. There were many classes, at least 3 a day. In her spare time, she went to the cafeteria to work part-time to earn living expenses. If she knew that night she would get pregnant with 2 children, she would have made the man use protection. Now, she sat on a hospital chair, her eyes full of confusion. The doctor said that the operation would cost 3,000 yuan, but where would she get that kind of money? She took the hospital bag, put the ultrasound report in it, got up dazedly, and walked out of the hospital like a walking corpse. A handsome man in a suit walked towards her, but she had no mind to pay attention at the moment. She held back her tears and walked to the bus stop to wait for the bus. Chapter 4, Master Xian, you have a successor. At the entrance of the hospital, Lin Changyuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the back of the girl from earlier, as he recalled her appearance in his mind. He felt that the girl looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. As he pondered, he walked towards the dean's office. Today, he came to check on the status of the family business. This hospital was one of their family businesses, and there were more hospitals across the country that belonged to his family business. After sitting in the dean's office for a while, Lin Changyuan had a flash of inspiration and finally remembered where he had seen the girl before. It wasn't the girl who had slept with Master Xian in the bar the other night. He remembered Master Xian's first person very clearly, and it seemed to be called Wei Yuxian. But what was she doing at the hospital? What was her illness? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and quickly called the dean, who was still busy, and asked him to pull up Wei Yuxian's medical records. The dean, not expecting such a visit, hurried back and did as Mr. Chang asked. A few minutes later, Lin Changyuan learned the reason Wei Yuxian had come to the hospital. When he saw the word pregnant, Lin Changyuan immediately sat up straight and pointed at the word, asking the dean, "Are you sure she's really pregnant?" The dean, serving the master with trepidation, said, "Yes, Mr. Chang, the ultrasound was taken, there's no mistake, and she's pregnant with twins." Lin Changyuan. He looked again at the month of pregnancy, 1 month, and thought of the night more than a month ago. A bright smile immediately rose on his face. This can't be such a coincidence, can it? These 2 children, they can't be Master Xian's, can they? He asked the hotel manager and learned that the girl was not a hotel staff member, but someone who had been temporarily recruited to fill in. She was a clean person, so there was a good chance that these 2 children were Master Xian's. Lin Changyuan suddenly lost interest in his inspection work. He told the dean and hurriedly left the hospital, driving to the Fu Group. The expensive car roared down the road, leaving a trail of exhaust and a shadow. Lin Changyuan arrived at the Fu Group as quickly as he could and took the elevator reserved for the CEO to the top floor. The receptionist knew about his relationship with Fu Xuanyi and didn't stop him, but greeted him politely. Lin Changyuan hurriedly pushed open the door to Fu Xuanyi's office, strode in, saw someone inside reporting work to Fu Xuanyi, and then barked them out, sitting down opposite him in a commanding manner. Fu Xuanyi put down his pen, looked up at him, and habitually turned the prayer beads on his left wrist in his right hand. His expression was cold, as if to say, "You'd better have something to say." Lin Changyuan was not at all afraid of his coldness. He winked and said, "Master Xian, do you remember the girl from more than a month ago?" Fu Xuanyi of course remembered, that was his first and only woman. He admitted that he was a little interested in that girl, but only a little. Lin Changyuan knew he remembered as soon as he saw his expression, and was even happier. He said, "I saw her again today." "Guess where I saw her?" Fu Xuanyi stared straight at him and said with his eyes, "Cut the crap." Lin Changyuan laughed, and continued, "I saw her in front of the hospital, the one in our family. I also checked what disease she had, and guess what?" Fu Xuanyi. Death stare. Lin Changyuan was embarrassed and didn't play any more charades, but simply said 4 words, "She's pregnant." Fu Xuanyi's face did not change the slightest, because he did not believe it. Lin Changyuan had been joking with him for more than 1 day, and besides, he was an only child, so how was that possible? The Fu family's line of only children began with his great-grandfather's generation. He wondered if it was because his great-grandfather had been stained with too much blood that the Fu family had had difficulty having children from his generation onwards. His great-grandfather, grandfather, father, and him had all been born to only children. His parents had been married for more than 10 years, and they were nearly 40 before they had him. It was very difficult, so how could he possibly work a miracle in 1 night? Lin Changyuan looked at his reaction and became a little anxious. He took out his phone, found the evidence, and put it in front of him. "Look for yourself, I'm not joking with you this time. A young girl got pregnant with twins. Master Xian, you're really amazing. How come the Fu family's problem of having no heir doesn't apply to you?" If the old lady knew, she would be overjoyed. Fu Xuanyi looked at the evidence and his expression changed slightly. He asked, "How do you know it's mine?" He still didn't believe it. Lin Chengyuan said, "I knew you wouldn't believe it. I checked Wei Yuxian's records. After that night, she was doing well in college. And if you look at the timeline, whose could it be if not yours? Master Xian, your family will finally have an heir to the throne. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the throne. Who in the entire capital would dare to go against the Fu family? No, not a single one. No one can shake the Fu family's position. Even the current ruler of the country has to give a little face to Master Xian when they meet. Fu Xuanyi is the well-deserved crown prince of the capital." Fu Xuanyi stopped spinning the prayer beads, his eyes solemn, and his lips parted slightly. "Are you sure?" Lin Chengyuan patted his chest. "I guarantee that these two children are definitely Master Xian's. If you don't believe me, go get someone to do a DNA test, just go to my hospital, I'll do it for free." Fu Xuanyi once again turned the prayer beads in his hands, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "I understand." Lin Chengyuan waited for him to continue, wanting to see how he would handle the matter. As a result, he didn't say anything else, and immersed himself in his thoughts. "Master Xian, what are your arrangements?" Fu Xuanyi ignored him for a moment. "I have my own arrangements, you go back first." Lin Chengyuan. What a mystery. So cold. Lin Chengyuan left the Fu group in a bad mood. As soon as he walked out of the door, he turned around and called Fu's mother, Fu Xuanyi's mother. How could he not let the old lady know such good news? Fu Xuanyi sat quietly in his office for a few minutes, turning the prayer beads in his hands over and over again. He called his special assistant on the intercom, "Check someone out for me." Before long, Wei Yuxian's detailed information appeared in his hands. She was a girl from a poor background, unloved by her father and neglected by her mother. She had 2 blood-sucking brothers at home, and even the money for college was. Putting the information aside, Fu Xuanyi coldly looked at those bad experiences, his eyes growing colder and colder, not knowing what he was thinking. The Fu family's child, he would not let it wander around. After all, it was hard to get a child. The twins, the mother will be overjoyed when she finds out. Chapter 5, Why Did You Lie to Her? Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, Building 21, Girls' Dormitory. The sun in the sky was so bright, constantly baking the earth, and you would be covered in sweat after just a few minutes outside. But Wei Yuxian only felt cold all over, as if she were in an ice cellar. It was a hot day, and she was sweating profusely. Today is Friday, and she has no classes in the rare afternoon. She has been feeling unwell recently, and her period has not come for more than a month, so she went to the hospital for a checkup. She never expected to find out that she was pregnant. There was no one in the dormitory, as the other 3 had gone out to play. Wei Yuxian did not get along well with them, and they did not play together. To be precise, the 3 of them isolated her. The reason was very simple: because she was poor, she wore clothes that had been washed many times and used the cheapest daily necessities. She was poor, but not sloppy. On the contrary, she was very clean and kept her things tidy. She was even more clean than average. However, her roommates still inexplicably felt that she had a strange smell, to put it bluntly, the smell of poverty. They were all from well-off families and considered themselves superior to Wei Yuxian. They looked down on her in particular and never played with her. Wei Yuxian didn't know why she was being isolated. It was not a good feeling, but she had to swallow her bitterness because she didn't have the time or energy to think about such trivial matters. Every day, she was busy studying and working, and these were her main tasks at the moment. So she was isolated, and she didn't want to waste time dealing with people who were insincere. She had to study hard and get good grades, because she wanted to get a scholarship from the college and the state, which would lighten the burden on her life. But God seemed to be joking with her, and at this time she actually had a baby. Wei Yuxian lay down on the bed without spirit, leaned inside the quilt, and couldn't control the emotions that had been suppressed all the way. She cried bitterly inside the quilt. Even though there was no one else in the dormitory, she dared not let out a loud cry for fear that her roommate might suddenly return. Moreover, she was not used to crying out loud. In the past, when she was at home, she also suppressed her crying for fear of being heard by her family and being scolded even more. Wei Yuxian covered her mouth and swallowed her sobs, crying and thinking at the same time, what should she do? Why did that man lie to her? Why did he lie to her about having no heirs? It's also her fault for believing others too easily. She's still too naive, and hasn't experienced it to know that society is so ruthless. She should have made him use protection, or she should have taken the pill. But now it's useless to think about that, it's too late for everything. Should she go find the man? If he's not responsible, he should at least give her the money. But where would she find the man? Apart from that face, she doesn't know anything about men, let alone go find him. If she had the operation herself, it would cost 3,000 yuan, and her savings only amounted to a little over 3,000 yuan, which was enough to cover her living expenses for the next 6 months. 3,000 yuan was killing her. If she didn't have the operation, the money she would spend after giving birth would be even more. She was still a student, so how could she go to school with 2 children? On the one hand was 3,000 yuan, and on the other was her future. How could she choose? Wei Yuxian cried in her dormitory for a long time. When she got tired, she fell asleep in bed and didn't even go to her part-time job in the cafeteria. In this situation, how could she possibly find the time to work part-time? She was lucky if she could hold back her tears. The golden crow slowly sank into the horizon, the bright moon rose, and the night fell quietly. Wei Yuxian was awakened by the noise in the dormitory. The bright light above her head was on, and the sounds of her roommates' laughter and conversations came to her unobstructed. She opened her swollen eyes, picked up her phone and glanced at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and she had slept until now. Her stomach was growling, so she got up and went to wash up, thinking that she would go to the cafeteria to buy something to eat later. She glanced at the other 3 people in the dormitory, but they didn't say anything, so she walked outside onto the balcony to wash up. A few minutes later, she finished washing up, went back inside, picked up her phone, and walked out. But at that moment, she heard her roommate Ding Nana's taunting, "Hey, what's wrong with you today? A poor person like you is actually not working part-time and just sleeping in the dormitory. What, did you get rich?" Ding Nana is the leader of the dormitory. Her family runs a business and has some assets, so the other 2 girls in the dormitory usually defer to her. She is also the one who is most malicious towards Wei Yuxian. She despises Wei Yuxian and can't stand to see her doing well. In her words, poor people like Wei Yuxian who can't even afford to eat shouldn't study, they should join the workforce sooner and earn money earlier. As soon as Ding Nana spoke, the other 2 girls laughed out loud in agreement. The harsh sound entered Wei Yuxian's ears, but she pretended not to hear it as she walked out of the dormitory without looking back. Ding Nana snorted, "What a bore. How can she still have the face to stay in the dormitory? I can smell the stench of poverty from a mile away. She's not even working properly, but she's here studying. She's even dreaming of changing her fate? That's ridiculous." A girl agreed, saying, "Exactly, she came from some backwater, so what's the point of studying? She should find a man and get married while she's still young and can get a good price." She made Ding Nana very happy with her words. She just despised Wei Yuxian and couldn't stand her poor appearance. I really don't know how the school arranged it, but they actually put her in the same dormitory as Wei Yuxian. What bad luck! Wei Yuxian had long since become accustomed to their sarcasm. Over the past month or so, she had heard so much of it that she had almost become numb. Other people had mouths, and she couldn't stop them from saying whatever they wanted. But in her heart, she still felt a slight twinge of pain and discomfort, which was not very pleasant. Sometimes she wondered if her birth really had been a mistake. Why didn't her parents like her, her brothers and sisters didn't like her, and even her roommate detested her? Did she do anything wrong? She clearly didn't do anything. When she arrived at the cafeteria, the bun shop was closed. She couldn't buy cheap bread, so she went to the food window and ordered a vegetable dish, asking them to add a little rice. She didn't take it back to the dormitory, but ate it in the cafeteria. She lived frugally, spending money carefully. She never dared to eat good food unless it was free. She worked part-time at one of the fast food windows in the cafeteria, earning 8 yuan an hour, and her meal was included, so she usually saved on the cost of her meals. The meals included in her work were much more substantial than the ones she ate on her own. The leftovers were for the employees to eat, and Wei Yuxian always ate more meat, which filled her stomach and kept her from getting hungry so quickly. Sometimes, she would even pack some meals to take back to the dormitory and eat when she was hungry. Chapter 6: Making a Decision. Having settled her dinner, Wei Yuxian felt much clearer-headed and her stomach no longer felt uncomfortable. She put the empty tableware in the designated place, left the canteen, and walked aimlessly around the campus. She didn't want to go back to the dormitory yet, because once she did, those people would probably make fun of her again. Besides, she needed to calm down and think about how to solve the problem at hand. The campus path was very spacious, with tall trees planted on both sides of the road, and street lamps set up in every corner of the campus. There were few people here, and it was hot, so everyone preferred to stay inside the dormitory and turn on the air conditioning, rather than come outside and suffer. This suited Wei Yuxian just fine, as it gave her some peace and quiet. The night wind blew past, blowing Wei Yuxian's long hair around her ears and bringing a touch of coolness. Her shadow was lengthened under the dim nightlights, and in the silent and empty school road, it looked very lonely, as if she were the only person left in the world. After walking around for about an hour, Wei Yuxian had thought about a lot of things and finally made up her mind about what path to take from now on. Tomorrow, she would go ahead with the operation. It was better to have a short pain than a long one, while everything was still under control. If she really gave birth to the baby, where would she get the money to raise it? And where would she find the time and energy to devote to it? She looked down at her still flat stomach and couldn't imagine that there were actually two little ones inside, little ones connected to her by blood. But after tomorrow, she would have to say goodbye to the little ones. She couldn't help but stroke her belly with her hand. Her nose became moist, and she covered her mouth with her other hand to prevent herself from crying. "I'm sorry, you came at the wrong time. If my situation wasn't so desperate, I wouldn't have given up on you. I'm sorry." Wei Yuxian sniffed, looked up at the sky, held back her tears, gathered her emotions, and walked back to the dormitory. Fu's mother, after being informed by Lin Chengyuan, learned that Fu Xuanyi was very likely to have 2 children, and she was so excited that she almost didn't make it to the University of Finance and Economics. She repeatedly confirmed with Lin Chengyuan, "Is it true that the girl is pregnant? And Fu Xuanyi is the only man?" She got a positive answer to both questions. "That's great. Finally, the Fu family will have an heir." That night, Fu's parents called Fu Xuanyi back to the old Fu family residence and asked, "What are you going to do?" "That's our Fu family bloodline." Fu Xuanyi sat upright, his hands moving rhythmically round and round a black, rounded rosary. He said, "I will settle her down." Fu's mother asked directly, "When will you get married? I can send out the invitations." His mother. Fu Xuanyi just called her by name, without saying anything, but Fu's mother knew what he was going to say. Fu's father also felt that Fu's mother was being too hasty, and said, "Don't worry, we don't even know yet what kind of person that girl is, or whether she is worthy of our Fu family. But the Fu family bloodline must never be allowed to die out." It was only then that Fu's mother realized this too, and said, "Yes, I was too anxious. We must take our time. Xian Yi, you go find someone to settle things tomorrow, but don't let anything happen to the baby she's carrying. It's not easy for the Fu family to have an heir, and I never thought you'd be so lucky as to get 2 at once, but there must be no accidents." No one dares to question the Fu family's line of succession. She and her husband had a child at the age of nearly 40, and both of their ancestors also had children late in life, which was extremely difficult. And her son, who was 29 years old, has never been close to women, as quiet as a Buddha, with a string of black Buddhist beads wrapped around his hand. She really thought he was going to be a Buddha with no desires or needs. Fortunately, her son is lucky and has a child at the age of 29. Whether the 2 children are boys or girls, they will pass on the Fu family business to them. They don't care about the gender of their children, they only care about their lineage. The country that their ancestors have worked hard to build cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Fu Xuanyi grunted, as calm as if he were not the one who was going to be the father. His mother was not as calm as he was, and she took him by the hand and walked towards the Fu ancestral hall, bowing and thanking the ancestors, saying, "Thank you, ancestors, for blessing us with an heir. I no longer have to worry about Xian Yi being lonely for the rest of his life." His mother was now approaching 70 years old, with gray hair at the temples, and had already entered the ranks of the elderly. For many years, her dignified bearing had made her seem incredibly precious. Now she is kneeling reverently on a cushion, thanking her ancestors one by one. It is clear how much she values having offspring. Early the next morning, Saturday, there were no classes. Wei Yuxian got up early and left quietly before her roommate woke up. She asked her part-time boss for a few days off, saying that she wasn't feeling well and would be unable to go to work until today. The boss asked her a few concerned questions and told her to go to work when she felt better. In this strange city, among many strange people, her boss is one of the few people who will give her a little warmth. At least the boss has no ill will towards her. Wei Yuxian's heart warmed a little. It was still early in the morning when she got on the bus, but the sun had already risen, rising like the rising hope. When she got off the bus, Wei Yuxian walked to the entrance of the hospital, a little hesitant. It was clearly a place to save lives, but it looked so cold. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming determined. She went to register first and found the doctor from yesterday. The operation could not be done immediately. Some necessary tests needed to be done before the operation. After the tests were fine, the operation could be done. Wei Yuxian was alone in the hospital, running up and down, with no one around to keep her company. Her figure was so lonely and desolate. She didn't know that during the time she was in the hospital for tests, the news of her tests and the need for an operation had reached the dean's ears. The dean has been the dean of this hospital for many years and is a consummate expert. Yesterday, Master Lin came to the hospital to inspect the work, and before he started, he left. The dean noticed that something was wrong. He felt that this girl must be very important to Master Lin, and maybe the baby in her belly was Master Lin's. So he paid extra attention to this girl, thinking that he would tell Master Lin the next time this girl came. Unexpectedly, this girl came so soon, and she even came to have an abortion. The dean did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly called Master Chang. He tried several times but could not get through, which made him very anxious. Finally, on the 10th time he called, someone finally picked up. "You better be in trouble." Lin Changyuan's voice was full of anger, threatening the person who bombarded him so early in the morning. The dean let out a sigh of relief and spoke carefully, "Master Chang, the girl you saw yesterday is back at the hospital." Lin Changyuan opened his eyes wide. What did she go there for? The dean swallowed and whispered, "Abortion. Chapter 7 Master Xian will be responsible for you." What? Lin Changyuan jumped out of bed with a start, his eyes wide, and asked, "Did the operation take place? Where are we now?" Dean, not yet. Master Changyuan, we are doing the examination now. If there are no problems with the examination, we will start the operation. Please come quickly. Lin Changyuan got up and dressed while saying, "You keep her calm. Even if the examination is over, don't operate on her. Do you hear me? If anything happens to the baby in her stomach, you won't be able to work either." His tone was so urgent that one would think Wei Yuxian's baby was his. The dean obediently agreed and, after hanging up the phone, leaned back in his chair, sweating profusely. Fortunately, he called in time. If the girl had already had the abortion, he would probably not be able to keep his job. With that attitude, it is likely that the 2 children will be his. The dean did not sit for long before calling the people below him again, telling them to do their best to keep the woman calm, absolutely not to let her have the abortion, and to hold out until Master Cheng came. The people under him did not know the situation, but they did not dare to ask too many questions. They just said that they would definitely keep the woman calm and reassure the dean. The dean was still not at ease, so he put on his glasses and planned to go and keep an eye on the person himself. Here, Lin Changyuan hung up the phone and without saying a word, he called Fu Shuani. "Mr. Xian, that woman wants an abortion, so you need to come with me to the hospital and stop her." As soon as the call connected, he quickly explained the situation. Fu Shuani replied with 3 words, "I understand." The phone was then hung up. At the hospital, Wei Yuxian ran up and down for more than an hour, finally completing all the tests and meeting the conditions for surgery. She went to see the doctor and wanted him to schedule the surgery as soon as possible, but the doctor told her to sit quietly and wait, and she would not be able to have the surgery until the afternoon. Wei Yuxian had no suspicions, so she quietly sat and waited in the hospital. Time passed by minute, and she did not wait for the surgery, but instead, she waited for 2 unfamiliar men. No, one of these 2 strange men was someone she had seen before, the man from that night. Wei Yuxian looked up at him. The man was very tall, and she was sitting in a chair looking up at him, so she was even more looking up. She would never forget this face in her life. If he hadn't cheated her, she wouldn't have had to go to the hospital for surgery today. Now, what was this man doing here all of a sudden? But no matter what his purpose was for appearing here, Wei Yuxian didn't care anymore. What she cared about now was making the man pay. This is his sin, he should pay for it. Wei Yuxian stood up and looked the man in the eye. Seeing that the man had such a strong aura, she couldn't help but weaken a little. She grabbed the hem of her shirt with both hands and asked, "Do you remember me?" Fu Shuani looked down at her and nodded. His indifferent eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, bottomless, leaving people wondering what he was thinking. "She's lost some weight." Fu Shuani felt a little annoyed, so he stroked the Buddhist beads on his wrist, one by one, to calm his emotions. Wei Yuxian bit her lower lip and said with some shame, "I'm pregnant. But don't worry, I'll have the operation today. For the cost of the operation, you should pay 3,000 yuan. That's not a small sum for her, and the man in front of her is wearing clothes made of good material and has a powerful aura. He should be rich. 3,000 yuan should not be a problem for him. The more she talked, the lower her voice got, and she even lowered her head out of fear. This man's eyes were too cold, and his face was expressionless, making him look very unfriendly. Wei Yuxian felt a chill in her heart and didn't dare to make eye contact. At the same time, countless possibilities flashed through her mind. What if this man doesn't admit it? What if this man refuses to pay? What if this man turns around and bites her? Fu Xuanyi didn't say a word, took her hand and led her to get checked up. Wei Yuxian was forced to follow him to the hospital to get unknown tests done. She didn't know what this man meant and what these tests were about. She wanted to ask the man several times what he was doing and whether he was willing to pay for the operation, but after seeing his cold face that could freeze a person to death, she didn't dare to ask. Who exactly was he? What was his identity? Why could he take her for tests without waiting in line? And is he mute? He hasn't said a word since he appeared. The other man next to him seems a bit more pleasant to deal with, at least his face is not as deadpan as his, but rather has a hint of a smile. Lin Chengyuan felt helpless at Fu Xuanyi's approach. This guy doesn't say a word, keeps a cold face. Does he really think this little girl is very bold? After the examination, they waited for the results in the hospital's VIP waiting room, and Wei Yuxian's hand was finally able to break free from the man's shackles. Lin Chengyuan sat down next to her and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Lin Chengyuan, Master Xian's childhood friend." His words shocked Wei Yuxian. Sister-in-law? He called her sister-in-law. Wei Yuxian looked at him with a shocked expression and hurriedly said, "I'm not your sister-in-law. You've got the wrong person. What do you want? If you don't want to pay for the surgery, just say so." She finally said what was in her heart, but it was suffocating her. "Lin Chengyuan, soon you will be. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, we just took you for a paternity test. Although I know you are not that kind of person, it is more conservative to take a paternity test." Wei Yuxian was a little angry at his words and asked, "Why? Do you think I would cheat you out of the surgery fee?" Lin Chengyuan knew that she had misunderstood and explained, "You've misunderstood, sister-in-law. We didn't mean it like that. This is Mr. Xian, whose real name is Fu Xuanyi. If the child is Mr. Xian's, we will be responsible for you and the child." Wei Yuxian gritted her teeth and looked at the man over there, who still hadn't said a word. Recovering her gaze, she said to Lin Chengyuan, "You'd better do what you say. If it turns out that the child is his, you must pay me the surgery fees. And the recuperation fees after my surgery, not a penny less." She didn't dare speak to Fu Xuanyi because his aura was really too terrifying, cold and impersonal, but speaking to Lin Chengyuan, who had a good attitude, she wasn't so weak. Lin Chengyuan had a headache. It seemed that his sister-in-law still didn't understand what he was saying. So he continued to explain, "Sister-in-law, what we mean is that if the child is Master Xian's, we will be responsible for your child, which means we will take care of you and the child. We don't mean to get an abortion." Wei Yuxian froze, looking at Lin Chengyuan speechless. She looked at Fu Xuanyi again, and it happened that the latter lifted his eyes and was also looking at her. Chapter 8, You Have No Choice. Wei Yuxian clenched her fists, stared at Fu Xuanyi's cold gaze, and gathered her courage to ask, "Is what he said true?" Fu Xuanyi nodded and said the first thing he had said to her when they met, "It is true." Wei Yuxian's first reaction was to refuse. "I don't want to give birth," she said. Fu Xuanyi's expression did not change as he asked coldly, "The reason?" Wei Yuxian felt that his aura had become even stronger, and it was suffocating her a little. She said, "I still have to go to school and finish my studies. Being pregnant will affect my ability to go to school." Fu Xuanyi said indifferently, "I will take care of you. The baby must stay. Have you considered my feelings? I'm the one who is pregnant, not you. I said I want to go to school, and I don't have time to delay. She wants to finish her studies as soon as possible, enter society, pay off her debts, and work hard to make a good life for herself. How can she go to school when she is pregnant? What will people say about her when they see her? Fu Xuanyi, it's not up to you." The two of them were at an impasse. Wei Yuxian's eyes gradually became dry, her nose stinging. She lowered her head, feeling powerless. Lin Chengyuan came out at this time to smooth things over. "Sister-in-law, don't rush to have an abortion. Listen to me first, and then think about it carefully. Master Xian's ancestors were from a line of male descendants that had been cut off. The elders of previous generations had all had children late in life, and it had been difficult to have any children at all. It was the same in Master Xian's generation. Now that you have Master Xian's child, you are the luckiest of the lucky. So these two children must be kept, for the Fu family's bloodline depends on them. And there's something else. You don't need to worry, sister-in-law. After all, you are the mother of the children. In the future, Grandmaster Xian will take care of you. He will provide for your food, clothing, and transportation. You no longer need to worry about financial matters. You just need to take good care of your pregnancy and give birth to the children. Your life will be smooth sailing from here on out. Wei Yuxian was silent, recalling what Lin Changyuan had just said. The words played over and over in her mind, with a profound impact. She didn't really care what he had said earlier, but she did care about what he had said afterwards. No more worries about money, her life will be smooth sailing. This is the future she has always dreamed of. The price for this is that she has to give birth to these two children. These two little beings, they are so innocent, and they have accidentally come to this world because of their parents' accident. Now, they also face the possibility of being abandoned by their mother. Wei Yuxian looked down at her flat stomach with mixed emotions. If she could, she really didn't want to hurt them. She also wanted them to come to the world smoothly. After all, they were her family, and they had her blood in them. If this man could keep his word, she could keep the baby. Wei Yuxian looked up and once again locked eyes with Fu Xuanyi, and asked, "Did he just say what you meant?" "Fu Xuanyi, as long as the child stays, you'll be safe." Wei Yuxian said with a bitter smile, "Okay, I'll keep the baby, but I have other conditions." "Say it." "In the future, I want to see the baby, and you can't stop me from seeing the baby." "Okay." After the negotiation was over, Wei Yuxian didn't say anything else and waited quietly for the result. There was silence in the waiting room, and no one spoke. After a while, the dean walked in with the test results in his hands, respectfully calling out, "Master Xian, Master Chang, the results are in." Lin Changyuan went up and took the results, sat down next to Fu Xuanyi, flipped open the results page, and pointed happily, "Master Xian, it's yours. Congratulations to Master Xian on the birth of your precious son." The dean also knew that he had made a mistake. If it weren't for Master Xian's appearance, he would have really thought that the two children belonged to Master Chang. Fortunately, he had just kept his mouth shut. If he had said the wrong thing, Master Xian would have been furious, and even Master Chang wouldn't be able to protect him. The dean wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead at some unknown time, and also spoke up, saying, "Congratulations, Master Xian." Fu Xuanyi, who was about to become a father, still had the same cold attitude, as if the two children had nothing to do with him, and he merely nodded. He looked at Lin Changyuan and said, "Get out." Lin Changyuan looked at him and then at Wei Yuxian over there. Knowing that Fu Xuanyi had something to say to Wei Yuxian, he smiled and led the dean out, leaving them alone. "Hey, he's going to go out and report to the old lady." Wei Yuxian saw that they had all left, and she also wanted to get up and leave, but just as she had this thought, Fu Xuanyi's voice came over, "Sit down." Wei Yuxian. Okay, she knew that this cold-faced man wanted to talk to her. The room was left with just her and this man, and the atmosphere dropped another level. If there had been someone here, she would have dared to say a few words to this man, but now that there was no one, she didn't dare to speak. It's because this man looks fierce. That face has not changed since the moment she met him, like a paralyzed face. Wei Yuxian was afraid to speak, and she lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers, trying to relieve the awkwardness of the moment. She was waiting for the man to speak. At the moment, Fu Xuanyi was observing her figure and movements. In his eyes, Wei Yuxian was small and thin, with no flesh on her body, and a gust of wind could blow her over. When he thought about her family situation and her parents' attitude, he decided that she was a pitiful little thing. A pitiful little thing that I feel pity for just by looking at her. No one is treating her well, so he will be the one to treat her well. Fu Xuanyi took a sip of tea and said, "From today onwards, you will be living in my house, and I will take care of your food, clothing, and transportation." "Ah?" Wei Yuxian looked up in some surprise, and the expression on her face seemed to Fu Xuanyi to be somewhat soft and cute. She asked, "Live in your house?" "Well, what's the problem?" Wei Yuxian asked weakly, "What about going to school? Does she have to take the bus to and from school every day? And she doesn't even know if his house is far from the school." "Fu Xuanyi, I'll drive you myself." Wei Yuxian paused. "He'll drive her himself? That's terrifying." Every minute she spent with this man was suffocating, and now he wanted to drive her to and from school himself. Wei Yuxian twisted her fingers together and said hesitantly and in a tone of negotiation, I think it would be more convenient for me to live in the dormitory at school. Fu Xuanyi's tone was firm, you don't have a choice. What a bully. Wei Yuxian complained to herself about this strong-willed man. It was actually quite a hassle to drive her to and from school every day, not only in the morning and evening, but also at lunchtime. It would be tiring to run back and forth, and if she had a lot of classes that day, it would be exhausting. She didn't want to be bothered either, so she said, I can stay at your place at night, but can I stay at school at lunchtime? If I have classes in the afternoon, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. Fu Xuanyi said it was fine. Chapter 9, Calling Her Mrs. So, Wei Yuxian moved into Fu Xuanyi's house that day. It was only a 20-minute drive to school, which was not bad. Since she would be living at school at noon, she just went back to school to pack a few things to bring to Fu Xuanyi's house. It was the weekend, and her roommates were all out having fun, so no one saw Wei Yuxian being picked up by Fu Xuanyi, which saved Wei Yuxian from being teased by them. On the way back to Fu Xuanyi's house, Wei Yuxian was holding her phone in her hands, thinking about how to tell her counselor that she would not be staying at school that night. She agonized over it for a long time, and the text in the message box was cut and pasted, but she never sent it. Finally, Fu Xuanyi made a phone call to someone, and after a while, she received a message from her counselor saying that her application to stay away from home had been approved. Wei Yuxian secretly glanced at the man driving beside her with a shocked expression on her face. He really just made a phone call, and the matter was resolved so easily. She had heard from others that the conditions for applying to stay away from home were very troublesome, and that they had to submit this information and that information. She couldn't help but speculate in her heart about the identity of the man. His childhood friend called him Master Xian, and even the hospital director respectfully served him with care. Could it be that he is the young master of a wealthy family? Wei Yuxian thought to herself, took out her own cheap mobile phone, and with a heavy heart, opened the data and searched for the name Fu Xuanyi on the browser. His novel said his name was Fu Xuanyi, but she didn't know which two characters it was. Wei Yuxian could only find characters with the same pronunciation and typed Fu Xuanyi. The old mobile phone was very slow and took a lot of circles to search. Although she had typed in the name incorrectly, it still came up in the search results, and she found out which two characters it was. Wei Yuxian clicked on the introduction to Fu Xuanyi's profile and was shocked to see the titles listed one after the other. Eldest son of the Fu family, Crown Prince of the Beijing Social Circle, President of the Fu Group, Ruthless Buddhist Disciple. Each of these titles was no small feat. Wei Yuxian finished reading the profile in a state of shock, turned off the data, and then secretly glanced at the man beside her again. Even his profile was so perfect. She also noticed that the man was wearing a string of black Buddhist beads on his left wrist. The beads were round and jade-like, and they looked like they had been well looked after and were worth a lot of money. Did he still believe in Buddhism? Online it said that he had a nickname called the Ruthless Buddhist Disciple. She peeked very carefully, thinking that it was flawless, but she had no idea that Fu Xuanyi had seen all her movements. Like a timid little rabbit. The low-key and luxurious black luxury car drove into a villa area. Even a foreigner like Wei Yuxian knew that this villa area was priceless and hard to buy. This is the richest area near their university. People who can buy a house here not only have money, but also power. How rich and powerful does Fu Xuanyi have to be to live here? Wei Yuxian counted on her fingers, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million, 10 billion. Villa number 1 is located at the far end of the villa area and is the largest villa, covering 1/3 of the entire villa area. Wei Yuxian watched the car drive into this behemoth and thought it was about time to get out, but she waited, and Fu Xuanyi did not stop the car. Later she realized why Fu Xuanyi didn't want to stop the car, because this villa was really huge. It took them 5 minutes to drive to the front door of their residence. When the car finally stopped, Wei Yuxian was still in shock. It wasn't until Fu Xuanyi helped her unbuckle her seatbelt that she opened the door and got out, her eyes wide with surprise. As soon as she entered the door, a maid came up to greet them. Wei Yuxian was very embarrassed, so she quickly changed her shoes and put on some soft slippers before walking inside. Once she walked in, she was even more shocked, and was left speechless by the grandeur of the villa. Such a luxurious house is 1,000 times more magnificent than anything you see on TV. Wei Yuxian was like an old woman entering the Grand View Garden, a complete country bumpkin who had never seen the world. She followed Fu Xuanyi inside, taking every step with extreme caution, as the smooth floor was so expensive that she didn't dare step on it. Fu Xuanyi sat down on the leather sofa, but Wei Yuxian was still standing there, looking awkward and unsure of what to do. He patted the seat next to him and said, "Sit down." Wei Yuxian could only walk over and gently sit down on the sofa, sitting only half her bottom, afraid that her clothes would soil the sofa. In fact, her clothes were not dirty, and she always cleaned them very well, but she just had the illusion that her clothes would soil the sofa. Everything in the villa seems to have cost a lot of money, and even a small towel is more expensive than all her clothes combined. Wei Yuxian couldn't help but feel inferior. She shouldn't be staying in such a luxurious place, it's not for her. Fu Xuanyi naturally noticed her emotions and knew her anxiety. He turned around, stood up, bent down, reached with his long arm, picked her up in a princess carry, and placed her firmly on the sofa. Wei Yuxian had not yet reacted when she found herself sitting on the soft sofa, while Fu Xuanyi, with a composed expression, was sitting next to her. She blinked, looked at the man beside her, and her mouth opened, but she didn't know what to say. Just then, the housekeeper Auntie Fu arrived with a group of maids in front of them, neatly lined up. Together with Auntie Fu, there were a total of 8 maids, standing in 2 rows. Auntie Fu came out and smiled, saying, "Master Xian is back. How should we address this young lady?" Before Wei Yuxian could speak, Fu Xuanyi said, "Madam." Auntie Fu nodded and gave the group of maids behind her a look, and they all called out in unison, "Madam." Wei Yuxian was shocked once again and could not speak. She looked at Fu Xuanyi, her face changing again and again, and finally she managed to stammer out, I'm not." Fu Xuanyi looked at her steadily, "I say you are you." He looked at the servants again and said, "In the future, treat her as you would me, and don't neglect her." "Yes." The servants acknowledged the person, and Auntie Fu waved them away to go about their business, while she herself went forward and said, "Master Xian, lunch is ready. Shall we eat now?" "Yes," Fu Xuanyi said. "My lady is pregnant, so in the future, prepare meals suitable for her." Auntie Fu looked at Wei Yuxian in disbelief, her face full of surprise, and said happily, "Yes. I'll tell the kitchen right away. Madam is too thin, she needs to eat more." The last sentence she said was directed at Wei Yuxian. Wei Yuxian hadn't yet gotten used to the title madam, and was embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Chapter 10, She is a Good. Fu family lunch is very rich and delicious. Wei Yuxian was very satisfied, her stomach was full, she had never eaten so well. After lunch, Wei Yuxian sat at her seat not knowing what to do. The table was cleared by servants, and the kitchen was cleaned by servants as well. She didn't have to do anything. If this were at home, she would have to do all the housework. If she didn't do it, she would be greeted by her mother's scolding and the bamboo stick. She lived at home like a dog. Fu Xuanyi beckoned and called over Auntie Fu, and instructed her, "Take Madam to rest." "Yes, Master Fu." Auntie Fu said, "Madam, please follow me." Wei Yuxian got up, and Fu Xuanyi said to her again, "Get a good night's sleep, don't think too much." She softly replied, "Okay," and followed Auntie Fu upstairs to a certain room. Auntie Fu led her in and said, "Madam, this will be your room from now on. If there's anything you don't like, just let us know and we'll make the changes immediately." Wei Yuxian took a look around the room. Her first impression was that it was big, very spacious, twice the size of her living room back home. Her second impression was that it was beautiful, with a nice decor, mainly white, and plenty of furniture and objects, all of which looked very comfortable. She was not dissatisfied with anything. On the contrary, she was very satisfied, so satisfied that she felt it was not real. From now on, this is going to be her room? She can really have such a wonderful room? Wei Yuxian politely smiled at Auntie Fu and said, "This is very nice, I really like it, thank you, Auntie Fu." Auntie Fu hurriedly waved her hands, afraid to accept her thanks, and said, "These are all Master Xian's orders, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Master Xian." Wei Yuxian let out a gasp. Auntie Fu led the way to the room, and having completed her task, said, "Madam, please rest. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just call me or any of the other servants in the house." "Good." Auntie Fu withdrew, thoughtfully closing the door behind her, leaving the space to her. Wei Yuxian looked carefully at every corner of the room, going up to touch things she had never seen before. After walking around the room, she was sweating profusely. It was hot, and she would sweat easily when she moved. Wei Yuxian sat down in a chair and looked for a fan in the room. She didn't find one, but she did find the remote control for the air conditioner. There was only one air conditioner in the room that could cool the temperature, and she was holding the air conditioner remote control, hesitating whether to turn it on. Air conditioners are very power hungry. Turning it on for one night would cost more than 10 yuan in electricity. When she was in the dormitory, she was afraid of paying the electricity bill. The air conditioner in their dormitory will not stop as long as the three of them are in the dormitory. They have money and do not care about the electricity bill, but she cannot. She cannot not pay the electricity bill even if she does not care. They are in the same dormitory, and she cannot not pay the electricity bill. If she tells them to save a little, they will not listen. Thinking about the expensive electricity bill, Wei Yuxian let out a sigh, put down the air conditioner remote control, and thought that sitting quietly for a while should make it cool down. She opened the French windows again to let in the cool breeze from outside, but to her surprise, the wind was warm. After sitting there for a while to cool down, she felt less hot. After eating her fill, sleepiness came over her. She went to the large bed in the room and lay down to sleep. She was still hot, but she could bear it. She just endured and fell asleep. In the study, Fu Xuanyi listened to Auntie Fu's report, nodded, told the people to leave, and got down to work. At around 2 o'clock, 2 uninvited guests arrived at the house, Fu's parents. In fact, Fu's mother had wanted to come over as soon as she learned that Fu Xuanyi was in Wei Yuxian's belly, but they had to go take care of other things, so she had stayed home, had lunch, and took a nap. After waking up from her nap, she couldn't wait to rush over, full of joy and thinking that she would be able to see the person immediately. However, she was told that Wei Yuxian was sleeping when she arrived. So she went to Fu Xuanyi's study and asked, "When will the girl wake up?" Fu Xuanyi: "I don't know, she's been tired all morning, let her sleep." There was an unmistakable tone of concern in his voice. Fu's mother pursed her lips, not at all like a woman approaching her 70th year, and asked, "What do you think of her? Is her foundation good or bad?" Fu Xuanyi took out Wei Yuxian's information, and his mother looked at him while she said, "She's a good one, but a little timid." The more Fu's mother looked at Wei Yuxian's information, the more distressed she became, especially when she saw that her parents had treated her badly and she had been taken advantage of by her 2 brothers. She was indignant. She slammed the paper down on the table and said, "What is this? There are still such parents in this world. Not only do they not let their children study, but they also support 2 worthless people who can't help themselves. This child is also a poor one. She is pregnant with our Fu family's flesh and blood, and she is our Fu family member. In the future, you must not neglect her, understand?" "Yes." The more Fu's mother thought about it, the more she felt distressed for Wei Yuxian. She got up and said, "I'll go check on the child." Fu Xuanyi also got up and said, "Together." The mother and son walked out of the study and, led by Auntie Fu, went to Wei Yuxian's room. They gently opened the door, and a wave of heat hit them in the face, catching all 3 of them off guard. How could it be so hot? Fu's mother went in first, and the first thing she noticed was the location of the air conditioner. It wasn't on, so no wonder the room was so hot. Then she saw Wei Yuxian sleeping on the bed, wearing clothes that were washed until they were white, without a quilt, and with sweat all over her forehead, not sleeping very soundly. Seeing this situation, Auntie Fu hurriedly went in and turned on the air conditioner. She wanted to apologize to the old lady, but she was afraid to speak out of concern for the person sleeping in the bed. Fu Xuanyi walked over to the bed with a stern face, took a tissue and bent down to wipe the sweat from Wei Yuxian's face. He told Auntie Fu to stay and look after the person, and then turn up the air conditioning temperature after the room had cooled down, and walked out of the room with his mother. Fu's mother's mind was still on Wei Yuxian's pitiful appearance, lying on the bed, thin and small, like a little white flower that would fall with the slightest breeze. How can this child bear it so well? Fu Xuanyi thought for a moment and said, "She doesn't want to turn it on. What's the big deal? It only costs a few dollars to turn on the air conditioning. Even if it's on all day, it won't cost much. It hurts me to see you in this heat." Fu's mother looked worried, afraid that Wei Yuxian would be harmed by the heat. Then she thought about Wei Yuxian's situation since childhood, and how she had led a difficult life, and understood why she had done this. In that case, she really was a good child. If she had been a bad person, she would have been impatient to enjoy the good conditions and feel justified in doing so. Fu's mother sighed and said, "When she wakes up, I'll take her to buy some clothes and necessary things. Since she's come to our family, she doesn't have to live a hard life." Chapter 11, The Old Lady. Auntie Fu stayed in the room for about half an hour. After the temperature in the room had dropped, she turned up the air conditioning and covered Wei Yuxian with the quilt before leaving. In the living room, Fu's mother was still chatting with Fu Xuanyi about Wei Yuxian. When she saw Auntie Fu come out, Fu's mother asked, "How is it?" Auntie Fu said, "The temperature has dropped, and Madam is sleeping more peacefully." After the temperature dropped, the room was extraordinarily comfortable, and with the soft bed beneath her, Wei Yuxian slept even more soundly. She slept until after 3 o'clock, feeling that the surroundings were very comfortable, cool, and that the quilt was just right, not too hot and not too cold. Ha! A quilt? She remembered that she didn't have a quilt when she went to sleep, so why was she covered in one now? And she remembered that the room was very hot, so why was it so comfortable now? Wei Yuxian sat up in bed and looked around. She heard the sound of the air conditioner turning in the room and looked over, and sure enough, she saw that the air conditioner was running dutifully, set at 26 degrees. When did she turn on the air conditioner? She clearly didn't turn it on. No wonder she woke up and found that she was sleeping so comfortably. It turned out to be because the air conditioner was on. The room was cool and she could not feel any heat. Wei Yuxian heard the sound of the air conditioner running, just like the sound of money flowing. Without thinking, she got up, found the remote control, and turned off the air conditioner in time to stop the loss. She put the remote control down with a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of loss. She did not know how long the air conditioner had been on and how much the electricity bill would be. She remembered clearly that she did not turn on the air conditioner before going to bed, and she found it a bit strange that it was on when she woke up. So she got up, washed up in the brand new bathroom with the new toiletries, walked out of the room, and thought about asking Auntie Fu what was going on. Auntie Fu was the housekeeper and should know what was going on. Wei Yuxian walked down the stairs step by step, looking for Auntie Fu as she walked. Before she could find Auntie Fu, Fu Xuanyi and a strange old woman in the living room burst into her line of sight. This old woman looked a little older, and she looked a little like Fu Xuanyi. Her overall temperament was not inferior to Fu Xuanyi's. Wei Yuxian immediately guessed the identity of this old woman, Fu Xuanyi's mother. She had wanted to avoid the two of them and go find Auntie Fu. After all, in her current identity, it didn't seem right to meet Fu Xuanyi's mother. She was a woman carrying Fu Xuanyi's child, with no name and no status. The old lady should not like her, so she might as well not dirty the old lady's eyes. Thinking this, Wei Yuxian's heart ached slightly, and her footsteps became much lighter as she walked towards another place. Unexpectedly, as soon as her figure appeared at the top of the stairs, the two people in the living room noticed her. Fu's mother was waiting for her to come over and say hello to her, sitting on the sofa expectantly and looking over towards the little person over there. In the end, Wei Yuxian turned her feet and actually walked towards the place she wanted to go, with a look of inferiority on her face. How could Fu's mother not know what she had just thought? She was afraid that she would feel that she was not treating her well and dare not come over. This child, really? Fu's mother already felt sorry for her and thought she was a pitiful child. Now, she felt even more that Wei Yuxian was a pitiful child lacking love. Yuxian! She called out, calling back the person who was about to walk away. Wei Yuxian stiffened, stopped in her tracks, and her whole body visibly tensed up. At the moment, she was facing away from Madame Fu, and no one could see the expression of helplessness on her face. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, slowly turned around, and asked with a forced smile, "How do you do? May I help you?" Fu Xuanyi and the old lady had a powerful aura, and the pressure was even stronger when the two of them sat together. Wei Yuxian was not even speaking fluently. At the moment, she was both inferior and afraid in her heart. She was afraid that the old lady would look down on her, thinking that she was a country girl who didn't deserve to stand in such an exalted place as the Fu residence. Growing up in such an environment, she had few people around her who loved her, and even her closest family members mostly disliked her, causing Wei Yuxian to become very insecure. Fu's mother's heart ached for her, and her expression was very soft as she tried to comfort the easily frightened little person. Her tone was also as gentle as possible, as she said, "Yuxian, come here." Wei Yuxian's body became even more rigid, and her usual light footsteps were now as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She didn't want to move a step, didn't want to walk over there. Although the old lady's expression looked very kind, Wei Yuxian still felt awe for such a dignified person. But if the old lady spoke, she had to do as she said. If she displeased the old lady, her life would be even more difficult. In order to live a better life in the Fu household in the future and give birth to her child safely, Wei Yuxian forced herself to overcome her fear and walked over step by step. Her movements were extremely slow, as if she were an old man in his twilight years. Fu Xuanyi watched her approach without expression on his face or a word spoken. He just looked on quietly, and no one could read his thoughts. No matter how long the road is, it will come to an end. In addition, Wei Yuxian was not far from Fu's mother, so she quickly walked up to her. After hesitating for a moment, she respectfully bowed her head and called out, "Old madam." She put herself in a very low position, just like a servant in the Fu household. Fu's mother reached out and took her hand, which was placed in front of her belly, and said, "There's no need for that." Wei Yuxian looked up a little fearfully, her eyes a little panicked. She wanted to pull her hand back, but she was afraid that she would hurt the old lady if she used too much force, so she could only struggle gently. Fu's mother grabbed her hand firmly, not letting her break free, and pulled her forward, making her sit down on the sofa. "Yuxian, there is no need for such a gesture. I am not a villain." Wei Yuxian couldn't pull her hand back, and she was so frightened that she could only let the old lady hold her hand. She said, "I dare not." Mrs. Fu patted her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you, I just want to talk to you." Wei Yuxian swallowed nervously, cold sweat was about to appear on her forehead, and she said, "You speak." "Mrs. Fu, I'm sure you've guessed it, I'm Xian's mother." Wei Yuxian still wore a forced smile on her face. "Yes, I guessed it, you are Master Xian's mother. I know that you have our Yuan's child in your belly. Yuan took you in so that you could rest assured and raise the baby. So you don't need to worry about anything, just rest assured and stay here. Also, you may not know that since our ancestors, the Fu family has had difficulty with having an heir. Now that you have the Fu family's blood in your belly, we will never let it be lost. This year, you will have a hard time." Chapter 12 Inferiority Complex. Wei Yuyan didn't know what to say, opened her mouth, and her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she said nothing. Was she going to say that she would stay here and take care of the baby? How could she possibly feel at ease? With Fu Xuanyi, the cold and aloof god, here, how could she feel at ease? She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would offend him. And his face is also cold and expressionless. Just one look at it makes you shiver. She could feel that Fu Xuanyi had no feelings for her. That night, it was probably because Fu Xuanyi saw her and took a fancy to her. He took her to the Fu residence and promised to take her to and from school every day because of the child she was carrying. Lin Chengyuan had said that the Fu family was having difficulty with their heir, and that night Fu Xuanyi also said that he would be the last heir. Even the old lady just now said that the Fu family was having difficulty with their heir, so Wei Yuxian knew that this was most likely true. Therefore, the child she was carrying, the child who would carry on the Fu family line, was very important. It was possible that the only descendants of the Fu family were the two children in her womb. And it was also because of the two children that she was able to move into the Fu residence and enjoy this wonderful environment. And in the future, Fu Xuanyi said that he would protect her from worry for the rest of her life, and it was also because of these two children. She was a mother of a son of importance. But if she had a choice, she would rather not have these two children in her belly, so that she wouldn't have to deal with a top family like the Fu family, and could just focus on going to university and getting a good job to support herself after graduation. Unfortunately, there is no if. She remained silent, pursing her lips. Seeing her pursed lips and her appearance of pretending to be strong, Fu's mother sighed in her heart and said, "I'm not saying this to increase your pressure. The Fu family bloodline is indeed rare, but if there is a crisis, your life comes before the two children." These words do not treat her as a tool for having children, but as a real person, and put her first. Wei Yuxian couldn't help but have some tears welling up in her eyes, and her nose was a little bit sore. After a while, she replied to Fu's mother with a good word. Gently. She realized that the old lady was different from what she had imagined, and was an approachable person, very different from those arrogant old ladies in the TV dramas. Because of Fu Xuanyi, she felt that the old lady was not an easy person to get along with, but now looking at her, she had preconceived ideas. The old lady is still easygoing, just much more so than Fu Xuanyi. Speaking of Fu Xuanyi, Wei Yuxian is afraid of him, so she has not dared to look at him once since she arrived here, for fear of seeing his expressionless face. Seeing that her expression has relaxed a little, Fu's mother is happy and says, "Yuxian, you must be missing a lot of things since you moved here. Shall I take you shopping?" Wei Yuxian shook her head a few times and said, "No need, old lady. I don't lack anything. There's everything here. I don't need to buy anything." The Fu household is well prepared, with all the necessities of life readily available, and they are all brand new and the best. She lacks for nothing. With such good things, in the past, where would she have used them? Not to mention using them, she'd never even seen them. Everything in the Fu family is really different. How could the things used by top families be the same as those used by ordinary people? She has nothing to complain about living here. She is even afraid that if she gets used to living such a good life, she will not be able to return to an ordinary life in the future. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Fu's mother, however, disagreed, saying, "You always need to buy some clothes. Listen to me, let's go. She got up and pulled Wei Yuxian up with her, heading outside. Wei Yuxian stopped her, saying, "Old lady, really, there's no need to go to all this trouble. I'm fine now, I don't need any new clothes." Fu's mother looked at the clothes on her, which had been washed until they were white, and thought to herself, "What's so good about them? What's so good about them?" And, as she had just learned from Xian, when Yuxian had arrived, she had only brought 2 sets of clothes with her, which had also been washed until they were white, and she didn't know how long she had worn them. And she claims to be fine? Fu's mother would never believe it. She argued with Wei Yuxian, with one person desperately trying to persuade and the other desperately refusing. Fu Xuanyi rotated the black prayer beads in his hands, his face still expressionless. He slowly got up, came over to the 2 of them, and looked Wei Yuxian in the eye. He spat out 2 indifferent words, "Follow." He walked out first, leaving Wei Yuxian and Fu's mother with a tall, cold back. Wei Yuxian shivered from his coldness, and she didn't dare to argue with Fu's mother anymore, so she followed silently. She dared to argue with the old lady, but she didn't dare to argue with this man. She was afraid. Fu's mother was visibly happy, taking Wei Yuxian's hand and walking together. Although she didn't really agree with her son speaking to Wei Yuxian in such a cold tone, she didn't care as long as he listened to what he had to say. She just had to tell him more in the future that he couldn't keep speaking like that, it hurt people's feelings. When they got outside, the driver drove the car to the door, Fu Xuanyi sat in the passenger seat, and Wei Yuxian and Fu's mother sat in the back seat. Wei Yuxian was silent, with no desire to speak. Instead, Fu's mother tried to chat her up, trying to ease her tension and make her feel more relaxed. Wei Yuxian made herself try not to pay attention to the man in the passenger seat, and instead focus on the old lady, so that her expression wouldn't look so tense. She had to admit that it did have some effect when you're engrossed in doing one thing, it's hard to notice anything else. But Wei Yuxian still didn't dare let her guard down, and when she talked to the old lady, she was also a little careful, afraid of saying the wrong thing. They arrived at the mall and got out of the car. Wei Yuxian looked at the magnificent building in front of her. At a glance, she couldn't see the end of the endless shops, each with luxurious decorations. Like her, she had only dared to look at these high-end shopping malls from the outside before, and didn't even have the courage to go in. She had heard from her classmates whose families were well off that the goods in these high-end shopping malls cost hundreds of dollars for a single item, and tens of thousands of dollars for some of the more expensive ones. How could she have such spare money? It was not easy to scrape together the tuition fees to go to school. At the moment, looking at the shopping mall in front of her, Wei Yuxian's resistance welled up in her heart. She didn't want to set foot in such a place. The shiny tiles would reflect her embarrassment and unease. The right place for her was those disorganized small markets. Fu's mother walked in with her, but she noticed that the person next to her was frozen in place. Looking over, she saw her face was hesitant and full of resistance. "What's wrong, Yuxian?" she asked. "This is just a shopping mall, anyone can go in, don't think too much about it." She could see Yuxian's inferiority complex, her resistance, her lack of confidence. She also knew why she felt this way, and it had to do with her experiences growing up, which could not be changed. But her lack of confidence and inferiority complex could be overcome, it just took time. Chapter 13, Clothes. Wei Yuxian took a deep breath and thought to herself, "Yes, it's just a shopping mall, it's nothing, the customer is always right. When I earn my own money in the future, do I still need to be afraid of places like this?" She smiled at the Fu mother beside her and said, "It's fine, madam." "Yes, that's right." The Fu mother took her hand and led her inside. The shopping mall was divided into several floors, with a store on each floor, and there were a lot of them. The clothing area was on the second floor. They took the elevator up, and the first thing that caught their eye was a dazzling array of stores, each with a wide selection of clothes. Wei Yuxian looked at the names of the stores, some of which she had heard of, some of which she had never seen before, but they all had one thing in common, which was that they were expensive. An item of clothing was estimated to cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Without looking at other clothing brands, Mrs. Fu took Wei Yuxian to the brand she often visited. She felt that the clothes from that brand were the most comfortable to wear and the designs suited her very well. Wei Yuxian had no choice but to follow the old lady wherever she went. Fu Xuanyi followed behind them without saying a word, and behind him, there were also a few bodyguards. Once they entered the clothing store, the salesperson recognized the old lady at a glance and quickly informed the manager, who came up to greet them. The manager was a woman in her early 40s, dressed smartly and looking like an elite. Wei Yuxian looked at the person in front of her, dressed in a nice uniform, beautiful and confident, and she felt a surge of envy. She envied her confidence and success. At the same time, she couldn't help but fantasize about what she would look like in a suit when she started working formally in the future. The manager came up to her with a smile and said, "Madam, you're here. What are you looking for today? We've got some new styles that would look great on you. Would you like to take a look?" Fu's mother also greeted her with a smile and said, "I'll take a look at what's suitable for her today, but not these." Fu's mother looked at Wei Yuxian next to her and patted her hand. The manager is a person with a sharp mind and knows not to ask what he shouldn't, so he didn't ask Wei Yuxian's identity, but said, "This young lady is really pretty. If you trust me, madam, I'll take care of this young lady's clothes and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Fu's mother said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you. I still trust your judgment. You must make her look beautiful." Manager, "Don't worry, madam, you'll see a completely different person." She glanced at the clothes Wei Yuxian was wearing, a loose white t-shirt and black pants, the washing of which had turned pale, making them look as if she had worn them for a long time. She didn't even slouch in her attitude because Wei Yuxian was poorly dressed. "No kidding, this is someone the old lady brought here herself, how dare she be rude?" She carefully glanced at the man sitting on the sofa over there, wearing a round and smooth black string of beads on his wrist. If it wasn't the ruthless Buddhist monk Xian from Kyoto, then who else could it be? The old lady came here with Xian, and they specifically came to buy clothes for this woman, so what could be the identity of this woman? The manager dared not be negligent. She wore a polite smile on her face and said to Wei Yuxian, "Miss, please come with me to look over here." "Would you like to come along, too, madam?" she asked in passing. Fu's mother replied, "Then we'll come along. Xian, you come, too." She called to Fu Xuanyi, who was sitting on the sofa. Fu Xuanyi put down the fashion magazine he was reading, said nothing, got up and walked over. He wasn't interested in this at all, and his indifference was appalling. The manager led the three of them to the top section, and when they arrived at the new arrivals area, he picked up an item of clothing and put it on Wei Yuxian, saying, "Miss, this item of clothing really suits you." Fu's mother let go of her hand and walked up to have a look. She said, "It really does suit you, Yuxian. Do you like it?" Wei Yuxian looked at the exquisite item of clothing in the manager's hand and thought to herself, "How could I not like it? How could anyone not like such a wonderful item?" But then she remembered the price she had accidentally glanced at earlier. She hadn't been able to read it clearly, but she had seen a lot of zeros. She said, "I don't think it suits me very well. I don't like wearing clothes like this." The manager put the dress back and said, "It's okay, miss. We have many more styles. There's bound to be one you like." Fu's mother also said, "Yes, there are so many clothes, there's bound to be one you like." Wei Yuxian bit her lower lip and nodded. The manager quickly found another nice-looking dress and put it in front of Wei Yuxian, saying, "This one also suits you very well. It looks fresh and elegant. Do you like it?" Wei Yuxian looked at the dress carefully for a while and shook her head. Then the next one, the manager dutifully found clothes for Wei Yuxian and asked her if she liked them. After several pieces, Wei Yuxian's answer was always no. But looking at her expression, it was obvious that she didn't like them. She had clearly had one that had caught her eye, but she still said no. Fu's mother understood what was going on. The child definitely didn't want to buy these clothes. The child is used to being thrifty and naturally is unwilling to buy such expensive clothes. But this child will almost be considered a member of their Fu family in the future, so how can they wear such bad clothes? Fu's mother would never agree to this. Fu Xuanyi also saw her thoughts and felt a little annoyed. When will this dragging on end? He came up to Wei Yuxian and stared into her eyes. An oppressive feeling welled up, and in a cold, emotionless tone, he said, "You choose, or I choose." These 5 words made Wei Yuxian choose. No matter which one she chose, it was something she didn't want to do. Couldn't they just not buy any clothes? Her current clothes were also very good, not dirty or torn, and could be worn for a long time. These were not essential items, so there was no need to buy so many. Although her clothes were indeed very poor compared to the Fu family's. Fu Xianyi's cold gaze fixed on her, making her feel as if she were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and she shivered all over. At this moment, she had to make a choice. If she chose for herself, she could pick out some of her favorites, but if Fu Xianyi chose for her, he might as well buy the whole store. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Wei Yuxian whispered, "I'll choose for myself." She kept her head down, not daring to make eye contact with Fu Xianyi. If she looked any longer, she would tremble all over, shaking with fear. Fu Xuanyi walked back without saying a word, took off the Buddhist beads on his wrist, and played with them on his fingertips. Next, Wei Yuxian cooperated more, and when she saw a dress she liked, she would sincerely say that she liked it, and if she didn't like it, she would say that she didn't like it. Fu's mother's face also had more obvious smiles. The manager also let out a sigh of relief. After picking 5 dresses she liked, Wei Yuxian saw that the manager still wanted to get the next one, so she hurriedly said to Fu's mother beside her, "Old lady, that's enough, there are too many, I can't wear them all." Chapter 14, Electronics. Fu's mother patted her hand and said, "It's fine, it's okay to buy a few more. Wear one a day, and you'll go through them in a few days." Wei Yuxian had no choice but to pluck up her courage and pick out 5 more, saying, "Really, that's enough. I can't wear that many, old lady." Fu's mother saw her expression and knew that this was already her limit, so she didn't push anymore, saying, "Okay, that's enough for today." Wei Yuxian let out a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, and thought she could go to the checkout. Unexpectedly, the manager took her to the bottom clothing area the next second. Not content with just buying clothes, she also had to buy pants to match the clothes she had just bought. Wei Yuxian once again plucked up the courage to choose 10 pairs of pants. Behind her, the saleswoman carried a thick stack of clothes and pants in her hands and moved to the checkout counter. This time, it should be good, right? Wei Yuxian thought. However, it was not over yet. The manager took them to the skirt area, shoe area, underwear and socks area, etc., and got all the outfits they needed. 2 hours had passed in the process, and Wei Yuxian had indeed gained a lot, but she hadn't bought them willingly, so her mood was not much better. Mrs. Fu was happy, having bought Wei Yuxian a lot of new clothes. When it came to the checkout, she smiled at the person next to her and said, "Yuxian, you can wear these clothes in the future. If they're not enough, just ask Xian to come with you to buy more." Wei Yuxian gave a wry smile and weakly said, "Yes, madam." She glanced at Fu Xuanyi, who was paying the bill. He didn't bat an eye at the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stuff, just took out his card and swiped it. The salesperson helped them pack the clothes with a smile on his face, and it took a total of 5 minutes to finish packing. The bodyguard behind her had good eyesight and went over to get the things into his hands, following the hostess. Walking out of the clothing store, Wei Yuxian couldn't help but shiver, thinking that she could never come to a place like this again. She had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in just 2 hours, which was money she would never dare to think about. How long would it take her to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars when she went out to work in the future? A year? Or 2 years? Money really does flow like water. Seeing her shivering, Fu's mother asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is the air conditioning too cold? Do you need a jacket before you leave?" The air conditioning in this shopping mall is very strong, and people who don't like the cold won't be able to stand it. Wei Yuxian shook her head and said, "No, I'm not cold, I'm fine." She was just overcome with emotion, thinking about the 100,000 yuan. Now that she has finished shopping, she should be leaving soon. There's nothing else to buy. Fu's mother said, "If you feel cold, you have to say so. Don't hold it in, or you'll catch a cold. You're weak now, you can't push yourself too hard." When she said weak, she was referring to Wei Yuxian's pregnancy. Wei Yuxian nodded, as if to say she understood. Fu's mother then let her guard down, and took Wei Yuxian to the elevator, pressing the button for the 7th floor. Wei Yuxian was puzzled as to why she was pressing the 7th floor button. Did she need to buy something? She hurriedly asked, "Madam, aren't we going home?" "We should press the 1st floor button to go home." Fu's mother said, "There's no rush. We'll go buy some more things, and we'll be home in time for dinner." Wei Yuxian's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "What else do you need to buy? Haven't you already bought all the clothes?" Fu's mother didn't tell her directly, but said, "You'll see." The elevator quickly reached the 7th floor. As soon as the door opened, the first thing that caught her eye was a wide range of electronic products, mobile phones, computers, tablets, watches, and everything else imaginable. Wei Yuxian thought about the brand-name mobile phone she had bought for 200 to 300 yuan, which had been in use for several years and was so slow that it should have been scrapped long ago. But she kept using it because it was still functional, it just required some patience. She never wanted to replace it, thinking that she could keep using it as long as it worked, and if it really couldn't be used anymore, then she would consider buying a new one. Now, she didn't realize that the old lady had even considered that, and to be honest, she felt quite warm in her heart. It felt good to be cared about and missed, and she was no longer alone. She just couldn't accept the kindness of the old lady without reservation. Fu's mother took Wei Yuxian to a certain mobile phone store. It was a big brand, and the advertisements were very loud on mobile TV. Wei Yuxian knew this big brand. As soon as they entered the door, Fu's mother asked someone to bring out the best mobile phone. There were a few colors in total, and she put them in front of Wei Yuxian for her to choose. Wei Yuxian didn't want to choose, so she discussed with the old lady, my phone is still working, so I don't need to spend so much. You should change your phone for a better one, so I can contact you in the future. Fu's mother said, pick a color you like. Wei Yuxian continued to persuade the old lady, trying to make her give up the plan to buy a phone. After she had persuaded for a while, the old lady insisted on buying one, and the two of them started to argue. After about 2 minutes, Wei Yuxian heard a cold voice say, this one. It was Fu Xuanyi. He didn't want to watch them fight anymore, so he made the decision for Wei Yuxian and got some peace and quiet. He chose a white one, which was the best looking one of all the colors. He had to say, his taste was very good. The staff picked up the phone and said with a smile, okay, sir, let us show you the phone. After the phone was turned on, the staff demonstrated some of the phone's functions and also told them some basic information. Fu Xuanyi was not interested in this and just felt that it was a waste of time. He wanted to finish buying things quickly and go home. Accompanying a woman shopping is really troublesome, he thought to himself. Wei Yuxian was about to say no, but before her words could come out, Fu Xuanyi gave her a look that stopped her in her tracks. She could tell from his eyes that he wanted to tell her not to cause him trouble. Wei Yuxian could only close her mouth, not daring to say anything, and quietly watched the staff pack the phone. Fu's mother stopped the staff member's actions and said, no need to pack it, we'll put the card in now. Yuxian, take out the phone. Wei Yuxian remained silent, took out the phone, and handed it to the staff member. The staff member skillfully helped her replace the card in the new phone, and copied the contents of the original phone to the new one. He asked, do you need any other services? After thinking for a while, Fu's mother asked the staff to upgrade Wei Yuxian's data package to the unlimited data type, so that she wouldn't have to save her data. She then topped up some credit for her, and reminded Fu Xuanyi to top up her credit every month in the future. Fu Xuanyi nodded, indicating that he understood. When she walked out of the phone store, Wei Yuxian had a new phone in her hand, and she still had the old one, which she was reluctant to throw away. Later, Fu's mother bought her a tablet and laptop, both of the best kind, and told her to take them to school. Wei Yuxian could not refuse, and could only accept numbly. Chapter 15, Bank Card. The moment she walked out of the mall, Wei Yuxian let out a sigh of relief. The old lady had not bought anything else after buying him some electronic equipment, and looked into the distance at the setting sun, which was slowly disappearing into the mountains. When they got into the car, her clothes were placed in the trunk of the car behind the bodyguard's car, and there wasn't enough room, so some were placed in the trunk of the car she was sitting in. One could imagine how much the old lady had bought her today. He knew that the old lady wanted to be kind to her and buy her some useful things to make her life better. This money was a very large sum in her eyes, but in the eyes of the Fu family, it was nothing, and they had a generous heritage. Wei Yuxian thought to herself that she should thank the old lady for buying her so many things, even though they weren't what she wanted or what she had wanted. However, she would be using them in the future, so she should thank the old lady. In the future, there would probably be many more situations like this, and she couldn't accept it now, so who knew what would happen in the future? Wei Yuxian pondered how to say it, pressed the phone that was still warm in her hands, glanced at the wallpaper that came with the system, and turned it off again. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she said, Madam, thank you for buying me all these things. Mrs. Fu, there's no need to say thank you to family members. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. You can say it to me or to Xian, it's the same. Xian paid for you today. If you want to say thank you, then say it to Xian. Deep down, she wanted to matchmake them. Over the years, Xian hadn't shown any interest in any girl, or rather, any interest at all. Although she doesn't know why she is willing to touch Yuxian and have a child, looking at her now, she can see that Xian is still cold towards Yuxian, and has returned to the same indifferent and apathetic state as before. I think in the future, Xian will never change this gloomy appearance of his. It would be better to match him with Yuxian, after all, they have a child together. Moreover, after spending only a short time together, she was able to tell that Yuxian is a good person, much better than those chaotic and scheming women out there. The only thing that is not so good is that this child's family background is worlds apart from theirs. However, their Fu family does not place much importance on this. If it comes to background, who in the whole of Kyoto can match the Fu family? The Fu family also does not disdain to use marriage to strengthen their background, what they value more is their offspring. Wei Yuxian, under the encouraging gaze of the old lady, slowly lowered her gaze to the indifferent man over there and whispered, "Thank you, Master Xian." The servants in the family, the people outside, and even Fu Xuanyi's childhood friends all called him that, so Wei Yuxian also called him that. Fu's mother, however, did not like this way of addressing him. She said, "What's with calling him Master Xian? That's just what outsiders call him. Our family can just call him a Xian. Remember that from now on." Wei Yuxian smiled at the old lady, but did not say anything. She did not know if she had agreed or not. The indifferent man over there nodded in response to her earlier thanks. Fu's mother looked at her indifferent son and did not know how to make him stop keeping his face cold. He did this with outsiders and also with family members, which was very annoying. When they returned home, it was dinner time. As soon as Auntie Fu saw them, she hurriedly told the maid to serve the food on the table, saying, "Madam, Master Xian, and Madam, dinner is ready." Father Fu went back soon after arriving here. He had to take care of some matters, so naturally, he did not see Wei Yuxian. After washing their hands, they sat down at the table. A special nutritious meal was placed in front of Wei Yuxian. It was a customized meal for pregnant women prepared by the kitchen staff. Her nutrition is not very good, and she looks very small and frail, the kind of person who could fall over in the wind. If she doesn't eat better, when the baby in her stomach gets bigger, she's going to suffer. This noon, after receiving the notification, the kitchen hastily created a customized recipe for the lady, and every day from now on, they will follow the recipe to ensure that the lady and the little master in her stomach are well taken care of. Wei Yuxian saw that her meal was different from everyone else's, and she looked at Auntie Fu with confusion, asking with her eyes, "Why is mine different? It has to be eaten separately." Auntie Fu, afraid that she would think too much about it, explained, "Madam, this is a nutritious meal specially prepared by the kitchen for you to provide you with sufficient nutrition." Wei Yuxian nodded, let out a little "oh," and then added a thank you after a while. Auntie Fu sat next to Wei Yuxian, and Fu Xuanyi sat opposite her. The former said, "Yuxian, you need to eat more. You are too thin. Eat more to put on some weight." Wei Yuxian nodded, "Yes, madam." Wei Yuxian ate the nutritious meal in front of her. It didn't taste like the nutritious meal she imagined. This nutritious meal tasted very good, not bland and tasteless. She quite liked it. If she could eat nutritious meals like this in the future, it seemed like a good idea. It would also help her to recuperate. If you eat well and take care of your body, your resistance will increase and you won't get sick so easily. Wei Yuxian ate most of the nutritious meal and wanted to finish the rest as well, not wanting to waste it. However, her stomach was really full, and she would vomit if she ate one more bite, so she could only watch as the maid took it away. Fu's mother saw her reluctance and said, "It's good to be full. Yuxian, everything should be eaten in moderation. If you get a stomachache because you eat too much, the price you pay will be even greater." Wei Yuxian thought about it and agreed. If she got a stomachache from overeating, she would have to pay for medical treatment, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Fu Xuanyi was also full. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, took out a bank card from his pocket, and pushed it in front of Wei Yuxian, saying, "Take it. There is no password, so use it as much as you like, don't save it." His actions were a bit sudden, and they completely caught Wei Yuxian off guard. Looking at the bank card on the table, she was momentarily unable to respond. Why did he suddenly give her a bank card? Is he going to give her money to spend? But she didn't want to use Fu Xuanyi's money. She had some money of her own, not much, but she didn't want to use Fu Xuanyi's money. She had already used a lot of intangible money while living in Fu's house, and she couldn't ask Fu Xuanyi for any more. Fu's mother took the bank card and put it in her hand, without any courtesy, saying, "Take it if Xian gives it to you. Don't feel any psychological burden. This is what our Fu family should give you. This is Xian's card, you can spend as much as you like without a limit, buy whatever you like, and don't worry about running out of money. You won't be able to spend it all in a short time, Xian will put money in every month, so don't worry." Chapter 16, When I sleep, does someone ever enter my room? Wei Yuxian held the bank card in her hand, as if she was holding a hot potato, thinking to herself, "This is not a problem to worry about? This is a problem of whether she should take it or not. There must be a lot of money on this card, not to mention tens of millions, there could be tens of millions." And she remembered that Fu Xuanyi also used this card when paying just now. She blushed and said, "Old lady, it's better if I don't take this card. This is fine, I don't need to buy anything here, it's free." She hurriedly put the bank card back on the table. Fu's mother once again put the bank card in her hand and said, "Just take it. What if you need to use it? Just take it. Listen to me. Yu Xian, this is the Fu family's goodwill. Goodwill? That's a really big goodwill, so big that she didn't dare to accept it. She wanted to refuse again, and unintentionally glanced over at Fu Xuanyi over there. She saw that he was still expressionless, and it was terrifying just to look at him. In an instant, she didn't dare to say no anymore. Wei Yuxian quickly took the card and said, I'll take it then. If I take it, I'll just not use it in the future. If she doesn't spend any money, can they still force her to spend money? Fu's mother saw that she had taken the card and a smile appeared on her face. She said, That's right, don't feel obligated. Yuxian, you have to slowly begin to adapt to life in the Fu family. In the future, your life in the Fu family will only get better and better. I'm putting my words here today. Anyone who dares to treat you badly is an enemy of the Fu family. The Fu family will protect you from worry for the rest of your life. These words were spoken with great solemnity, and they came from the Fu family matriarch herself. Wei Yuxian knew that they were true. The matriarch didn't just pay them lip service, she would take action. This was what she wanted. She wanted to be free from worry for the rest of her life. This was her choice. In the future, even if there is no Fu family, she herself will create such a life for herself. Thank you, madam, she sincerely said to Fu's mother. Fu's mother patted her cheek and said, Good girl. Fu's mother sat with Wei Yuxian for a while longer in the Fu residence, then returned to the old Fu residence, leaving the two of them to exchange feelings. But most likely, they would not exchange feelings. Indeed, just as she had thought, the two of them did not exchange feelings, and they did not even speak a word. Wei Yuxian was afraid of his strong aura and didn't want to face his cold face. After the old lady left, she went back to her room. She didn't care what Fu Xuanyi would do. She sat in her room and read for a while, and she also wrote some homework. Then she thought about going downstairs to ask Auntie Fu about this afternoon. She had planned to go and ask Auntie Fu this afternoon after she got up, but she was intercepted by the old lady and dragged off to go shopping. Now, she still hadn't forgotten about it. After finishing her homework, she got up, stretched slightly, walked out of the room and looked down. She didn't see Fu Xuanyi's figure, so she walked down the stairs with peace of mind. When she got downstairs, she looked around but didn't see Auntie Fu's figure. She didn't know where she had gone. She saw a servant in the house and stopped her to ask, Hello, do you know where Auntie Fu is? The maid quickly called out, Hello, madam, before returning to her question, Butler Fu is in the garden. Is there something you need from Butler Fu, madam? I'll contact her right away. Wei Yuxian nodded and said thank you. The maid said, You're welcome, madam. Why don't you go sit on the sofa for a while? I've already informed Butler Fu, and she'll be here in a little while. Okay. Wei Yuxian sat down on the sofa and waited a little while. She got bored and took out her phone to see if her teacher had posted anything in the group chat. She had only been sitting for a minute when a maid brought a plate of cut fruit to her and respectfully said, Please eat the fruit, madam. Thank you, Wei Yuxian said, taking a fork and eating the fruit. The fruit was very sweet, and the texture and taste were a little different from the ones she had eaten before. For example, the grapes she had eaten before had astringent flavors, but the ones she was eating now did not. It might be due to the variety of the grapes, but this variety tasted better, and of course, it was also much more expensive. Wei Yuxian's life has undergone a qualitative change in the Fu family. There is no best, only better. After playing with her phone for a while and waiting for a while, Auntie Fu hurriedly returned from outside, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She respectfully asked, Madam, did you want to see me? Wei Yuxian froze for a moment and said, Well, actually you don't need to be in such a hurry, and I'm not either. Auntie Fu smiled carelessly and said, Then I'll go slower next time. Please tell me if you need anything, madam. Wei Yuxian stood up and got down to business. She was about to speak when she heard Auntie Fu say, Madam, you can just sit down and speak, there's no need to stand up. She had to sit down again and said, Auntie Fu, I just want to ask, this afternoon when I was sleeping, did someone enter my room? It turned out to be this matter. Auntie Fu said, Yes, madam, when you were sleeping, I and the old lady and Master Xian went in for a while. Wei Yuxian thought that only the servants had been in her room, but she never imagined that Fu Xuanyi and the old lady had also gone in. She asked, Then did the old lady or Master Xian turn on the air conditioning in my room? Auntie Fu said, It was the old lady who told me to turn it on. Madam, you should turn on the air conditioning when you are in your room. It's not good to let the heat get to your head. The servants' quarters in our house also have air conditioning, and everyone turns it on. So, madam, you should not feel any psychological burden. Wei Yuxian thought about it for a while, told Auntie Fu to go downstairs, and pondered on the sofa by herself. Both the old lady and Master Xian had gone into her room, so why had she not heard any noise? She was sleeping so soundly. She felt a little embarrassed. Then she thought about the air conditioning. Looking up at the large hall, she saw that it was equipped with central air conditioning, and the cold air blew down from above. Even when no one was there, it was kept on to maintain a comfortable room temperature. No one knows when the host will be in the living room. If the host feels hot, it is the servant's dereliction of duty, so the air conditioner is always on here except during sleeping hours at night. The Fu family really does not lack for electricity, Wei Yuxian thought. There is no other cooling tool in the room except the air conditioner. If she doesn't turn it on, it will always be hot. She doesn't know how many times she will wake up throughout the night. Thinking about this, Wei Yuxian sighed and could only compromise and decide to turn on the air conditioner. She also numbed herself to the fact that the entire Fu household was so large, using a lot of electricity and costing a lot of money, while she was only using a tiny fraction of it, insignificant, so she might as well turn it on. With that, Wei Yuxian made her decision. Chapter 17, Goodbye, Master Xian. Wei Yuxian sat in the living room for a while, finishing the fruit on her plate, tidying it up in the kitchen, and then going back to her room. She stood in front of the air conditioner, holding the remote control in her hand, and watched it quietly for a while. She turned on the air conditioner, and after a while, the cold air blew out of the air conditioner and blew on her, dispersing the heat from her body. It was still early, and Wei Yuxian was bored in her room. There wasn't much to do, so she took out a book to preview the content of the next chapter. If it were usual times, she would still be working part-time, but she couldn't be so carefree. Speaking of part-time work, yes, after she moved in with the Fu family, she couldn't work part-time anymore. Fu Xuanyi would pick her up from work every day on time. She still had to tell her boss that she wouldn't be working part-time anymore. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and sent a few messages to her boss on WeChat, saying that she would not be working part-time in the future and apologizing. Her boss quickly replied to her message, not asking her the reason why she didn't go, but just settled her previous salary and said that if she wanted to find a part-time job in the future, she could still go to him. Wei Yuxian said thank you to her boss several times, and chatted with him for a while before putting down her phone. Flipping through the textbooks on the table, she couldn't concentrate. She wondered where she would get the money if she didn't take the part-time job. But there was nothing she needed to spend money on in the Fu family, but she still wanted to earn a little extra money, and it would be reassuring to have a little money on hand. Fu Xuanyi gave her a bank card with an uncountable amount of money on it, but that money wasn't hers and she wouldn't know how to use it. Never mind, there would always be a way out in the future, and everything would be fine. Thinking about this, she calmed down and concentrated on reading the book in her hands. It was past 10 o'clock at night when she yawned, covered the book, and went to wash up and go to bed. Thanks to the air conditioning, she slept very well that night, undisturbed by mosquitoes and with the temperature just right. She woke up a little after 7 in the morning, got up, washed up, and went downstairs to see if breakfast was ready. When she arrived at the dining table, she saw Fu Xuanyi already sitting in his place, enjoying a breakfast set in front of him. Auntie Fu said, "Madam, you're up. Sit down, I'll have your breakfast brought up." Wei Yuxian nodded, sat down in the chair, and kept a little distance from Fu Xuanyi. She looked at the man and said, "Good morning, Master Xian." She said hello to him. After all, she was now living in Fu Xuanyi's home, and it was only right to say hello to him. Fu Xuanyi nodded and looked at her, saying, "Today is a rest day. You can hang out at home, and if you want to go out, you can call the driver for a ride." He told Wei Yuxian again, and although his words were caring, his tone was still so cold that if you didn't know any better, you'd think he had an ice maker in his throat. Wei Yuxian was still not used to his cold way of speaking, and she was still afraid of him. She nodded once and didn't speak to him again. Soon, Auntie Fu brought her breakfast up. She glanced at it and saw that it was different from Fu Xuanyi's. She guessed that this was specially prepared for her in the kitchen. She ate quietly. Wei Yuxian ate a little slowly, chewing slowly, not wanting to eat so fast. Eating slowly is better for digestion and is also good for the body. In the past, she always ate quickly in order to save time, and her stomach had a little problem. Now that she has time, she can eat slowly, which is good for her health and saves her from wasting extra money on medical treatment. She was half full, and Fu Xuanyi over there had already finished eating. He wiped his mouth and said, "I'm going to work." On Sundays, the busy Mr. Fu still has to go to work, although it is not clear whether he is working for the Fu Group. The Fu family's current status in Beijing could not have been achieved by relying on overt means alone. There are also some covert businesses that have enabled the Fu family to go so far and stand in such a high position. Wei Yuxian looked at him and after a moment of thought, said, "Have a nice day, Master Xian." Fu Xuanyi didn't say anything else, but just looked at her, seeing her obedient appearance, and left with peace of mind. After finishing breakfast, Wei Yuxian still didn't have much to do. She watched some TV in the living room for a while, then went outside to take a look at what the Fu residence was like and how big it was. She wanted to learn more about the place so that it would be easier for her to go anywhere in the future. After walking for a while on her own, Auntie Fu came up from nowhere and followed behind her, saying, "My lady, if you want to go for a walk in the future, you can have someone follow you." My lady is now the fragile treasure of the entire Fu residence, with 2 little masters in her belly. If anything happens to you in the house, they won't get off lightly. So while you're in the house, you need someone to follow you wherever you go. Wei Yuxian smiled at Auntie Fu and said, "No need." Auntie Fu disagreed, saying, "Yes, you need to. You're pregnant now, so you need to be more careful. Having someone follow you is also a precaution in case anything happens. Really, Auntie Fu, you can go about your business now. I'll be back in a little while." "No, madam, if something happens to you, the whole household will suffer. You'd better let me follow you. Besides, there's nothing to do right now." Wei Yuxian thought about it for a while, and didn't let Auntie Fu leave again. She let her stay by her side and said, "Then, Auntie Fu, show me around the house." Auntie Fu was very happy and said, "Okay, then I will take you on a tour of the house." After walking for about an hour, Wei Yuxian felt that she was okay, not very tired, and could walk some more. The Fu residence was very large, much larger than she had expected. She had no idea that a villa could be built this big. Not only that, but even the mountains behind it were included in the villa. She still wanted to walk some more and explore the area. After walking for an hour, she had only seen a small corner of the Fu residence, and there were still many places she hadn't seen. But Auntie Fu refused to let her go, took her to a pavilion and sat her down, saying, "Madam, you have already reached your daily exercise quota today, so you should stop walking. Moderate exercise is good, especially for those who are pregnant, but excessive exercise is not good, and in severe cases can even cause miscarriage." Therefore, Auntie Fu was unwilling to let Wei Yuxian walk anymore, not even walking back. Instead, she contacted a servant and asked someone to drive the car to this place to pick Wei Yuxian up. Wei Yuxian looked at her nervous expression and said, "Auntie Fu, it's nothing, it's just a walk, it won't take long to walk back. They just spent so much time walking around, and now it won't take an hour to walk back to the house." But Auntie Fu just wouldn't let her out of the pavilion. Chapter 18. Have you noticed that Wei Yuxian is a little different today? The sun is out, and it's very hot when it shines on people. Auntie Fu was even more unwilling to let people go out. She said, "My lady, just listen to me. The sun is too strong outside, it will burn you. Just sit back and relax for a while, the car will be here soon." Wei Yuxian could only sit quietly inside the pavilion and wait for the car to arrive. She never imagined that she would need to drive in her own home. This kind of thing that only happens in TV dramas actually happened to her. After about 10 minutes, the maid arrived in the car. Auntie Fu quickly told Wei Yuxian to get in the car, as it was so hot that she could take a bath in the sweat she was producing. The air conditioning in the car was fully turned on, which was very comfortable, and Wei Yuxian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After another 10-minute drive, the maid stopped the car. Wei Yuxian got out and returned to her room, taking out her book and continuing to read. She would probably spend the whole day reading, as she didn't have anything else to do. Fu Xuanyi didn't come back for lunch, so Wei Yuxian ate alone. It was still a delicious and nutritious meal, and she was very satisfied. After eating, she took a nap, got up and continued reading until dinner time. This time, she saw Fu Xuanyi's figure. He came back for dinner. But it didn't make a difference whether he came back or not. Wei Yuxian didn't say anything to him except to say hello. After dinner, she went back to her room, not wanting to be in the same space as Fu Xuanyi. After she left, Fu Xuanyi called Auntie Fu over and asked about Wei Yuxian's situation today. Auntie Fu told him about how Wei Yuxian had walked around the villa and read books today, and even told him how much food Wei Yuxian had eaten. Fu Xuanyi didn't react much to what he heard, and told Auntie Fu to go downstairs. The next day, Monday, Wei Yuxian had her first class in the morning. The first class started at 8 o'clock. The villa district was a 20-minute drive from the school, and with the distance to the villa, she had to leave half an hour early. After getting up at 7 o'clock, she washed up briefly, had breakfast downstairs, and got into Fu Xuanyi's car. The man in the driver's seat still had a cold face and didn't say a word. He saw the people get in the car and started the car and set off. Wei Yuxian also didn't say a word. She sat in the back seat. The car was very quiet, and the atmosphere was also very frozen. She just felt that being in the same space as Fu Xuanyi was very oppressive, and she didn't dare to make a sound. Who could blame this man for being so imposing? It was the first time she had seen someone with such an aura. She wondered if his aura was innate or acquired, and if it was acquired, how? Wei Yuxian put these random thoughts aside and said, "Master Xian, you can just let me off at the alley outside the school." She didn't want Fu Xuanyi to drive so prominently to the school gate or inside the school, as it would attract attention. If someone she knew saw her getting out of such a car, they would no doubt say something. Fu Xuanyi nodded, agreeing. Wei Yuxian added, "In the future, can you have your driver pick me up and drop me off? It's too much trouble for you to do it yourself." This was one reason, but there was an even more important reason. She didn't want to be in the same suffocating space as Fu Xuanyi. Just being with Fu Xuanyi made her very uncomfortable, let alone being alone with him. In order to make her life easier in the future, she decided to make this request to Fu Xianyi. She felt that Fu Xianyi would agree. After all, picking her up and dropping her off every day was really tiring work, and he still had work to do. However, Fu Xianyi said to her, "No trouble." This meant that he did not agree to her request and would still personally pick her up and drop her off at school. Wei Yuxian. She did not dare to say anything, and she did not dare to persuade him with words, for fear that Fu Xianyi would get angry. When this man is not angry, he has a cold face that looks terrifying. If he gets angry, it will be even more terrifying. Forget it, if he is going to drive her to school himself, then he will. The worst that can happen is that she will focus her energy on other things in the future. When they arrived at the alley next to the school, Fu Xuanyi stopped the car. Wei Yuxian was about to get out of the car when the person in front of her said, "Auntie Fu will bring you lunch at noon." Wei Yuxian froze for a moment, nodded and said, "I know," got out of the car, and said, "See you again, Mr. Xian." She walked towards the school without looking back, hurrying to get to class. Fu Xuanyi watched her figure disappear, assuring himself that she was absolutely safe, before leaving the school and going to the company. Wei Yuxian hurried to the classroom, just in time, and she had just sat in the front row when the bell rang for class to start. The teacher also came to the classroom at this time and started taking attendance. Wei Yuxian adjusted her breathing for a while, opened her textbook, and turned to the content to be taught today. Fortunately, this classroom was very close to the school entrance, otherwise she would not have been able to catch up. There were very few people sitting in the front, and most students were sitting in the back, which was convenient for them to fool around. However, Wei Yuxian was different. Every time, she sat in the front, and in the front, she was also the only one. Her three roommates often sat together in the back, but she didn't get along with them, or rather, she didn't get along with any of them. She didn't want to spend any time with them, so sitting in the front was just fine, and she didn't have to listen to their nasty comments. She didn't get along with the rest of the class either, because Ding Nana always said bad things about her and tried to alienate her from the rest of the class. But it's fine, she doesn't care about this either. It's just that she doesn't have anyone to talk to together. She has been like this most of the time before, so she is used to it. It doesn't matter if she has friends or not. Besides, her main purpose for coming to school is to study. If she can't make a true friend, then it's better not to have a friend. After the teacher finished calling the roll, she started the class. Wei Yuxian listened attentively and took careful notes. In the back row, Ding Nana sat with her two roommates, and she and her roommates were playing around in the back row, playing with their phones. Tired of playing with her phone with her head down, she looked up and stretched her neck, and saw a figure in the seat in front of her. It looked a bit familiar, but the clothes this person was wearing were too good, and she couldn't confirm whether this person was Wei Yuxian for a while. She nudged the two followers next to her and asked, "Do you see if that person in front is Wei Yuxian?" The two roommates looked at her and said, "It's her. I'm familiar with that back view. Besides, she's the only one in the class who would sit in that seat." Ding Nana nodded and asked, "Have you noticed anything different about her today?" The two roommates looked carefully but didn't notice anything unusual. They said, "No, what could be different about her?" Chapter 19. Hello, my name is Chung Jingyao. Ding Nana narrowed her eyes and said, "Take a closer look. Isn't the clothes she's wearing very different?" The two girls looked again, this time focusing on her clothes, and noticed that they were indeed different from before. They remembered very clearly what clothes Wei Yuxian used to wear. They were all wide and baggy, looked cheap, and had been worn for a long time. But today, the clothes she was wearing were obviously different from before. Very different. One of the girls asked, "When did she buy new clothes? And this style looks a bit familiar to me. It seems to be the new limited edition from the XX brand." Another girl widened her eyes and said, "It really seems like it. I've been eyeing this dress for a long time, but I just don't have the money to buy it." Ding Nana also noticed it, but she felt that the clothes on Wei Yuxian must be fakes, bought from some shitty online store. The real thing costs 20,000 yuan. Even she can't afford it, let alone Wei Yuxian, a poor girl who doesn't even have enough money for food. She laughed mockingly and said, "This poor girl knows to buy a fake designer brand, so why pretend? Just look at her poor appearance, everything she wears makes her look poor, and I can smell the sour stench from here." The two girls nodded in agreement and said, yes, it must be a fake. How could this poor guy afford the real thing? By the way, Sister Na, this poor guy hasn't been in the dormitory for the past 2 days, and he doesn't even go back to sleep. Ding Nana also remembered this incident and said, "Yes, I haven't seen the sight of this poor guy for the past 2 days. Where did she go? She's not fooling around with some guy, is she?" The girl said, "I think so. Sister Na, look at her. She came back after 2 days with a whole new outfit. How could she afford new clothes? It must be a man buying them for her." Ding Nana's mouth curled up, and she said, "I'd like to see which idiot has no taste and actually likes this poor girl Wei Yuxian. Wouldn't it be better for him to find another woman if he has the money?" The girl said, "Whoever can look at Wei Yuxian is probably not a good person either, and he might be a poor guy too. A poor guy and a poor guy, they really make a perfect match." The three girls in the back row laughed quietly, covering their mouths for fear that they would be heard by the teacher. After all, it was now class time. Wei Yuxian didn't know what the people behind her were talking about, and she didn't want to know either. During class time, she had to pay attention and learn all the knowledge, not missing a single class. The things she is studying in her major are relatively complicated and difficult. If she doesn't pay attention, it will be difficult for her to catch up later. She doesn't want to waste time and money retaking the course. A class, plus a 10-minute break in between, is a total of 90 minutes. Wei Yuxian listens attentively the whole time. After one class, she has taken good notes on the places the teacher has covered, and has also drawn out the things to be memorized and tested. When the class ended, there was a 20-minute break, but Wei Yuxian didn't relax. Instead, she grabbed her textbook and put it in her large canvas bag, hurrying to the next classroom for the next class. There were 2 classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, so it was a busy day. She arrived at the next classroom 5 minutes before class started and sat in the front row, taking out her water bottle to drink. This was a large class, the kind where several classes meet together. Everyone wanted to sit in the back, but there were only a limited number of seats and there were a lot of people, so the front was inevitably full as well. A minute after she sat down, a boy sat down next to her. He was in the same major as her, but in a different class. Wei Yuxian remembered him because they had sat together several times, and the boy would also chat with her. The boy had a boyish, slightly disheveled haircut and was good looking. He was also popular at school and many girls liked him. "Classmate, we meet again." The boy leaned slightly to the side, propped one hand on his chin, and smiled at Wei Yuxian. Wei Yuxian returned his smile and said, "Long time no see." The boy rubbed his slightly messy hair and said, "I haven't even known your name after seeing you so many times." "My name is Cheng Jingyao, and you?" "I'm Wei Yuxian." "It's nice to meet you, Cheng Jingyao," she said politely. "So your name is Wei Yuxian. That's a very suitable name for you." "Yuxian, can I call you Yuxian?" he asked sincerely. Wei Yuxian nodded and said, "Yes," while taking out the books she would need for the class later. Cheng Jingyao raised the corners of his mouth, happy that their relationship had grown closer, and said, "Since we'll be taking classes together in the future, let's add each other on WeChat so we can keep in touch in the future." Wei Yuxian hesitated for a moment before taking out her phone and adding him on WeChat, setting a note. After doing so, it was just about time for class to start, and the teacher walked into the classroom. Cheng Jingyao had wanted to chat with her some more, but seeing that she was already paying attention in class, he didn't say anything. Wei Yuxian actually didn't know how to chat with strangers very well. She was relieved when the teacher came in to start the class, and she was just able to pay attention to the class. The teacher was lecturing on the podium, and the bottom was full of students, but no one knew how many were listening attentively. Everyone was playing with their phones or dozing off. Time passed by minute, and the teacher's enthusiasm for lecturing remained unchanged. Wei Yuxian wrote page after page of notes, without paying attention to anything else. Around him, Zhang Jingyao occasionally glanced at the person next to him who was listening attentively and taking notes. The more he looked, the more he felt that she exuded a charm, an unknown charm that attracted him. He had noticed her during the first class. She was good-looking, just a little thin. Then he observed her for several weeks, feeling that he was interested in her, before formally getting to know her today. Today she looked very different. She was wearing a suit that suited her perfectly, and her whole aura was completely different. She looked even more beautiful and attractive, and he couldn't help but focus more of his attention on her. As he watched, he didn't pay attention to the class for a few minutes, and the time passed quickly. It was time for class to end. Wei Yuxian packed up her things, said goodbye to the people around her, and got up to leave. As she walked, she kept in touch with Auntie Fu on her phone, asking where she was and arranging a place to pick up the food. Cheng Jingyao had been in a daze, and by the time he came to his senses, Wei Yuxian had already walked with the crowd to the classroom door. He quickly grabbed his things and chased after her, squeezing next to her. Yuxian, do you want to go eat together? There's a place in the third cafeteria that serves really good stir-fry. He invited her. Chapter 20, Roommates Taunts. Wei Yuxian smiled faintly and politely declined. Sorry, Chang, I'll go home and bring my own lunch, so I won't be going with you. Cheng Jingyao could only say with some regret, okay, then, let's do it again next time. He was hoping to use lunch to bring them closer together, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Wei Yuxian parted ways with him and went to the agreed-upon location with Auntie Fu. When she arrived, she saw a black car parked under the tree, and Auntie Fu got out of the car, carrying a thermos in her hand. This place is remote, and usually no one walks here. It's even more deserted now that it's lunchtime. In order to avoid being discovered, Wei Yuxian deliberately chose such a place, which is very safe. Auntie Fu, you've worked hard. Wei Yuxian took the thermos that Auntie Fu handed over. Auntie Fu smiled and called out Madam, saying, it's no trouble, it's what I should be doing. After you've finished eating, just bring the thermos back tonight. I'll still be here waiting for you at this time tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Auntie Fu. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the dormitory first. Take care, madam. Wei Yuxian carried the food back to the dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, she saw all three roommates sitting at their respective places eating. Without saying a word or greeting them, she walked back to her place and sat down to eat. Ding Nana threw her spoon into her bowl and said mockingly, oh, the poor girl is finally back. She's been hanging out with some guy these past 2 days. Even her clothes looked new. Did she get them from screwing someone? Haha, 3 hearty laughs came from the dormitory, but to Wei Yuxian they sounded so harsh and unpleasant. She could tell that Ding Nana's words were full of double meanings. She still didn't say anything, ignoring their words and minding her own business. She put her phone on the table and pretended she hadn't heard them. Fomi, one of the 2 girls, accidentally saw Wei Yuxian's phone on the table and said, Sister Nana, look at her phone, she even changed her phone. The other girl, Chen Wei, was closest to Wei Yuxian and could see what her phone looked like at a glance. After taking a good look at it, she widened her eyes and said, Nijie, her phone is actually the latest pineapple phone. Wei Yuxian saw that they were discussing her phone and quickly turned it over so that the back was facing them and they couldn't see it. She didn't realize that this phone would also cause her trouble. Ding Nana couldn't even eat anymore, and stood up, asking, are you sure it's a pineapple phone? The latest model? Chen Wei nodded firmly, saying, I'm sure. My brother uses this exact model, I wouldn't be mistaken. Ding Nana walked over, grabbed Wei Yuxian's phone, and looked at it. Wei Yuxian quickly turned her head away, saying, give it back to me. Ding Nana felt the quality of the phone, and it didn't seem fake, it was almost the same as the real thing, but where did this poor person get the money? She asked, is this phone real or fake? It looks just like the real thing. Wei Yuxian said, fake, to avoid trouble. Ding Nana snorted, threw the phone back on the table, and said, I told you, you poor thing, how can you afford a real pineapple phone? She herself uses a pineapple phone, but it's not the latest model, it's the previous model, and it cost her 8,000 yuan to buy it too. She walked back and continued eating, not bothering to pay any more attention to Wei Yuxian. Wei Yuxian was also relieved, and put her phone aside, eating the nutritious meal Auntie Fu had brought her. Fortunately, they were just having a bit of fun and didn't pursue the matter. She chose to endure the bullying from these 3 and pretended she hadn't heard. She had considered rebelling, but she couldn't. She had rebelled before, but all she got in return was even more bullying. Given the personalities of these three people, if she resisted, they would definitely intensify their bullying. Now they are only saying unpleasant things, which do not cause her any substantial harm. She can endure it and it will pass. Anyway, in the 4 years of university, she will only spend 3 years with them, and in the future, she will only be back at noon and will stay at Fu's house in the evenings, so she will face them even less. After finishing the nutritious meal Auntie Fu had sent over, she washed the thermos and put it on the table, then went to bed. The first class of the afternoon was at 3 o'clock, and Wei Yuxian got up at 2:30. She had 10 minutes to wash up and get ready before leaving the house and arriving at the classroom on time. After 2 classes had passed, it was time to go home. She grabbed her books and walked to the school gate, without going back to the dormitory. When she reached the alley where she had agreed to meet Fu Xuanyi, the car was already there, waiting for her. She quickened her pace, got into the car, and greeted the man in front of her, Master Xian. Yes. The man responded, and after picking up his passenger, he started the car and headed back. When they returned home, it was just in time for dinner. Wei Yuxian and Fu Xuanyi washed their hands, sat down face to face, and ate in silence. Wei Yuxian didn't know what to say to him, and there was nothing to talk about anyway. Coupled with the fact that she still feared Fu Xuanyi, she had even less to say. After dinner, she went to her room to do her homework, took a shower, and went to bed. Every day after that, except during the holidays, Fu Xuanyi personally picked her up and dropped her off at school, without missing a day. Gradually, Wei Yuxian got used to his daily pick-up and drop-off, but the atmosphere between them remained as dull as ever. Apart from saying hello every day, they had nothing to say to each other. This day, Fu Xuanyi sent Wei Yuxian to school as usual. It was mid-November, and the weather was slowly getting colder. Wei Yuxian put on the new coat Fu's family had bought her. This month, she had eaten well and slept well at the Fu's. Apart from studying, she didn't have to worry about anything else, so her body had become a little plump, with a little bit of flesh on her body, and her stomach had grown a little. Wei Yuxian was a little glad that it was winter, because when her belly got bigger, there would still be thick clothes to cover it up, so that no one would be able to tell that she was pregnant. She didn't want anyone at school to find out that she was pregnant, especially the three of them, Ding Nana, who would probably gossip if they saw her. Before getting off the bus, Wei Yuxian said goodbye to Fu Xuanyi as usual. Normally, Fu Xuanyi would just give a cold, indifferent nod, but today, he said goodbye for the first time. Wei Yuxian didn't pay much attention, however, and didn't notice any difference. She opened the car door and got out. Fu Xuanyi still watched her walk into the school as he had before, until her figure disappeared. In the past, his gaze at Wei Yuxian was always cold, but now, the coldness in his eyes had faded a lot. Chapter 21, She was different from the start. After spending more than a month together, he basically understood Wei Yuxian and knew what kind of person she was. She was a tragic little white rabbit who was strong and had principles. She was good-looking and made subconsciously cute expressions and movements, which made her very different from other women. He kind of knew why he had broken his vow that night, because she was different from the start. In his eyes, she was very special. For the previous 29 years, he had been chaste, uninterested in women outside the family, and had no good feelings towards them, let alone any desire. But her appearance had completely shattered the principle he had upheld for 29 years. A month ago, it was not like this. He had taken her into the family just for the sake of the 2 children she was carrying, and he still did not feel anything else for her, but now, he was paying more and more attention to her. Sometimes he would wonder what she was doing at home and at school, and he would also ask the servants to report back to him on her daily activities, so that he could keep himself informed. He can't help but think about her. This is a very unfamiliar feeling. He has never, ever cared about anyone so much. However, she seems to be very afraid of him. If he were at home, she would definitely hide in her room and refuse to come out. What should he do to make her not be afraid of him? Fu Xuanyi's eyes held an unfathomable depth of meaning, and the prayer beads in his hands were rubbed vigorously by his thumb. Wei Yuxian went to class as usual. She had a full schedule on Monday and felt a little overwhelmed. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant, but she just didn't have the energy she used to have. She had heard that after becoming pregnant, you would feel more tired, and you would also become drowsy and lose your appetite. At first, she just thought it was an exaggeration, but after experiencing it herself, she knew it was true. She was also a little worried that as the months went by, she wouldn't have as much energy to juggle her studies. Also, after pregnancy, there will be pregnancy symptoms, and it sounds really scary that you can't eat or sleep well. She is also afraid that she will have such reactions, and that she won't be able to study. Fortunately, so far, she has not had any reactions other than feeling a little tired, which is a blessing. She also hopes that her pregnancy symptoms will not be too severe. She walked all the way to the classroom, sat in the front row, and listened carefully to the lecture. Time passed quickly, and when you are doing something seriously, no matter what you are doing, time will pass quickly. The second class was about to begin, and Wei Yuxian hurried to the next classroom. As soon as she sat down, a familiar face sat down next to her, Cheng Jingyao. Since they had added each other on WeChat last time, their relationship had improved somewhat. Wei Yuxian was the only friend she had at school. Yuxian, nice to see you again. Cheng Jingyao greeted her enthusiastically. Hi, it's been a long time, Cheng. Wei Yuxian greeted him back. Cheng Jingyao said, I already told you not to call me Cheng Shuisheng anymore, it's too formal. We're already so familiar with each other, so just call me Jing. Wei Yuxian felt that this was too intimate a way to address him, and she didn't think that her relationship with Cheng Jingyao was that close yet, so she continued to call him Cheng Shuisheng. But since he had said it again today, she would change her ways and get along with him better. People only become familiar with each other after spending a long time together. Good morning, Jing. She said. Cheng Jingyao was satisfied, and smiled, and said to her, Good morning, Yuxian. There were 2 minutes before class started, so Cheng Jingyao seized the opportunity to chat with her. Yuxian, do you want to go to lunch together after class? I've invited you several times already. This time, Wei Yuxian still declined, and explained her reasons. No, Jing, my family is sending me food, so I won't go eat in the cafeteria. Cheng Jingyao let out a little sound of regret and asked, Why does your family send you food every day? Wei Yuxian nodded and said, Yes, because I'm not in good health, my family is taking care of my health, so I eat the food they send every day. She made up a little lie. In fact, she wasn't in poor health, but because she was pregnant, but it was okay, it was all about taking care of her health. Cheng Jingyao felt very sorry and said, I wanted to go to dinner with you, but since that's the case, forget it. How about I buy you milk tea for lunch today? Wei Yuxian immediately waved her hand to refuse, saying, No, I can't drink milk tea. If I drink it, I won't be able to sleep at night. Milk tea is a very tasty drink, sweet and delicious, and she quite likes it. She has had it a few times, but every time she drinks it, she can't sleep at night, which makes her very distressed. Fortunately, she doesn't have a craving for milk tea and can do without it. Besides, milk tea isn't cheap, so she rarely drinks it. Cheng Jingyao continued, It's okay if you can't drink tea, there are juices in the milk tea shop, I'll treat you, just do me a favor, okay? Wei Yuxian was still a little hesitant, but Cheng Jingyao pressed his advantage and asked a few more times. She had no choice but to agree to go with him for some juice at lunchtime. Cheng Jingyao was very happy, and exclaimed, Great! The bell rang at this time, and they stopped chatting. Cheng Jingyao consciously refrained from disturbing Wei Yuxian's class, sitting quietly on the side, and occasionally stealing a glance in her direction. In the back of the classroom, Ding Nana, Chen Wei and Feng Yi were still sitting together. The three of them watched Wei Yuxian and Cheng Jingyao sitting together and hated it. Chen Wei said, Sister Nana, Wei Yuxian, the poor girl, has gone to flirt with Cheng Jingyao again. They're not dating, are they? Feng Yi continued, Sister Na, Wei Yuxian has been getting better and better recently. She never wears the same clothes twice, she eats well every day, and even her mobile phone is a real pineapple phone. After observing her for some time, they discovered that Wei Yuxian's mobile phone is real, not a fake as they had thought, and the food she eats every day is very rich and not cheap. Many of the ingredients are high-end supplements. So they gradually began to suspect that the designer clothes Wei Yuxian wears are all real. Otherwise, how could she wear different clothes every day, and all of them from the same brand? Even if she buys fakes, it's impossible for her to buy so many of them. So what's really going on with Wei Yuxian? They really want to know. Ding Nana grits her teeth and says, I've also noticed that she's put on a bit of weight recently and seems much more energetic than before. How did she manage to become so rich overnight? Chen Wei was also very puzzled and said, She doesn't even live in the dormitory anymore, she moved out. How could she have money to do all this when she used to be like that? I think she must be being supported by someone. Feng Yi voiced her suspicions, could it be that she's with Cheng Jingyao? Every time there's a big class, they sit together. Could it be that they're dating? Chapter 22, She must be being supported by an older man. Ding Nana pinched the pen in her hand and glared fiercely at Feng Yi and said, No way. How could Cheng Jingyao be with her? Cheng Jingyao is handsome and can be considered the grass of their department. I don't know how many girls like him. Even she likes Chung Jingyao. She has always wanted Chung Jingyao's contact information, but every time she asks, Chung Jingyao never gives it to her. Cheng Jingyao is such an outstanding person, how could he possibly look at Wei Yuxian, a poor girl? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding Nana comforts herself in her heart like this, her eyes fixed on the two people in the front row. One is the person she likes, and the other is the person she hates. Even if Cheng Jingyao is with someone, it's impossible for him to be with Wei Yuxian. Wei Yuxian doesn't deserve it. She's not good enough for Cheng Jingyao. Fengyi also realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to make amends. Yes, I was wrong. Cheng Jingyao definitely won't be with Wei Yuxian. She, Wei Yuxian, is a piece of shit and not good enough for Cheng Jingyao. Chen Wei also hurriedly flattered Ding Nana. Wei Yuxian must be supported by an older man, there is no mistake. Sister Nana, I will secretly follow her today to see if an older man brings her food. Ding Nana nodded coldly and gave a nod, her gaze still on the two people in front of her. Wei Yuxian, I won't let you get away with it. You want to seduce Cheng Jingyao, don't you? You wear so nicely and attractively every day, just to seduce Cheng Jingyao, don't you? I tell you, Cheng Jingyao is mine. I will never let you get away with it. Ding Nana felt that Wei Yuxian was being supported by someone outside, which was why she had suddenly become so rich, using a good mobile phone, wearing nice clothes, and eating well every day. She also thinks that Wei Yuxian is not satisfied with just seducing men outside, she also seduces men at school, so that other people are willing to spend money on her. She is so poor, if she wants to make money quickly, there is no other way except this, she is a dirty and despicable bitch. I will not let Cheng Jingyao fall into your trap. You won't get a single penny out of Cheng Jingyao. Ding Nana thought this way, and her hostility towards Wei Yuxian grew even more, thinking about how she could trip Wei Yuxian up in the future. Fengyi and Chen Wei looked at Ding Nana, who had a cold expression on her face, and glanced at each other, feeling sad for Wei Yuxian. In fact, they didn't want to target Wei Yuxian either. After all, they were all educated people, but no, if they didn't follow Ding Nana's lead, Ding Nana would target them as well. So, they could only choose to stand on the same side as Ding Nana, speaking cold words and making sarcastic remarks about Wei Yuxian. Ding Nana's family was rich, much richer than theirs, and they dared not go against Ding Nana, so they could only go along with her. Wei Yuxian suddenly felt a little cold. She thought it must be because the temperature had dropped again, so she held her coat tighter to keep out the cold. From now on, the weather would only get colder and colder, and the clothes she wore would have to become thicker and thicker. Winter was coming. The winters here in Kyoto are much colder and come earlier than those in her hometown. Fortunately, she is now living in the Fu family and the old lady adds clothes for her, otherwise the few clothes she brought with her would not be enough to keep her warm. Ding ling ling, the bell rang for the end of class, and the teacher said goodbye to the students. Wei Yuxian packed her things and got up, saying, "Ah Ching, I'm going to get lunch now, so I can't go to the milk tea shop for a while." Cheng Jingyao wanted to go with her and said, "I'll go with you to get it." Wei Yuxian hurriedly refused, afraid that he would see Auntie Fu, and said, No, I'll go by myself. You go ahead and eat, and we'll meet at the milk tea shop later. Cheng Jingyao had to take a step back and said, "How about this, I'll go to the milk tea shop to buy juice now, and you go over after you get the food. How about we eat together in the cafeteria?" Wei Yuxian agreed, saying, "Okay, I'll go get the food first." Walking out of the teaching building, they split up. Cheng Jingyao ran to the cafeteria to buy juice, as there were a lot of people and he had to go early or else he would have to wait a long time. Wei Yuxian went to the usual place to get the food. She walked on the school path, the cold wind whistling, and the few remaining leaves rustling. Not far behind her, Chen Wei and Fengyi followed her secretly, trying to see where she was going to get her lunch and who was going to deliver it to her. Wei Yuxian was still relatively vigilant, looking back every few minutes as she walked. She continued walking only when she saw nothing unusual. Chen Wei and Fengyi were hiding behind the tall trees, and almost got seen by her. The two of them patted their chests in relief. I didn't think she was very alert, but she wasn't alert enough. Or perhaps it was Chen Wei and Fengyi who were too cunning, not following too closely and with the trees for cover, so Wei Yuxian didn't notice. When they reached the agreed place, Auntie Fu was already waiting there, carrying the familiar thermos in her hand. "Madam." Auntie Fu called out with a smile, "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Auntie Fu, you've worked hard." Wei Yuxian took the meal in her hands. "It's not hard work, Mrs. Wei. What's important is that you eat well." Auntie Fu asked, "Are you cold, Mrs. Wei?" "There are some clothes in the car." Do you want to put on something warmer? Wei Yuxian shook her head. No, I'm fine. It's quite appropriate now, so I don't need to add anything. Auntie Fu, I'll be going now, and you should go home early too. Okay, I'll leave in a while. Auntie Fu stood in the same place, waiting for Wei Yuxian to leave. After her figure disappeared, she got into the car and left the school. Behind a certain hidden tree, Chen Wei and Feng Yi watched Auntie Fu's car leave, their eyes full of shock. Feng Yi said, "That car must cost millions." Chen Wei swallowed hard. "I don't know much about cars, but I heard my dad say that this brand costs millions to buy." Feng Yi said, "Wei Yuxian is so lucky. She actually knows someone so rich." "I think she is, but I feel that the woman treated Wei Yuxian with great respect, so this woman is probably a maid or something." "I think so, but I feel that the woman treated Wei Yuxian with great respect, so this woman is probably a maid or something." Feng Yi was even more shocked. If even the maid can afford such a nice car, just how rich must the person behind Wei Yuxian be? Chen Wei shook her head and said, "I don't know." "Never mind, let's not talk about it anymore, let's hurry back, Sister Na is waiting for news from us." Wei Yuxian didn't go back to the dormitory, but instead took the thermos and walked to the nearest cafeteria. She had a date with Cheng Jingyao at this cafeteria, and the milk tea here was also the best. This was what Cheng Jingyao said, but Wei Yuxian didn't know if it was really the best milk tea here, as she hadn't had a chance to taste it yet. This time today was the first time she had spent money at the school's milk tea shop. Chapter 23. Who told you to seduce Cheng Jingyao? Wei Yuxian walked into the milk tea shop, and Cheng Jingyao was already sitting inside, with 2 glasses of juice and a meal in front of him. It was obvious that he wanted to have lunch with Wei Yuxian. She walked over to the chair opposite Cheng Jingyao and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Cheng Jingyao immediately beamed when he saw her and said, "It's okay, I just sat down too. The juice is just right. Here's your hot juice." Wei Yuxian took the juice and sure enough, it was warm. On a cold winter's day, there's nothing more comforting than a warm drink. "Thank you. How much is it?" "I'll transfer it to you." Wei Yuxian took out her phone and was about to transfer the money to Cheng Jingyao. Cheng Jingyao quickly stopped her and said, No, I already told you it's on me. If you pay, how can it be considered a treat from me?" However, Wei Yuxian was embarrassed to let him treat her, and said, "I'd rather transfer it to you, otherwise I won't be able to live with myself." Cheng Jingyao said, "It's fine, really. Yuxian, it's no big deal for friends to treat each other to a glass of juice, so just accept it." Wei Yuxian still wanted to refuse, but Cheng Jingyao persuaded her a little more, and she finally gave up the idea of transferring the money and accepted the glass of juice. She has very few friends, except for one friend who was a little better, but she doesn't know how to get along with friends. Cheng Jingyao saw that she finally accepted it and let out a sigh of relief. He said, "Okay, let's eat here, I've already cooked." Wei Yuxian opened the thermos and took out the food inside. She said, "Okay, I can eat here today." She would not feel embarrassed eating in the cafeteria, and she was used to being watched. Cheng Jingyao and Wei Yuxian chatted while eating, and both were in a good mood. Wei Yuxian drank the juice, which tasted very good and was not too sweet. The lunch took about 20 minutes, and Wei Yuxian felt a little sleepy. She packed up the lunchbox and said, "Jing, I'll go back to sleep first, see you next time." Cheng Jingyao reluctantly said goodbye to her. "Okay, see you next time." Even if he didn't want to say goodbye to Wei Yuxian, he had to say goodbye to her. The next time they met would be a week later. Wei Yuxian carried the lunchbox and walked back to the dormitory. The 3 people in the dormitory, Ding Nana, were still there, and they had not given her a good face since she entered the door. However, Wei Yuxian was already used to their faces, because every time she returned to the dormitory and saw their faces, they were not good, and they had never given her a good face. As usual, she ignored them and walked back to her seat, but she didn't want to ignore them, but they wouldn't let her go. Or rather, Ding Nana wouldn't let her go. As she walked past Ding Nana's seat, she was suddenly grabbed by the hand, so hard that she almost dropped the thermos in her hand. "Stop!" Ding Nana shouted, her tone full of anger. Wei Yuxian didn't know why she was angry again. In her eyes, Ding Nana was a person who was unpredictable. One second she was happy, and the next second she was angry. What had she done to anger her this time? Wei Yuxian looked at her expressionlessly and asked, "What?" Ding Nana stared at her fiercely, her eyes like a vicious viper, and asked, "You just had dinner with Cheng Jingyao?" Wei Yuxian looked at her, her eyes widening slightly. She had no idea where she had heard about it, but she didn't care. She said, "Yes, I had dinner with Cheng Jingyao. Please let go of me." Instead, Ding Nana grabbed her hand even tighter and stood up to confront her. How dare you? Who told you to seduce Chung Jingyao? Don't think that just because you've got a bit of capital to dress up and get together with an older man, you can go and seduce Chung Jingyao. Wei Yuxian had no idea what she was talking about and thought she was acting weird for no reason. What did you say? I don't understand. Acting. You're just acting. You're dressed so well, eating so well, and using such good things, isn't it because you're being supported by an older man? She said. Wei Yuxian just found it funny and didn't know where she came up with all this. Yes, she has been well dressed, well fed and well used recently, but she is not supported by an older man. She is only temporarily living in Fu Xuani's home. This was not what she wanted in the first place. It was Fu Xuani who insisted on taking her over and leaving the child that these things happened. It is not like what Ding Nana said, that she is supported by someone. She said, I don't know where you heard this news from, but I can only tell you not to believe everything. I, Wei Yuxian, will never admit to things I have not done. Ding Nana was enraged by her attitude and said, you still don't admit it. Then tell me, where did you get all this money? You're a poor man, where did you get the money to live such a good life? This was the first time Wei Yuxian had rebelled against her like this, not acting submissive and pretending not to hear, but daring to talk back to her. This made Ding Nana very angry, and she even had the urge to hit someone. In her eyes, Wei Yuxian should be a meek coward who can't resist, and she will be oppressed by them for the rest of her life. But now, the meek coward actually has the courage to resist, and even talked back to her. It's true that because of the old man, she thinks she has a backer, doesn't she? So she speaks with authority. Wei Yuxian naturally wouldn't tell her where the things on her body came from, and said, it's none of your business, Ding Nana, let go of me. Ding Nana shook her hand off and glanced at her hand with disgust, as if she had touched something dirty. She said sarcastically, I can see that you dare not say it. For someone like you, what other way is there to make money so quickly except selling yourself to older men? Don't deny it, you are being supported by an older man. Wei Yuxian could not reason with her. This woman was too stubborn and would never listen to others. Even if she said more, she would not believe it. So, she simply stopped talking. It's useless to say more, there's nothing to say to someone like this. She didn't say a word and turned to walk towards her own bed. The next second, Ding Nana grabbed her again and said, I haven't finished talking yet, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wei Yuxian suppressed her anger and turned around, what else do you want to ask? If it's to sling mud at me, don't say it, it's pointless. Has Ding Nana not already slandered her enough? In any case, during the time she has lived here, Ding Nana has slandered her countless times. Therefore, these words are meaningless. It is better not to listen to them, as they are a waste of her time. If she has this time, she might as well go to bed, so she can rest and be refreshed in the afternoon and concentrate on the lecture. Chapter 24, he asked, who's been bullying you? Ding Nana finally revealed her ultimate goal, I'm warning you, don't seduce Chung Jingyao, or else I'll make you pay. Wei Yuxian was almost made to laugh by her. She'd never met anyone so unreasonable. When had she seduced Chung Jingyao? Where did Ding Nana see that she was going to seduce Chung Jingyao? She must have a serious illness in her head, one that needs to be treated. But Wei Yuxian didn't dare say this out loud, and instead she just secretly cursed her in her heart. On the surface, she pretended to be calm and said, I didn't seduce anyone. Everything is just your imagination. She now knew that Ding Nana liked Chung Jingyao, so no one was allowed to like Chung Jingyao, including her. However, she didn't like Chung Jingyao either. Ding Nana kept saying that she seduced Chung Jingyao. Where did she get that confidence? She admitted that she had been getting a little closer to Chung Jingyao these days, but it was just to maintain the friendship, and she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Ding Nana said angrily, you still won't admit it? You're dressed up so attractively, who are you trying to seduce, if not Chung Jingyao? Don't think I can't see it. Is it that older men can't satisfy you anymore? Or is it that older men are about to get tired of you, so you're looking for a good replacement? Chung Jingyao's family is rich, and everyone knows it. He's handsome, and many people want to be his friend, but he sticks to you. If you're not the one seducing him, then who is? Wei Yuxian no longer wanted to talk to her, their thinking was completely out of sync. Now Ding Nana is dead set on thinking that she seduced Chung Jingyao, and she won't listen to anything else, insisting only on her own thoughts. But at this moment she has to say again, I'm just friends with Chung Jingyao, believe it or not, anyway, I didn't seduce anyone. As for where I got the clothes on my body, it's none of your business. Ding Nana gritted her teeth viciously and said, I don't care if what you say is true or not, you'd better just be friends with Cheng Jingyao. If I find out you have bad intentions towards him, don't blame me for being unfriendly to you. Wei Yuxian shook her hand off, mentally calling her crazy, walked back to her seat, sat down, and tidied the desk a little. Ding Nana was still cursing endlessly. Wei Yuxian, a poor person like you, don't even think about flying up the social ladder to become a phoenix, you will be a third-class person for the rest of your life. Don't think that just because you found an older man, you found a pillar of support. He's just playing with you. He says he likes you, but deep down he's belittling you. You'd better have some self-awareness and not think too highly of yourself. No one will ever like you in this life. You're a miserable, unloved poor person. A poor person who can't even afford to eat. Wei Yuxian chose to block out her cursing, walked outside onto the balcony, washed the thermos, quickly went to bed, pulled the bed curtains closed, and put on her headphones, blocking out the unpleasant abuse. Listening to the upbeat music, she let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to hear those unpleasant sounds anymore. Don't look at her like she's not reacting, but in fact, those abusive sounds still had a very big impact on her mood. At least, before she had an argument with Ding Nana, her mood was still good. She had been in a great mood today, and had thought that she would be able to keep it up all day. But just as she had arrived at noon, her good mood had been interrupted. Ding Nana's unreasonable words, saying that she was being kept, seducing Cheng Jingyao, and cursing her for never being able to hold her head up high in this life, had all stabbed deep into her heart. Who isn't made of flesh and blood? Who can hear these words without being touched? Wei Yuxian, anyway, couldn't do it. Light music played in the background, but Wei Yuxian's mood did not improve. She felt heavy and unhappy. With each piece of gentle music, she finally forgot all her worries and fell asleep. Her world finally became completely quiet. After more than an hour, Wei Yuxian woke up driven by her biological clock. It was time to get up, wash up, and go to the next class. After getting up, her mood was still as bad as it was before she fell asleep, and the words of Ding Nana would occasionally circle in her mind. With this kind of mood, Wei Yuxian survived 2 classes and arrived at the end of the school day. With her eyebrows and eyes downcast, she hurried outside the school with a large canvas bag on her shoulders. Walking into the alley, she looked towards a familiar place and saw a car parked there. It was Fu Xuanyi's. She walked quickly up to him, opened the passenger door and got in, greeting Fu Xuanyi, Master Xian. HM. The man's voice was as cold as ever, and his expression was always indifferent, without a hint of emotion, making him seem like an emotionless robot. Seeing his face made Wei Yuxian feel even more exhausted. She didn't want to spend any more time with someone who gave off such a sense of oppression. She just wanted to find a quiet place to be alone for a while, without anyone bothering her, so that she could be quiet for a while, not think about troublesome things, and not have to deal with troublesome people. She leaned her head against the car window, listened to the sound of the car starting, and closed her eyes. Fu Xuanyi drove calmly, sensing the low mood of the person next to him. Her current state was like that of a stray cat hiding in a corner, licking its fur alone. Fu Xuanyi's body's air pressure unconsciously became even lower, and he asked, "Who bullied you?" Wei Yuxian momentarily thought that there was something wrong with her ears, otherwise why would she hear Fu Xuanyi's voice? In the past month, they had no communication at all during the entire trip back, but today, he asked, "Who bullied you?" Wei Yuxian opened her eyes and looked at the man over there. From her angle, she couldn't see his face, only his profile. This man's profile is also very good looking. No matter which angle you look at him from, he is flawless and impeccable. She wasn't sure if she heard it right, so after a moment of hesitation, she whispered, "Are you talking to me?" Fu Xuanyi turned his head and glanced at her, giving her a definite answer with a single word, Wei Yuxian was then sure that Fu Xuanyi had really spoken just now. He asked her if she had been bullied. Could it be that her face was so obvious that even Fu Xuanyi could tell that she was in a bad mood? No, that's not the point. The point is, why would Fu Xuanyi care whether she was in a good mood or not? And he even asked her the reason for her bad mood. Wei Yuxian looked at the man's almost demon-like profile and thought carefully. She said, "No one bullied me. It's just that the class today was a bit difficult, and I didn't fully understand it. I'll go back and take a good look at the textbook." Chapter 25, Change the name and call him Xian. She hid the fact that she had been bullied and found an excuse to tell him. Ding Nana had been bullying her for more than a day or two, but it had not caused her any financial harm, so she could still bear it and felt that it was nothing. At most she would just have to listen to a little more of her harsh words. There was no need to tell Fu Xuanyi about this, he was a busy man, So why would he care about these things? Moreover, she did not want to tell him either. Fu Xuanyi turned his head again and looked at her with a deep meaning in his eyes. He didn't know if he believed her words, and Wei Yuxian felt a little nervous just looking at him. What if Fu Xuanyi doesn't believe her and investigates at the school? With his status, it would be easy for him to investigate these matters. All he needs to do is make a phone call, and someone will be happy to deliver the information to him. But she really didn't want Fu Xuanyi to get involved in school affairs, and she didn't want anyone to know that his influence had caused her to change so much in recent days. The man turned his head back, looked at the road ahead, and drove carefully. Wei Yuxian was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she tried to sound calm as she said, "I don't think the teacher was in a good mood today, either." She chose to jump from one fire pit to another, trying to convince Fu Xuanyi that she was really in a bad mood because she hadn't paid attention in class. She asked Fu Xuanyi to help her because she thought that as the president of the Fu Group, he must be very good at financial matters. She chose to jump from one fire pit to another, in order to convince Fu Xuanyi that she was really in a bad mood because she didn't pay attention in class. She asked Fu Xuanyi to teach her because she thought that he was the president of the Fu Group and must be very good at finance, so maybe he could teach her. What the teacher had taught that day was indeed a bit difficult, and since she had been in a bad mood in the afternoon, she hadn't really listened to some of it. She didn't know what had happened to her recently. Her mood always tended to become low, and she would easily become sad over the slightest bad thing. It was like the things Ding Nana had said to her at lunch. In the past, she would have never let it bother her, and she would have just felt sad for a little while before quickly adjusting her mood. But today, it had been an entire afternoon, and she still hadn't been able to adjust her mood. She didn't know that this was just what happened to a pregnant woman. She tended to think more and her emotions would take over. Fu Xuanyi gripped the steering wheel with some force, and his tone was still unchanged as he gave a grunt. In fact, inside, he was not at all calm. He believed what she said. Wei Yuxian let out a sigh of relief. At least, she would no longer arouse his suspicion, and that was good. The two did not speak again during the drive home. It was already dinner time when they returned home. Auntie Fu took Wei Yuxian's canvas bag at the door and told her to change her shoes and go wash her hands for dinner. Wei Yuxian said a soft thank you, and when Fu Xuanyi had changed his shoes, she went with him to wash her hands and sat down to eat dinner. The maid brought the dinner up, and Wei Yuxian looked at it. It was a different dish again, and it still looked very delicious. During the days she had been at the Fu residence, the nutritious meals she had eaten had never been the same. Each meal had been a new dish, and she had no idea where the chef got the recipes, but he was able to come up with something different every day. One has to say that the Fu chef is excellent, with a wide variety of dishes that are also delicious. In just over a month, she has gained a lot of weight, and her body has obviously become rounder. She is no longer frail, but she is not overly obese either, just right. And her stomach, she feels a little bigger, and she is showing. People say that you will show in 3 months, and after counting the days, it is almost time. After a hearty dinner, Wei Yuxian returned to her room and sat for a while, reading a book while she did so. After about half an hour, the door was knocked on. Thinking that the person outside the door might be Fu Xuanyi, she felt a little nervous and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Wei Yuxian looked over. It was indeed Fu Xuanyi. He had taken off his jacket and put on a comfortable set of loungewear, which made him look less imposing. Wei Yuxian's expression also relaxed a little, and she called out, "Master Xuanyi." Fu Xuanyi gave a nod as he walked in, and Wei Yuxian quickly moved a chair next to her and asked him to sit down. After Fu Xuanyi sat down, he took her textbook and flipped through it, asking, "What don't you understand?" Wei Yuxian's textbook had neat notes and neat lines for everything the teacher had covered, which was pleasing to the eye. Fu Xuanyi was very comfortable reading it, and he looked at her handwriting a few more times. It was neat and in block letters. After a cursory glance, he put the book back on the table. Wei Yuxian picked it up and flipped to the content that the teacher had taught this afternoon, the content that she didn't understand. She pointed to the content in the book and said, "I didn't understand much of this chapter, so I'm troubling you, Master Xian." Fu Xuanyi felt a little annoyed at her calling him Master Xian for some reason. He didn't mind when others called him that, and he even felt that others should call him that, but Wei Yuxian used to call him that, and he didn't feel anything about it. Now, he didn't like Wei Yuxian calling him that, as it made them seem distant. Fu Xuanyi knew the reason for this, because of the change in his feelings for Wei Yuxian, and he didn't want them to be so distant anymore. This title was no different from outsiders, so he didn't like it. He didn't look at the place Wei Yuxian pointed out, but looked into her eyes and said, "Change the title." "Ha? His train of thought changed too quickly, and Wei Yuxian obviously couldn't keep up. After a while, she understood the meaning of Fu Xian's words and was a little shocked. Fu Xuanyi asked her to change the way she addressed him? To stop calling him Master Xian? Wei Yuxian looked into Fu Xuanyi's eyes, trying to find a hint that he was joking, but why would Fu Xuanyi joke with her? Fu Xuanyi's expression was still as calm as ever, not the slightest hint of a joke. It was true, how could someone like him joke? She asked, Master Xian, what do you want me to change the way I address you to? She just thought that Fu Xuanyi didn't like the name and didn't want to hear it, so he asked her to change it. Fu Xuanyi calmly said 2 words, whatever you like. Whatever I like. Wei Yuxian thought about it and remembered what the old lady had said. The old lady said that she didn't have to call him Master Xian, just Xian. But would it be a bit too intimate to call him Xian? Someone like Fu Xuanyi was not from her world, so would it be too abrupt to call him that? Wei Yuxian couldn't make up her mind for a while. She hesitated in her heart, and in front of her, Fu Xuanyi kept staring at her, as if he wanted her to come up with a new name. She could only grit her teeth and carefully called out, a Xian? Fu Xuanyi responded, very happy, not at all dissatisfied, and his mood improved a lot just by hearing the name. A Xian. He had never felt that these 2 words sounded so good. Why did they sound so good when she said them? Chapter 26, Don't go to school today, stay home and rest. Wei Yuxian let out a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as he could accept it, she could call him that from now on. After all, they didn't have many opportunities to speak, and at most they would just greet each other every day, and that would be it. It was just a name, and after a few times, she would get used to it. Wei Yuxian opened the book again and placed it in front of Fu Xuanyi, pointing to the part she didn't understand and saying, I don't understand this. Fu Xuanyi took the book in his hands, looked at the place she pointed out, and after carefully looking at it for a while, he began to explain, starting with the simplest. His voice was very nice, not rough, not high-pitched, but a low, magnetic, mature and stable voice that was different from a bubbly voice. He explained very well, and Wei Yuxian understood as soon as she heard it. She understood that this was what the teacher meant when he was teaching. Fu Xuanyi gradually increased the difficulty, explaining even the difficult ones. Wei Yuxian listened attentively, and for a moment, she even forgot her fear of him. She was immersed in the sea of knowledge, like a sponge, constantly absorbing the water. 2 hours passed without her noticing, and Fu Xuanyi finally broke down everything that Wei Yuxian didn't understand and imprinted it in her mind. Wei Yuxian looked at Fu Xuanyi and was very grateful that he was willing to spend time explaining it to her tonight. Seeing that his throat was a little dry, she got up and poured him a glass of water. Drink some water, she said. Fu Xuanyi picked it up and gulped down the glass of water, which made his dry throat feel a little better. What he said tonight was comparable to what he said in a week. Wei Yuxian also heard him speak so much for the first time. Although his tone was still cold, there was no trace of impatience. Suddenly, Fu Xuanyi didn't seem as scary as she had imagined. He was also a person, not the king of hell. Wei Yuxian's depressed mood from the afternoon improved because of the knowledge she had absorbed, and she no longer dwelled on the things Ding Nana had said. It was her business to say whatever she liked. Her mouth was on her body, and she could not hold her mouth shut with her hands to stop her from speaking. Wei Yuxian wore a faint smile on her face as she said, Thank you, I understand everything now. No need. Fu Xuanyi said, Next time you don't understand something, come to me. Wei Yuxian nodded and said, Okay, I will. This Mr. Xian is not as difficult to get along with as she had imagined. On the contrary, there is a little bit of good in him, except that his cold face is a bit strange and discouraging. But this should be due to his personality. Perhaps he was born not to show emotions and is better at controlling his emotions. Another thing is that he may also be somewhat unambitious and unassuming, which is why his facial expressions rarely change. He also wears a string of black Buddhist beads, which he fondles in his hands when he's free. The internet also says that he is some kind of ascetic Buddhist, and the evidence is even more obvious. Fu Xuanyi got up. There was no reason for him to stay any longer, so he said, Get some rest early. Wei Yuxian nodded, got up and walked him out of the room, thanking him. After waiting for him to leave her room, Wei Yuxian glanced at the clock. It was almost 10 o'clock, and she had spent 2 hours alone with Fu Xuanyi. Before this, she had worried that Fu Xuanyi would be difficult to get along with, but now, she didn't feel that way anymore. So, communication is really important. It can solve many problems, bring people closer together, and help you understand what kind of person someone is. Wei Yuxian hummed a favorite old song while tidying up her books, putting them in the desk drawer. She took out the books she would need for class tomorrow and put them in her canvas bag. It wasn't late, so she went into the bathroom and took a shower. She came out, dried off for a while, yawned sleepily, and then went to bed without dragging her feet. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in no time. The room was warm thanks to the heating and the floor heating, and the whole room was warm and cozy. It was so comfortable sleeping that she didn't want to get up. Wei Yuxian slept extremely comfortably. The next morning, when it was slightly light, the phone by the bedside rang. It was her alarm clock. She opened her eyes dazedly and turned off the alarm clock. She didn't want to get up yet because it was so comfortable under the covers. She stayed in bed for 2 minutes, then got up with a bang, washed up, and went downstairs to eat breakfast. The maid brought the breakfast up, and she sat face to face with Fu Xuanyi. The breakfast was still a nutritious meal that looked very good. Wei Yuxian picked up the spoon, ready to go all out, to sweep all the breakfast into her stomach, and then go to school. But as soon as she lifted a spoonful of porridge to her mouth, she suddenly smelled a disgusting smell. Almost instantly, she put the spoon down, covered her mouth and ran into the nearest toilet, retching. Her actions alarmed everyone in the Fu household, and Fu Xuanyi and Auntie Fu followed in her footsteps into the toilet. Fu Xuanyi looked at the person retching in the sink with a composed face, gave Auntie Fu a glance and asked, "What is your breakfast today, madam?" Auntie Fu was so nervous that she could hardly stand, and said, "Madam, your breakfast today is fish congee. It's possible that you're pregnant and having morning sickness." Fu Xuanyi frowned, walked over to Wei Yuxian's side, but didn't know what to do to make her feel better. After a while, Wei Yuxian finally stopped feeling sick, looked up, and washed her hands and face with water. She just dry heaved, without throwing up anything, but she just had a strong feeling of wanting to vomit. She had just wanted to eat breakfast, but suddenly she smelled a fishy smell and felt nauseous, rushing in. She heard what Auntie Fu had just said, that this might be a pregnancy reaction, and she herself felt that what Auntie Fu said was correct, that this was a pregnancy reaction. She knew that pregnant people would get morning sickness, but she just didn't expect it to be like this, just smelling a little foreign smell, and uncontrollably dry heaving. This is just the beginning. What if she is at school and she has to do this again? She didn't have time to think about it before a voice interrupted her thoughts. "How are you feeling? Are you still feeling sick?" It was Fu Xuanyi's unique, cold and mature voice, which was very distinctive. She looked at the person next to her, took 2 paper towels to wipe her hands and face, and said, "I feel much better." She walked outside, and Fu Xuanyi followed her, watching her face. Back at the table, she cautiously sniffed the porridge. This time, she didn't feel like throwing up, so she ate it with peace of mind. Across from her, Fu Xuanyi didn't move his breakfast for a long time, his eyes deep in thought. After a while, he said, "Don't go to school today, rest at home." He was worried about her physical condition. Chapter 27, The Worsening Morning Sickness. Wei Yuxian, however, didn't feel anything. Morning sickness didn't last forever, and she thought that as long as she didn't smell unpleasant odors, she wouldn't feel sick. If she didn't go to school because of this, it would be too much trouble for nothing. She shook her head and said, "I'll be fine. I can go to school. I don't have many classes today, just 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. 3 classes is almost full schedule." Fu Xuanyi also insisted on his own idea, rest at home and let the doctor check it. Wei Yuxian looked at his face, his attitude was so unquestionable, and her throat felt a little blocked, but she still agreed. She had no choice but to agree. Fu Xuanyi would not change his mind. Moreover, it was also the day for her to have a prenatal checkup, so she would take a day off. After class, she would ask the teacher to send her the courseware and study at home by herself. She nodded and gave a muffled not really happy. She felt that he wasn't so difficult to get along with last night, but today, his attitude is too strong. She can't refute or change any of the decisions he makes, and she can only let it happen. This feeling is so suffocating, like someone else is manipulating her life. The little confidence she had just built up in Fu Xuanyi immediately vanished. He is not easy to get along with at all, he is just a cold and overbearing person. Before, he let her come to the Fu residence, and he let her keep the baby. Now, he is the one who wants her to stay home from school. Overbearing. After eating breakfast, Wei Yuxian stayed at home alone, while Fu Xuanyi went to work at the company. Before leaving, he told Auntie Fu to ask the doctor to come and examine her, report her daily schedule, and the results of the examination. Auntie Fu nodded and said yes, bending slightly. "Have a nice day, Master Xian." Wei Yuxian returned to her room in a sullen mood, took out the book in her canvas bag, thinking about reading it herself. After reading for a while, she took out her mobile phone again and sent a message to her counselor asking for leave. The counselor probably hadn't yet started work, and after a few minutes there was still no reply to her message. Wei Yuxian stopped waiting and put her phone aside to continue reading. After an unknown period of time, a message alert came from the phone by her side. She glanced at it and saw that it was the counselor replying to her message, agreeing to her request for leave. Afterwards, she sent a message to the class teacher to let him know that she was taking the day off, so that he wouldn't mark her absent. After she had finished, the Dr. Auntie Fu arrived at the Fu residence and was invited into her room. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Wei Yuxian said, "Come in," to let the person in. Auntie Fu let a female doctor in her 30s in, followed by two nurses carrying medical kits. Wei Yuxian got up to greet them, holding out her hand and saying, "Hello, doctor." The doctor shook her hand lightly and said, "Hello, madam. I will examine you today. Thank you for your trouble." The doctor asked Wei Yuxian to sit down, took her pulse, and then asked about Wei Yuxian's recent situation, before suggesting that she go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. The hospital has more complete facilities and can conduct more comprehensive examinations to detect any unhealthy conditions in the fetus in a timely manner. Wei Yuxian thought about it and agreed, but Auntie Fu was still not sure, so she called Fu Xuanyi to ask for his permission. After getting his approval, she asked the driver to take Wei Yuxian to the hospital, and she followed herself. After hearing that she had to get Fu Xuanyi's permission to go out, she felt that he was even more overbearing and dictatorial, and even more difficult to get along with. The whole way to the hospital in the car was to a hospital she was familiar with, Lin Changyuan's home. This hospital is the best in all of Kyoto, and it has the most comprehensive equipment. Wei Yuxian is in the best place to be examined here. Auntie Fu accompanied her the whole time, following her, afraid that she might have an accident. After about half an hour, the prenatal checkup was over, and not long after, the results came out. The doctor said that her condition was normal and that the two babies were also very healthy. She just needed to supplement some nutrients. Her body is still a bit weak now, and it will be more difficult to take care of two babies. She took the doctor's words to heart and said she would definitely take good care of herself and eat all the nutritious meals prepared in the kitchen. The main reason she needed to make up for lost time was that she had been too weak before. After returning home from the checkup, it was time to eat. When the maid brought the nutritious meal, Wei Yuxian noticed that the portion had become a bit bigger. However, she didn't say anything, but ate it all without wasting a single bite. After lunch, Wei Yuxian sat downstairs for a while, but then she felt sleepy and got up to go to bed. Since she was going to rest at home today, Wei Yuxian didn't set an alarm and didn't feel the tension of having a class, so she just relaxed and fell asleep. Downstairs, Auntie Fu was reporting Wei Yuxian's antenatal checkup to Fu Xuanyi. After reporting that there were no special circumstances, Fu Xuanyi hung up the phone. The next day, the weather was very nice, not raining or snowing. There was a little sun, very weak, but it felt warm when it hit your body. Wei Yuxian had rested all day and came to school full of energy. She was in a very good state for class and could understand everything the teacher said. In this way, another day passed, and time came to the half-month later. Since that day when Wei Yuxian had her morning sickness, her situation had worsened day by day. She couldn't stand any odors. The fishy smell of the food, the meaty smell, the strange smell of the toilet, she couldn't stand any of it. She felt like throwing up whenever she smelled it. It was uncontrollable. It was fine at home, she could just run to the toilet if she felt like throwing up, without having to worry about anything. But at school, she couldn't do that, she still had to attend classes, and there were so many classmates around, everyone was watching. Several times, she couldn't help but run to the toilet to dry heave when she smelled the food that her classmates had brought to class. In addition, her appetite has obviously subsided a lot. In the past, she would eat until she was full even if she couldn't finish the nutritious meals, but now she doesn't want to eat when she sees them. Even if she eats, she still vomits, which is very exhausting. Therefore, during this period of time, Wei Yuxian has lost some weight, her energy is not as good as before, she is lethargic, and she is easily distracted in class. In her current condition, it is no longer suitable for her to stay in school and take classes, because her pregnancy reaction is really too severe, and she needs to rest in a relaxed environment. Fu Xuanyi naturally paid attention to her physical condition every day. Seeing her pregnancy reaction getting worse and worse, she couldn't eat, couldn't sleep well, and had to throw up from time to time. It was heartbreaking to see her suffer so much just from being pregnant. She was fine just the other day, but suddenly it got so serious. That day, Fu Xuanyi came to pick Wei Yuxian up from school. Seeing her thin hands pull open the car door and get in, her face pale and her spirits low, he felt even more distressed. Chapter 28. During pregnancy, she was emotionally sensitive and depressed. He didn't say a word, started the car and went home for dinner. Wei Yuxian was in a bad mood, and after saying hello to Fu Xuanyi, she didn't say much. She threw up several times today, and it was so bad that her stomach was about to come out. What's more, Ding Nana and the others were mocking her again, saying that she was a poor girl being supported by an older man. It was so annoying to hear, and it made her already bad mood even worse. How could there be such an annoying person in this world? Like a clown, they kept nagging in her ear, saying annoying things, and thinking they were so capable. It was bad enough to have such an annoying person, but for them to appear by her side, God was really unfair. Wei Yuxian rested her head against the car window with her eyes closed for a moment. She hadn't been able to get any rest these past few days, and her lethargy was real, as was her inability to sleep well. Fu Xuanyi turned his head to take a look at her emaciated face. Underneath the thick clothes, she looked even more petite and small. Going to school took so much energy, and now she was in this situation. If she continued like this, she would only get more and more tired, and her spirits would become weaker and weaker. She couldn't continue like this. Fu Xuanyi's expression was grim, and the air pressure around him was even lower. Wei Yuxian, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly felt a little cold. She hugged her arms around her chest to draw in more warmth for herself. She wondered in her heart why it had suddenly cooled down. After returning home, Wei Yuxian ate some dinner, but she couldn't finish the last bite, and what she had just eaten was vomited out again after a while. She sighed, leaned back in her chair, and thought to herself that giving birth to a child was really difficult and involved such great suffering. She also had some doubts about whether her decision to give birth to the child was correct. However, whether it was correct or not, she had no right to choose, and Fu Xuanyi would definitely make her give birth to the child. The Fu family members also would. At this moment, Wei Yuxian felt as if she were a reproductive machine. No one loved her here either. The reason why Auntie Fu and the others respected her was only because of the child in her belly. And the reason why the old lady was so nice to her was also because of the child in her belly. Even the reason she can live in such a luxurious environment in the Fu family and enjoy a life she never had before is because of the child in her belly. No one loves her. Even her parents who gave birth to her and raised her don't like her. If so, why did they have to give birth to her? Is it just to let her suffer in this world? Wei Yuxian began to be sentimental again. She always couldn't help but think about bad things, think about negative energy. She couldn't control herself from thinking about it, no matter what. As she thought, tears gathered in her eyes and then flowed down her face. She cried silently, afraid to make a sound, wiping her tears away alone, huddled in her chair, looking so pitiful. She cried secretly, afraid to tell anyone, and had no one to confide in. The environment she was in was really not very good. At school, she had to face the cold words of her roommates, and after returning to the Fu residence, she had to watch her step around Fu Xuanyi's face. She had to be careful everywhere she went. But no matter how hard she tried to do better, the people around her would not give her a good face. Ding Nana not only did not give her a good face, but also intensified her verbal abuse, saying that she seduced Cheng Jingyao and calling her a bitch and other things. Where did she seduce Cheng Jingyao? If it weren't for Cheng Jingyao actively seeking her out, she and Cheng Jingyao couldn't even be friends. And Fu Xuanyi is the same. Every day, he has a cold, stern face, like he owes everyone millions, and he never smiles, like he's the living hell. The more Wei Yuxian thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the more tears she wiped away. She had obviously done nothing wrong, so why was she having to endure all this? Now she had 2 children in her belly, and the fact that she was being made to suffer like this made her feel even worse. This was the scene Fu Xuanyi saw when he opened the door and walked in, Wei Yuxian, small and huddled in a chair, her hands around her knees, wiping the tears from her face. She looked so fragile, as if she would break if you squeezed her. Fu Xuanyi's heart tightened, and he strode in, asking with a stern face, "What's wrong? Has someone been bullying you?" Wei Yuxian was startled when she saw it was him, and her breathing paused for a few seconds, and she didn't even dare to cry. When she heard what he asked, whether someone had bullied her, she really wanted to say, yes, someone has bullied her. He, Fu Xuanyi, is one of them. But she didn't dare, she couldn't say such things. Who is Fu Xuanyi? His identity and status are second to none in the entire capital. How dare she go against him? All Fu Xuanyi had to do was say a word, and she would disappear from this world. How dare she say anything against him? She quickly wiped the tears from her face, stopped crying, lowered her head and didn't dare look at him, whispering, "I'm fine, no one is bullying me, I'm just not feeling well and I'm always throwing up." She hadn't been feeling well these past few days, unusually depressed, which made Fu Xuanyi think about the possibility that she was sick. Maternal women are more likely to suffer from depression than the average person. Her current situation seems a bit dangerous. If she continues to let things go, she might really develop depression. For her health, Fu Xuanyi called the doctor to examine her. The final results showed that Wei Yuxian had indeed been depressed recently, which had no effect, but if she continued to be depressed, there was a high chance that she would develop depression. The doctor said that it was probably because she had been under too much pressure recently, coupled with her emotional sensitivity during pregnancy, that she had become like this. He told her to relax, not to think so much, adjust her mood, and recover soon. After the doctor left, Fu Xuanyi took the black prayer beads from her wrist and rubbed them in her hands, asking, "Have you been under any stress lately?" There was so much stress. Wei Yuxian picked just one of them to talk about. "The pressure in class is too great. I haven't been sleeping well lately, and I can't concentrate in class. I've fallen behind a lot. If this continues, I think I'll have to retake the course." This is one of her sources of stress. Fu Xuanyi stared at her sharp, thin chin for a while, and said, "Take a break from school to nurture the baby." Wei Yuxian's subconscious reaction was to say no. No, I can't take a break from school. She still wants to go to school and get a job to earn money as soon as possible. If she takes a break from school for a year, then she will have to work for a year longer to earn money. She doesn't have that much time to waste. Your body is not suitable for going to school. Fu Xuanyi hit the nail on the head, speaking in a firm tone. Wei Yuxian bit her lower lip, feeling very aggrieved. She was anxious and, in an instant, tears welled up in her eyes. Chapter 29, I'm so tired. How can life be so gray? Who is to blame for her current state of health? It's all because of him. If it weren't for the 2 children in her belly, she wouldn't be in this situation, unable to eat or sleep well, with poor mental health and rambling thoughts. But now, this man is still saying such heartbreaking things in a cold, emotionless manner. He is simply not a human being. He is just a cold robot with no feelings. He is overbearing and dictatorial. She accused the indifferent man in front of her in her heart, but she didn't dare say a word, for fear that the man's face would turn even uglier if he heard those words. Wei Yuxian felt very aggrieved. In the Fu family, she was not free, and at home, she was also not free. Only at school was she slightly freer, but she was still subjected to abuse by others. Why is her life so gray? The more she thought about it, the more tears fell from her eyes, like unstoppable beads of thread. She didn't want to cry either, it was so embarrassing to cry in front of this man, but she couldn't help it, her tears were simply out of control, they just had to fall. When this man saw her tears, he would just laugh at her cowardice, wouldn't he? Wei Yuxian pursed her lips, sniffed, and raised her hand to wipe away her tears. The tears that flowed were so hot, but her heart was so cold, unable to see any hope for the future. Outside the window, drizzle was falling, like a reflection of the mood at the moment, gray and dark, with no sun to be seen. The moment Fu Xuanyi saw her tears gushing out, his heart suddenly stopped. This was the second time he had seen her cry, and just now, it was the first time. In the past, when he saw the tears of those women, his heart was indifferent and he did not feel anything. But now, her tears seemed to burn his heart. This time, her tears were even more surging. There were even more than just now. He lifted her head and looked at her face full of tears. Her eyes and nose were red from crying, and her face was flushed, like a poor little animal in need of care. His tone softened a little. "Why are you crying? Do you want to go to school?" Wei Yuxian looked at him with big, watery eyes, without saying a word, nodding or shaking her head. She dared not make any expressive movements or speak. Of course she wanted to go to school. It had been more than 2 months since the semester started, and now she was suddenly being told to take a break from school. How could she accept that? She tightly twisted her fingers, and this small action betrayed her thoughts, and Fu Xuanyi knew at a glance. In fact, he didn't need to look, he also knew that she cherished the opportunity to go to school, otherwise she would not have had that night because of money. She could even give up such an important thing in order to go to college, so you can imagine how much she likes to go to school. Wei Yuxian didn't really like going to school that much, she just liked to acquire knowledge and get more money in exchange for more knowledge. Fu Xuanyi could only explain patiently, with a patience he had never shown to anyone else, saying, "Your current health is indeed not good for studying at school. With her body so weak, she can't eat or sleep well, and with the added pressure of studying, it will only get worse. For the sake of her health, he can't let her continue to expend herself like this. Plus, she is also depressed now, and she can't have any more pressure. She needs to reduce her burden. Wei Yuxian's mind was a little chaotic at the moment, and her thinking ability had also declined. She didn't want to think about so many things. She just knew that she wanted to go to school, and this was something she must persevere with. At the moment, she didn't want to see Fu Xuanyi's cold face either, as it would make her afraid to think. She sniffed her nose and said with great courage, "Go out, I want to be alone." Fu Xuanyi also knew that she needed to calm down now. After she calmed down, she would think about whether her body was suitable for going to school. She had to figure it out for herself. He didn't say anything, released her chin, got up, and said, "Think about it." He walked out of the room. Wei Yuxian looked at the back of this man, broad and stern. Even his back had such a sense of oppression, not at all soft. She watched him walk out, the door opening and closing, shutting out everything. This small space became her temporary sanctuary, a quiet space that belonged to her alone. She hugged her knees, staring blankly at the door, letting her mind wander. Time passed, minute after minute, as the tears on her face dried up and her trembling body gradually calmed down, looking tired. She didn't want to think about going to school anymore. Right now, she just wanted to get a good night's sleep and let her tired body recover. She wiped the tears from her face, which were no longer there, let her hands drop, and her legs from the chair. She put on her slippers, walked to the bed, turned off the light and covered herself with the quilt. She was very tired that day. The whole day of classes had taken most of her energy, and she had to deal with the ridicule of her roommate and the cold face of Fu Xuanyi, as well as the pregnancy reaction, which had exhausted her. Soon after going to bed, she fell asleep with some random thoughts in her head, but she didn't sleep peacefully. Even in her sleep, she frowned tightly and had nightmares. It wasn't a very good rest. She woke up several times during the night, each time being woken up by a nightmare. After waking up, she hugged the quilt and shivered, and it took a while before she fell asleep again. After falling asleep, there were new nightmares, constantly repeating and constantly filling her brain. Tired, really tired, exhausted, mentally and physically. Waking up again, she took the phone by the bedside and glanced at the time. It was time to get up. She had a class in the first session today. She dragged her tired body up and drank half a glass of warm water before going into the bathroom to wash up. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror. Her dark circles were obvious, and her face was inexplicably pale and unhealthy. Her lips were also a little pale, and together with her thin, sharp face, she didn't need to put on any special effects makeup to look like a female ghost. She was in a terrible state. She touched her face, which had previously had some flesh that she had worked hard to grow, but it was gone again. As the night passed, her mind also came back to her, and her ability to think returned. She squeezed out some toothpaste and mechanically started brushing her teeth, staring blankly at herself in the mirror. As she brushed, she wondered if the toothbrush had reached the root of her tongue, and the feeling of wanting to vomit immediately came back. She leaned over the sink and vomited. Her stomach, which was already not very full, felt even more frighteningly empty after this vomiting, as if she were going to vomit her stomach out. After a few minutes, the uncomfortable feeling finally passed. After rinsing her mouth, she looked up at herself in the mirror. Her face seemed to have turned even paler, more like a female ghost. Chapter 30. She didn't want to be here for a moment. In this state, how could she have the energy to go to school? Just dealing with Fu Xuanyi and the pregnancy reaction was enough for her. Moreover, after taking a leave of absence, she would no longer have the pressure of schoolwork, and she would no longer have to see Ding Nana and the others, so she would no longer have to be subjected to their abuse. Taking a year off school would also completely sever her ties with Ding Nana and the others. When she went back to school the following year, she would be a year younger than Ding Nana. Unless Ding Nana deliberately does so, they will never meet again. Upon thinking about it, there are still some advantages to taking a year off. Besides, she is a student at the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, a fact that will never change. After washing up, she went downstairs to eat breakfast. The food prepared for her in the kitchen was even more exquisite now, and any food with an unusual smell was not allowed on the table. At the table, Fu Xuanyi was already sitting there. She sat down in front of him, enjoying her breakfast, and didn't even bother to say hello. There was silence at the table, only the occasional sound of utensils clinking. Wei Yuxian kept her head down, focusing all her attention on her breakfast, not looking at the cold, oppressive gaze of the man across from her. Fu Xuanyi was looking at her, staring straight at her, without a shred of concealment. In his unique cold tone, he asked, "Have you thought it over?" Wei Yuxian paused in her breakfast eating, then resumed, swallowing the food in her mouth and whispering with her head bowed, "Give me one more day." She hadn't completely figured it out yet. The few minutes she had spent thinking in the bathroom weren't enough for her to fully understand, and she needed more time. One day was neither long nor short, and it was neither unbearable nor not unbearable. Fu Xuanyi could still wait. He gave her this one day. "I want an answer tonight," he said. Wei Yuxian gave a non-committal grunt and continued eating her breakfast. Once again, the table fell silent. After a while, Wei Yuxian finished eating and waited quietly for the man across from her to finish eating so that he could drive her to school. It wasn't long before Fu Xuanyi finished eating as well, and the two of them got up and left for school in the car. Again, there was no conversation, as there was nothing to say. Wei Yuxian went to the classroom where she had class today, sat in the front row, and sat across from the three ding nanas in the back row, separated by a chasm. This was her usual practice. After the 2 morning classes, Wei Yuxian was mentally exhausted. She went to get the food that Auntie Fu had sent over, and hurried back to the dormitory, thinking that if she ate enough, she could go to bed quickly and be ready for the afternoon classes. But how could her simple idea be so easily realized? Ding Nan Nan and the others would never let her get by easily. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, she was greeted by her roommates' cold ridicule. Each of the 3 of them said one sentence, which added up to 3 sentences. What they said was more than one sentence. She silently ate the food in her hands, chewing mechanically. She could not feel the deliciousness of the food at all, as if she was only eating to stay alive. Her silence did not buy her roommates a break, but only intensified abuse. The words became more and more offensive, and the food in her mouth became more and more unpleasant. She forced herself to swallow the food, not to waste it. Halfway through, she suddenly ran into the bathroom and vomited violently, ripping her stomach apart and vomiting out everything she had just eaten. With tears in her eyes, Wei Yuxian suddenly felt like crying. She leaned against the wall of the bathroom and sobbed quietly, tears falling again and again. Her tears were worthless, and even if she cried, no one would feel sorry for her. She covered her mouth, let the tears run down her hands and drip onto the floor, and cried in the toilet for a while, her mind filled with sad emotions. After a while, when the emotions had passed, she wiped away her tears, ignoring how red and swollen her eyes were. She lowered her head and went in, tidying up the half-finished meal, not in the mood to eat anymore. She didn't want Ding Nana and the others to see her in such a disheveled state, although she was always disheveled in front of them. Ding Nana looked at her with a teasing expression and said, "Wei Yuxian, you've been running to the bathroom to throw up every day recently. Sometimes you'll cover your mouth and suddenly run out of class. You throw up every day, and you can't eat either. You're not pregnant with some old man's child, are you?" Shen Wei and Feng Yi burst out laughing. The former said, "I think it's most likely. Otherwise, how could a normal person go to the bathroom every day to throw up? Don't you agree, Sister Na?" There was another loud burst of laughter in the dormitory. Wei Yuxian's heart felt cold and she felt cold all over. They were right, she was pregnant, and the vomiting was also caused by the pregnancy. But would she admit it? Would she dare admit it? She didn't dare say a word, because what they said was the truth. She quickly walked into the bathroom with the packed thermos, and, holding back the tears that were welling up again, she hid inside the bathroom again. She crouched on the floor, hugging her knees and crying bitterly. She was so sad that her whole body was numb and shaking, and she was cold, even though she was wearing thick clothes. Outside, the voices of the 3 ding nanas did not stop, and they even spoke loudly on purpose, so that their words would reach her ears. "Wei Yuxian, how is it like being an old man? Do you have to take medicine to get hard? You're not still dying for sex, are you? Ha ha ha. Did the old man tell you that he would pay you to have his baby, and you were willing to give birth to his child? How much did the old man pay you? I can see that you eat well every day, and someone brings your meals here, and you dress well and use good things. How much does the old man pay you a month?" Every word they said felt like a knife stabbing her in the heart. Her heart was riddled with wounds, and the blood kept gushing out, unable to be healed. She stayed in the bathroom for more than 10 minutes, and the people outside kept talking for the same amount of time, hurling insults that swirled around in her head. She couldn't listen anymore, and she didn't even care about the thermos. She got up and walked out, her eyes red and her face clearly showing the traces of tears. But she couldn't care about that now, she just wanted to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. She grabbed her canvas bag and cell phone, took a few big steps out of the dormitory, slammed the door behind her, and the world finally quieted down. Walking on the campus path, she lowered her head to her chest for fear of being seen crying. She put on the big black hat with the hood, hiding her entire body under the large jacket. She walked aimlessly on the campus path, not knowing where to go. At that moment, she just wanted to leave this school and didn't want to stay for even a moment, because as long as she stayed here, there was a chance that she would run into Ding Nana and the others. She still had classes in the afternoon, and they would inevitably meet, so who knew what would happen again? Chapter 31, he admitted that he was deeply in love with this poor little cat. Wei Yuxian had an urge to call Fu Xuanyi and ask him to come and get her, and to tell him that she agreed to take a leave of absence. She didn't want to set foot on this campus again. Since she was going to take a leave of absence anyway, it didn't matter if she missed the afternoon classes, just skip a couple of sessions. But how dare she call Fu Xuanyi? He was the president of the Fu Group, a ruthless Buddhist known to everyone in Kyoto, and a very busy man. Why would he waste time picking her up? She didn't have the face to order the Prince of Kyoto around. So no matter how unbearable it was, she couldn't call Fu Xuanyi. She had to endure it until Fu Xuanyi came to pick her up in the afternoon. She still had to go to her afternoon class. The mere thought of that man made Wei Yuxian feel even worse, because it was that man who had caused her body to become like this. However, she was also partly to blame. If she hadn't gone to the bar for the money, and if she had taken some safety precautions that night, none of this would have happened by mistake. There was no use regretting anything, and there was no such thing as a regret pill in the world. Wei Yuxian walked unknowingly to the front of the school library. It was a quiet place inside, not too much noise. It didn't seem like a bad idea to go in and take a nap. The library was also open at noon, because many people would read books and look up information in the library at noon, so it was open at noon and only closed at night. She was a little relieved at the moment that the library was not closed, otherwise where would she go to spend the afternoon? She sniffed, hugged herself, and felt the cold wind blowing outside. It was very cold. Entering the library, the cold wind was blocked outside, and instantly, she felt much warmer. There were not many people in the library. They were either reading books or looking for books. Everyone was very conscious of not making too much noise, and it was very quiet inside. Apart from the sound of pages turning, there was basically no other sound. People who came here would unconsciously lighten their steps. Wei Yuxian was no different. After looking around for a while, she noticed that there was an empty corner, so she walked over there, didn't bother looking for a book, and just sat down in the corner and rested with her head on the table. Some people also lie down on the table for a while when they get tired from reading, so Wei Yuxian wasn't afraid of being driven away even if she did the same. In the quiet environment, with only the sound of pages turning in her ears, she felt very comfortable, 1,000 times better than her roommate's insults. She had found the right place. Soon, the exhausted Wei Yuxian fell asleep. No one disturbed her, not even nightmares. Perhaps even the nightmares felt that she was too pitiful and could not bear to let her suffer anymore. In this way, Wei Yuxian spent a quiet afternoon in the library, feeling at peace and content, just as she had always longed for. If every day could be spent like this in the future, how wonderful it would be. No need to worry about anything, she could eat when she wanted and sleep when she wanted. She slept until it was almost time for class, got up, went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, and hurried to the classroom with her canvas bag. The 2 classes were excruciatingly difficult. The thought that the 3 Ding Nanas were sitting at the back of the classroom made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, and she couldn't concentrate in class. All she could think about was the class ending quickly so she could leave this place as soon as possible. But time seemed to be working against her, passing by very slowly, making it extremely difficult for her. She almost counted the time as it passed. The moment the bell rang at the end of the class, she let out a sigh of relief, feeling liberated. Immediately, she grabbed all her belongings and fled the classroom at top speed, racing towards the school gate. She was very grateful that Ding Nana didn't give her any trouble in the 2 afternoon classes, and didn't whisper those nasty things in her ear, allowing her to have a safe afternoon. Walking quickly all the way to the alley outside the school, she looked in the familiar place, but she didn't see the familiar car. The place was empty, with nothing there. Suddenly, a sense of loss welled up in her heart. Wei Yuxian's mood was mixed, and she walked stiffly to that place, looking left and right at the passing cars, hoping to see the familiar one. But as the minutes passed, 2 minutes passed, and 5 minutes passed, there was still no sign of the car. What's going on? Fu Xuanyi has never been late before, he's always come early, but today. Did he deliberately not come to pick her up because she made him unhappy with what she said yesterday? The thought of this possibility made Wei Yuxian's heart even colder. Did he dislike her even more? Will he kick her out of the Fu household? Then where will she go from here? Will she have to get rid of the baby in her belly too? Wei Yuxian really didn't know what path to take in the future. She had just made the decision to take a break from school, and then this happened. How was she going to live? Go back to the dorm and continue to face Ding Nana and the others? Or should she go out and work to support herself? It's so chaotic and tiring. There doesn't seem to be anything in this world worth her staying. Just as she was rambling on, a black, low-key luxury car stopped in front of her. The window lowered, and Fu Xuanyi saw her depressed face, a face with no hope in sight. She looked like an abandoned cat, standing pitifully by the roadside, longing for someone to take her home. Fu Xuanyi didn't care about much, his heart tightened, and he got out of the car and came to her side. He gave her a hug, giving her a little warmth in the cold winter. Today, a meeting was delayed, which caused him to be a little late, and he didn't expect to see her like this. He admitted that he was deeply in love with this poor little cat, and could not bear to see her suffer or shed tears. All his previous coldness and abstinence went out the window. Nothing was more important than her. So what if he had broken his vows? He had long ago broken them. He was in love with this poor little cat, and all his previous reserve and lack of interest in women had changed because of her. From now on, he would spoil her, love her, give her everything she wanted, and let her live happily. "Sorry I'm a little late," he said in a low, hoarse voice, with an unprecedented tenderness in his voice, just for her. He held her tightly, bringing her small body into his, warming her cold body. Wei Yuxian finally came back to her senses, and tears welled up in her eyes, tears she had held back for a long time. Chapter 32. No, I want to drop out of school. She thought she could be very strong, at least not in front of everyone with tears in her eyes, but she overestimated herself. She is not strong at all, she is extremely weak. The moment Fu Xuanyi hugged her, she wanted to desperately hug him, vent her emotions, and cry her heart out. But she couldn't. She still had a glimmer of reason, and she knew that the person in front of her was Fu Xuanyi, the cold man, the man who could not be desecrated. He was the prince of the capital, he was the ruthless Buddha's son, and he could not be desecrated by anyone. So she desperately endured, and made her crying sound smaller, and tried her best not to dirty his clothes. But he was hugging her so tightly that her face was completely smeared on his clothes. Whenever she cried, her tears would get on his clothes, and there was no way to avoid it. Since they were going to get dirty anyway, she might as well cry her heart out. It didn't matter if they got a little dirty or a lot dirty, she would just wash his clothes. Wei Yuxian cried unrestrainedly, crying in his arms like this, feeling extremely aggrieved and her emotions spiraling out of control. Her cries echoed in his ears, stabbing his heart, which had never beat for anyone else. At that moment, he really wanted to rub her into his bones and blood, to hurt her badly. Whenever she cried, his heart ached with her. He couldn't bear to see her cry, not at all. In the cold winter, the desolate streets were deserted, with few vehicles and no pedestrians. The few leaves on the bare branches rustled and fell with the wind. In a corner of the street, a luxury car with the engine still running was parked. Next to the car, a tall, handsome man was hugging a petite, pitiful woman and gently patting her back to comfort her. This scene looked somewhat beautiful, and if there had been some sunset, it would have been even more beautiful. However, the two protagonists of the scene were not feeling beautiful at all. It had probably been 10 minutes since Wei Yuxian had cried for 10 minutes, and Fu Xuanyi had also held her for 10 minutes. He was tongue-tied, and could not think of anything to say except to pat her back to comfort her. This was the first time he had liked someone, and the first time in 29 years that he had had such strong emotions for someone. He did not know how to comfort a crying kitten. Finally, the poor kitten stopped crying, but it was still sobbing, looking so miserable. He had only been a little late, and she had cried like this. Next time, he would never be late again. Yes, Fu Xuanyi thought that the reason she was sad was because he was late. He never thought that she would be bullied at school, or that there would be such people at school. When he first investigated Wei Yuxian, he only briefly investigated her home, and did not investigate the school campus, so he had no idea what kind of life Wei Yuxian was living at school. If he had known, then Ding Nana and the others would not have had it so easy. Wei Yuxian would not have told him what kind of life she was living at school either. She and Fu Xuanyi are not related in any way. If it weren't for the child in her belly, they would never have any contact in their lives. She finally stopped crying and struggled to get out of Fu Xuanyi's arms. At this moment, she also realized that it was not good to be held by him all the time, and now they were still on the roadside, so it would not be good if others and her classmates saw them. Fu Xuanyi let her go along with her, looked down at her, and said, "I won't be late next time. If you want to go to school, just go." He could not back down. Even though he knew that going to school was bad for her health, she wanted to go to school, and it was something she liked to do, so he would let her do it. At worst, he would hire some people to take care of her. He would also go to school and tell everyone there to pay more attention to her. At least, he would let her live a happier life, so that she would not have to suffer every day and get sick. Wei Yuxian swallowed, listening to his regressive words. She felt that he seemed to have changed a little. This was the first time he had given in, rather than not giving her any choice at all. But now, she didn't need him to back down. She had made up her mind and was determined not to change it. Her eyes and nose were red, and she put her hands in her pockets to keep warm as she said, "Let's go back to the car and talk about it." Her speech was stuttering a little, as she had just cried too hard. Fu Xuanyi nodded, opened the car door for her, shielded her head as she got in, closed the door, and walked back to the driver's seat to sit down. He started the car, and the sound of the car echoed through the street. Wei Yuxian gathered herself together, and with the warmth of the car's heater, her body regained its warmth. Holding the canvas bag in her arms, she turned her head to look at the man beside her. It was this cold-hearted man who, in her most helpless moment, embraced her and gave her a little warmth. It made her come back to life. Although, this man is also part of her stress. But his actions just now did warm her heart a little. She took a few deep breaths, intertwined her hands, and said, "I promise you, I will take a leave of absence." The reason she had just cried made her voice sound soft at the moment, as if she had eaten gummy bears, with the words stuck together. Fu Xuanyi looked at her, then continued to look at the road ahead, and said, "You don't have to force yourself. If you like it, just go." He thought she was forced to accept the suspension. Wei Yuxian, however, shook her head and said firmly, "No, I want to suspend my studies." Fu Xuanyi was surprised by her change of heart and asked, "Why did you change your mind?" He remembered that she was very determined last night and even cried, just to continue going to school. Even this morning, she still wanted to go to school. Wei Yuxian still used the same excuse, saying, "The pressure of studying is too great. I have severe morning sickness at school and can't keep up. It's better to suspend my studies." Fu Xuanyi thought this reason was very reasonable. He also felt that she was having a hard time at school, and the knowledge she was learning was so obscure and difficult to understand that it took up even more of her mental energy. Without thinking much about it, he was even a little happy in his heart, and said, "It's good that you've come to your senses. Tomorrow, I'll process your suspension from school and bring your luggage back." "Good." Wei Yuxian was also relieved to see that he had agreed. In that case, there was no need to tell him about Ding Nana's incident. After all, she would not have any contact with Ding Nana in the future. How dare she trouble Master Xian over such a trivial matter? After this matter was resolved, Wei Yuxian's mood improved a little. The thought that she would never have to see Ding Nana again or hear their vicious words made her feel even better. When she returned to school the following year, they would go their separate ways. She would start a new life and have a wonderful university experience. She believed that people like Ding Nana were few and far between, and that there were more good people in the world. Chapter 33 Fu Xuanyi's study is not cheap, and she can't afford to pay for even one of them. Early the next morning, Fu Xuanyi called his special assistant and asked him to handle the suspension of Wei Yuxian's studies. Wei Yuxian didn't have to do anything, she just needed to relax at home, and Fu Xuanyi would arrange for someone to take care of everything. When it was noon, Fu Xuanyi came home for lunch, which was rare, and he even brought her good news. "The leave of absence procedures have been completed. I'll ask Auntie Fu to help move the luggage this afternoon," he said. Wei Yuxian's face visibly showed an extra smile, and she asked with some surprise, "Really?" She thought it would take a few days to complete the procedures. After all, the school's procedures are very troublesome, and each procedure can take a long time. She didn't expect Fu Xuanyi to solve them in half a day. In fact, if the procedures were followed normally, it would indeed take a few days to complete. But who was Fu Xuanyi? The prince of the Beijing Circle. Even the principal had to call in Xian Yi when he met him. The principal would dare not delay, of course the sooner the better. So everything was settled in half a day. Fu Xuanyi nodded and smiled, and when he saw the smile on her face, a faint smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. After so many days, she finally saw her smile. She looked even more beautiful when she smiled. She should smile more often in the future. "That's great. Thank you, Xian." She was so excited just now that she almost called him Master Xian, but fortunately she was quick-witted and stopped in time, calling him the right title. Even now, she still feels that the title Xian is very intimate and a bit difficult to say. Fu Xuanyi, I'm glad you like it. Wei Yuxian smiled at him again, a genuine smile, thanking him for handling the suspension of her studies for her. Then she remembered what he had just said. He had said to ask Auntie Fu to help her pack her things, but how would Auntie Fu know which things were hers? It would be better if she went herself. She had classes in the afternoon, and even if she went back to the dormitory, she wouldn't bump into Ding Nana and the others, so it would be better if she packed her own things. She said, I'll go pack my own things, Auntie Fu doesn't know which things are mine. Fu Xuanyi was a little worried, but his expression didn't change. Are you feeling well? Wei Yuxian patted her collarbone twice and said, I'm fine. It's just packing. Fu Xuanyi still didn't feel right about it and said, bring Auntie Fu with you. She can pack. That way, she won't have to do it herself. Her baby is getting big and she needs to pay special attention. Wei Yuxian thought about it and agreed. Then she and Auntie Fu could pack together, and it would be faster. So they decided to go to the school at 3 p.m. to pack. By then, Ding Nana and the others would have already gone to class. After lunch, Wei Yuxian sat for a while, then walked around the spacious room for a while, feeling sleepy, so she went back to her room and took a nap. Fu Xuanyi did not go to the office again, but went to the study to handle business. At the moment, if he went to the office and had to rush back afterwards, the time wasted on the road would be better spent handling business at home. Wei Yuxian had a good sleep, and with the pressure from school gone, she felt like her stress had been reduced by 3/4. As for Fu Xuanyi, he seemed quite pleasant today. Although he still had a cold expression on his face, she could tell that he was in a good mood. Everything was developing in a good direction, and her future would definitely be very bright, right? It was almost 3 o'clock when Wei Yuxian got up. She went downstairs after washing up, but she didn't see Fu Xuanyi's figure. She asked the maid in the living room, where is Master Fu? The maid said, Madam, Master Fu is in the study. In the study. She was ashamed to say that she didn't know where Fu Xuanyi's study was. The house was so big that she didn't know anything except the living room, the kitchen, and her own room. She didn't even know where Fu Xuanyi's bedroom was, let alone his study. She asked a little embarrassed, Can you take me to his study? Of course I can, madam, please follow me. The maid led the way beside her, walking up the stairs, and after a while they reached the door of a room. Madam, this is Master Xian's study. If there's nothing else, I'll go back down first. Wei Yuxian nodded, said thank you to her, and knocked on the door of the study. Enter. A familiar voice came from the study, Fu Xuanyi's. Wei Yuxian gently opened the door and walked in. The first thing she noticed was how big the room was, and the second was how retro it was. Fu Xuanyi's study was quite retro, with some wooden shelves, just like the ones in ancient times. On the shelves were some bottles and jars, all antiques. Against the wall, there are 3 large, exquisite wooden bookshelves with intricate and detailed patterns. They are full of books. A little further inside, there is a large desk, where Fu Xuanyi works. In front of him is a computer, and his hands are tapping away on the keyboard, dealing with some official business, probably replying to emails. Fu Xuanyi looks up at the visitor and checks the time, only to realize that it is already 3 o'clock. Sit down, I'll finish this email. Wei Yuxian then sat down in a chair, her eyes continuing to survey the study, and she said, Take your time. This study looks very expensive, and those antiques on the shelves are not cheap. She had to admit that Fu Xuanyi's study was very well decorated, with everything in its place, and each antique was placed in the most suitable position. There were also 3 large bookshelves made of some unknown wood that looked very expensive. Fu Xuanyi's things are all expensive. She'd better not come in here too often in the future, or she couldn't afford to pay for any damage. It's really beautiful. This study is fresh and elegant, with a touch of ancient charm. In the future, she would also like to decorate a study according to her own preferences, not as big as this one, and the things inside don't need to be expensive, as long as she likes them. A few minutes later, Wei Yuxian had finished admiring the study, and Fu Xuanyi had also finished dealing with his emails, shut down his computer, and went over to the person sitting over there. She looked around like a curious kitten, taking in everything with curiosity. If only she could stay like that forever. Fu Xuanyi got up, picked up his jacket and put it on his arm, and said, Let's go. Although he still wanted her to admire the place, they had more important things to do at the moment. Wei Yuxian nodded, got up and followed behind him, stepping out of the study. When they reached the downstairs, Auntie Fu was already waiting for them. She smiled and greeted them, Master Fu, Madam, good afternoon. Fu Xuanyi gave a cold nod, while Wei Yuxian returned her smile and said, Good afternoon, Auntie Fu. Chapter 34, Holding her hand the whole time. The driver was also waiting at the door, and they could get in the car as soon as they walked out the door. Once they were in the car, the heater was turned up full blast, and Wei Yuxian didn't feel cold even when she took off her jacket. The car was getting closer and closer to the school, and Wei Yuxian's mood became more and more complicated. People are such strange creatures. She still felt a little reluctant to take a year off from school. However, she had to take a year off, and taking a year off was her best choice right now. She had already made up her mind, and the suspension procedures were complete. There was no turning back. The car drove unimpeded all the way into the campus and stopped in front of the dormitory. Wei Yuxian was still a little shocked. They could drive the car right up to the dormitory, after all, ordinary cars were not allowed on campus. But then, when she thought about Fu Xuanyi's identity, it didn't seem so strange. It was convenient, and saved her from having to walk a little longer, and from having to carry her luggage from the dormitory to the school gate. Under the guidance of Wei Yuxian, Fu Xuanyi, Auntie Fu, and the driver all arrived at the entrance to the dormitory. It was inconvenient for the two men to go in, and they couldn't help much even if they did. Standing at the entrance, Wei Yuxian and Auntie Fu went in. Auntie Fu brought several storage bags, both large and small, and the two of them put everything into the storage bags. The things on the bed, the mosquito nets, bed curtains, and so on, also had to be removed. Auntie Fu was not at ease letting her go up there, so she went up herself and removed them. After about half an hour of packing, they had finished packing everything. Wei Yuxian didn't have much stuff, not even a few sets of clothes. Plus, she had already packed up with Fu Xuanyi before, so there was even less stuff. There were 2 large storage bags and a suitcase. One of the storage bags contained the quilt that Wei Yuxian had brought from her hometown. She really didn't have much stuff. The two of them carried the things out, and the driver, being very sensible, carried the 2 large storage bags. Auntie Fu also carried the remaining suitcase, and Wei Yuxian didn't have to carry anything. Auntie Fu didn't dare let her carry anything, either, because of her delicate condition. She said, Master Xian, it's all packed. Fu Xuanyi nodded, looked down, found Wei Yuxian's small hand, grabbed it, and held it in his hand. It was soft and small, and it felt especially comfortable holding it. For the first time, he realized that a woman's hands are so soft, so small, and so pleasant to hold. Wei Yuxian was shocked by his actions, wondering why he suddenly did that, which did not at all match his image. How could the cold and abstinent Master Xian, who was not interested in women, hold her hand? When she came to her senses, she had already been led by Fu Xuanyi to the top of the stairs and they had begun to walk downstairs. She tried to pull her hand back, but as soon as she moved it, Fu Xuanyi increased the strength of his grip, not allowing her to pull her hand back at all. She tried a few more times, but still couldn't manage it, and she didn't dare to ask out loud, so she could only let him take her hand and walk downstairs. His hand was so big, and it was also very good looking, with clearly defined bones, dry and warm, giving her warmth in the cold winter, and she even felt a little attached to this temperature. His hands were so warm, but why was his face always cold? Could it be that his facial nerves were underdeveloped? Wei Yuxian was led downstairs all the way, and she still looked at his hands in a daze. Fu Xuanyi opened the car door and let her sit in first, before sitting in himself. The driver and Auntie Fu put the luggage in the boot, and then got in the car a moment later. In no time, the driver started the car and drove forward, circling the dormitory halfway around, and leaving the school via a different road. None of them saw that there was someone hiding in the grass in front of the building next to the dormitory. This person was Ding Nana. She just wanted to go back to the dormitory to change her pad, and she just happened to notice that her period had come during class. She told the teacher that she had to come back, and after the teacher agreed, she came back. Unexpectedly, she saw this scene. Just now, when she was about to walk to the front of the dormitory, she suddenly saw Wei Yuxian's figure. Wei Yuxian was being led away by a man. Because the distance was too far and she was a bit nearsighted, she couldn't see what the man looked like clearly, but she would recognize Wei Yuxian's appearance even if she were turned into ashes. She was very sure and certain that the man was Wei Yuxian. This guy didn't come to class again today, and she thought she couldn't get out of bed because she was being fucked by an old man. Unexpectedly, now even her luggage has been moved, and she has appeared with that old man. Afraid of being discovered, she quickly hid in a bush and watched everything quietly until the car disappeared. Only then did she stand up and walk towards the dormitory. Because she was nearsighted and couldn't see what Fu Xuanyi looked like, and because she had a preconception that the man behind Wei Yuxian was an old man, she now also thought that the man holding Wei Yuxian's hand was an old man. Wei Yuxian moved all her luggage away. Does that mean she's not going to study anymore? Has she finally moved out and can't stand it anymore? Or is it because the baby in her stomach is growing and the old man doesn't want her to study anymore? Thinking about this, a smile curls up the corner of Ding Nana's mouth. No matter what the reason is, as long as Wei Yuxian doesn't study anymore, she is happy. Exactly, what's the point of a poor girl like Wei Yuxian studying? Even if she studies, it won't change her fate of being poor. She should just sell herself to the old man, be his mistress, and get fucked to oblivion. She just can't stand Wei Yuxian's fake hardworking appearance. Everyone is playing, but she's the only one pretending to read. It's so hypocritical. Someone like this who doesn't fit in should be eliminated by society. Walking back to the dormitory, Ding Nana suddenly felt a little annoyed. She should have taken some photos just now as evidence, so that if she had the chance to meet that poor girl in the future, she could humiliate her properly. The poor girl had left, and she would never have to smell that poor smell again, but it was also less fun. In the future, no one would be there for her to scold. But the advantages of her leaving were even greater, so that she would not be able to seduce Cheng Jingyao, and she could concentrate on serving her old man. Cheng Jingyao was hers, Ding Nana's. She glanced at Wei Yuxian's bed and desk, which were clean and tidy, and even the mattress had been rolled away, so it seemed that she had really left. Ding Nana was in a wonderful mood, humming a little tune as she went to change her pants and took out a sanitary napkin to use as a pad. Over here, Wei Yuxian and Fu Xuanyi were also holding hands in the car, mainly because Fu Xuanyi wouldn't let go and she couldn't pull away, so they just kept holding hands. Fu Xuanyi didn't want to let go. After all, these soft, small hands felt very comfortable to hold, and he wanted to take the opportunity to hold them for a while longer. Auntie Fu saw their joined hands in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile, thinking that Master Xin and Madame were getting along better and better. It was no surprise that Madame would become the rightful wife of the Fu family in the future, not just a title. In the future, she would have to serve diligently, as Madame was carrying 2 young masters in her belly. The Fu family bloodline was not easy to come by, and it must be treasured. Chapter 35, Wiping Her Hands. Wei Yuxian's hands had been kept warm by Fu Xuanyi's large hands. Coupled with the car's full heating, she had perspired a little after a while. She once again wanted to pull her hands back and wipe the sweat from her hands, which were sticky and uncomfortable, but Fu Xuanyi still did not let go of her hands. He even took out a wet wipe in the car after noticing that her hands were sweating, and carefully wiped her hands with his head bowed. Wei Yuxian looked at the man beside her in disbelief, unable to believe it was true. But it was true. Fu Xuanyi was really wiping the sweat off her hands. Not even leaving any between her fingers. Was the person in front of Fu Xuanyi really the ruthless Master Xin from Kyoto? He couldn't have been possessed by someone else. How could Master Xin do such a thing? Wiping someone else's hands. And for an obscure little woman like her. This was just too shocking. She never imagined that Fu Xuanyi would do such a thing, because in her opinion, Fu Xuanyi would never do such a thing. Fu Xuanyi is a robot with no emotions, his words are cold, and his face is cold, so how could he do something so warm? Wei Yuxian really couldn't figure out what she had done to deserve having Xin Yi wipe her hands for her. She wanted to pull her hand back, feeling that Fu Xuanyi's actions were too intimidating, as if he were wiping her hand clean in preparation for the next chop. Fu Xuanyi, however, would not allow her to pull it back, saying, "Don't move." Those 2 cold words instantly made Wei Yuxian afraid to move again, for fear that if he became unhappy, he would really chop off her hand. She looked pitifully at her hand, like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fu Xuanyi, however, was unaware of her rich psychological drama and just wanted to wipe her hands clean so that they would be more comfortable to hold. He carefully wiped them with a wet wipe and then used soft paper towels to wipe them again. Wei Yuxian's hands became dry and just as comfortable to hold as before. He didn't even want to let go when she was sweating, and now that they were clean and comfortable, he was even more reluctant to let go. He just held her hand like that, not letting her pull it away. Wei Yuxian let out a sigh of relief when she saw that he had finally stopped moving, and her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally let go. Her hand was safe. She didn't dare to move it again, or pull it away, for fear of making this man angry. Fu Xuanyi had a strange temper, and his mood could change from one minute to the next. Of course, these were things she had read online. Most of what she knows about Fu Xuanyi she learned online. Now that they've spent some time together, she's discovered that he really is just like what the internet says. It's just that today was a bit strange. Fu Xuanyi was really strange today. Not only did he hold her hand, he also wiped the sweat off her face. It's also possible that Fu Xuanyi was in a better mood today, which is why he did all those things. There's also another possibility, and that is that Fu Xuanyi found it novel and did it because he was in the mood. After all, in the past, Fu Xuanyi had never had any other women, and was known to everyone in the capital as an ascetic monk. Perhaps after a while, he will no longer feel novel, and things will return to normal. Wei Yuxian said this to herself in her heart, explaining Fu Xuanyi's strange behavior. Little did she know that a certain ascetic monk was willing to break his vows for her. The car returned to the Fu residence. Wei Yuxian thought to herself that they were home now, so he should let go of her hand, but unexpectedly, he still didn't let go, and let her into the house. Auntie Fu and the driver carried her luggage down and moved it to her room. Auntie Fu also had someone pack the luggage, so Wei Yuxian didn't have to worry about it. She followed Fu Xuanyi into the spacious living room. As soon as she walked in, she saw two people sitting on the sofa in the living room. One was an old lady she knew, and the other was an elderly man she had never seen before. But she could also guess the identity of this elderly man, Fu Xuanyi's father, who resembled Fu Xuanyi in a few ways. The sharp eyebrows and eyes were exactly the same. It seems that Fu Xuanyi inherited his fierce appearance. What about the child she gives birth to? Will it also inherit such a fierce and cold appearance? Wei Yuxian didn't dare to imagine. She put those thoughts aside and followed Fu Xuanyi to the sofa and sat down. The latter said faintly, "Dad, Mom." Fu's father and mother's attitude towards him was not exactly warm. They both nodded in agreement, and the tone of the family was faint. Wei Yuxian spoke up under pressure and called out, "Master, Madam." There was no problem with her calling them that, because the Fu family's servants also called them that. There was another reason, too. Apart from that title, she couldn't find a suitable one to replace it. Fu's father still gave a faint nod, but Fu's mother's attitude was much better, and she smiled and nodded. When she saw that their hands were still holding hands, the smile in her eyes became even more obvious, and she was very happy to see how well they got along. Their hands were holding hands, which was no easy feat for her cold son. Is Wei Yuxian still far away from her daughter-in-law's position? Not really. As long as her son is willing to take the first step and stop wearing the rosary all day to purify his heart and mind, the probability of her having a daughter-in-law will be much higher. What abstinence and purification of the heart and mind? All of that can go to hell. Her daughter-in-law is the most important thing. Although she didn't want to interrupt the joined hands, at this moment, Fu's mother had to interrupt them. She patted the seat next to her and said, "Yuxian, come and sit." Wei Yuxian felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She couldn't wait to stand up and walk over to Fu's mother's side. She had just taken 2 steps when her movements came to a halt because her hand was still in Fu Xuanyi's. The man held her hand tightly without letting go and wouldn't let her walk over. She looked back and met Fu Xuanyi's gaze. She signaled with her eyes that he should let go of her hand so that she could go over and sit down. But Fu Xuanyi acted as if he hadn't seen her, just looking into her eyes without making any move. His hand was still holding hers so tightly. Wei Yuxian became a little anxious. She was already embarrassed that people were watching them holding hands, and now the old lady had spoken and told her to go over and sit down, but he still wouldn't let go of her hand. However, she did not dare say anything, and dared not express her opinion to Fu Xuanyi, so she could only turn to the old lady for help. She hoped that the old lady could rescue her and ask Fu Xuanyi to let go of her hand. God knows how nervous she was being held by Fu Xuanyi's hand. Fu's mother also looked at Fu Xuanyi and signaled with her eyes for him to let go of her hand. Fu Xuanyi fearlessly met his mother's gaze, and the meaning in his eyes was clear: he did not want to let go. Fu's mother looked helplessly at her enlightened son, thinking to herself that if only he had opened up earlier, maybe her grandchildren could have been here to see him. She could only say, "Shen, let go of Yuxian's hand and let her sit here for a while. I want to talk to her." Chapter 36. The Fu family has never been a benevolent one. Fu Xuanyi still refused, looking at his mother and shaking his head slightly. Wei Yuxian, who had her back turned, did not see his small movement. She was only thinking that the old lady could persuade him to let go of her hand. Since they left the dormitory, Fu Xuanyi had not let go of her hand, and it had been almost an hour. She had never held hands with anyone for such a long time, let alone the fact that Fu Xuanyi was a man. The mother and son just stood there, facing each other, neither willing to give way. Fu Xuanyi's attitude was even more resolute, as if letting go of Wei Yuxian's hand was killing him. Wei Yuxian stood awkwardly in the middle, looking at the old lady, then back at the stubborn man. She slightly moved her wrist, but the man grabbed it with even more strength. After a while, the old lady gave up first, thinking that it was fine, as long as her son, who had finally woken up, could taste the sweetness more often. After all, how could a mother not think about her own child? She also thought that it was fine for her son. Forget it, Yuxian, you can sit down. I can talk to you like this. Wei Yuxian felt a wave of disappointment in her heart. She had thought that the old lady could control Fu Xianyi, but she had not expected that even the old lady could not do anything about him. This Fu Xuanyi is really a stubborn, terrible, and domineering man. She could only sit down with a heart of ashes, looking at the hand tightly held by the man, pursing her lips, and once again exclaiming that his hand looks good. It also has quite a lot of strength, and he can't let go of her hand once he has it, like a pair of pliers. It's difficult. Fu Xuanyi was satisfied, moved his fingers, and rubbed her soft, tender little hand, enjoying it. The round black prayer beads on his wrist also rubbed against her wrist, giving off a warm feeling, not cold and clammy. She wondered what material they were made of. By the way, did he always wear these prayer beads? Did he take them off when he bathed or went to bed? If he didn't take them off when he slept, wouldn't they chafe? She suddenly thought absurdly about these things and became curious as to why he wore a string of prayer beads on his wrist. Could it be that he is really a devout Buddhist, as the internet says? But looking at him, he doesn't seem like a Buddhist. Hey, no, why am I suddenly thinking about all this? Does it matter to her whether Fu Xuanyi believes in Buddhism or not? Whether he wears Buddhist beads or not still has nothing to do with her. She shook her head to get rid of the nonsense in her head, thinking that being pregnant really makes you think a lot. Fu's mother across the room started to speak. Yuxian, I heard that you have suspended your studies, is that right? Wei Yuxian came back to her senses and no longer had the heart to think about other things. She replied, yes, madam. I went through the formalities today and just went to the school to collect my things. Recently, I haven't been feeling well. The morning sickness is too severe, and with my busy studies, I can't manage both. Madame Fu nodded and said, take a break from school, it's no big deal. If you're not feeling well, you should stay at home and rest. There's no rush with your studies, you'll have plenty of time to catch up in the future. She only came over after hearing that she had been unwell recently. Usually, in order not to put pressure on her, she refrained from coming over. Who would have thought that this child was still under so much pressure and had even developed depressive symptoms? The doctor also said that if it is allowed to continue developing, it will become depression. This depression is not a good thing, it is difficult to treat, and many people have paid the price of their lives because of this disease. Wei Yuxian nodded and let out a sound. Fu's mother then asked, how have you been eating recently? I see that you've lost weight. Can't you eat? Wei Yuxian nodded again and said, whenever I eat, I feel sick and throw up. It's not that I don't want to eat. I want to eat more to get more nutrients, so that I don't get so thin and at least stay healthy. But as soon as I eat, I throw up, so there's no way I can do it. Fu's mother sighed and said, just get through this period. I was the same when I was pregnant with Xian. It was just as serious as you are. By the way, I brought you 2 experienced nannies who will take care of you starting today. Wei Yuxian waved her hands quickly, saying, no need, old lady. I'm doing fine here. Auntie Fu takes good care of me. There's no need for so many people. What is she, some kind of precious gem, that she needs 2 nannies to take care of her? She didn't think too highly of herself, feeling that she was just an ordinary person. But in the eyes of the Fu family, she was a precious gem, someone who could not afford to have any accidents. She is carrying the Fu family's future bloodline. She is not a precious golden lump, but something else? Fu's mother said, of course, Fu's housekeeper can take care of you, but she is not a professional after all. She has to manage the entire Fu family, so there are bound to be oversights. These 2 nannies are different. They are both professionals. I spent a long time picking these 2 people, and they will take good care of you. You are only 3 months old now and you are already having such a hard time. When you get older, it will be even harder. You can trust me, I wouldn't have put 2 people in for no reason. It's all for the better. Wei Yuxian couldn't argue with her, so she nodded and accepted, saying, thank you, madam. We don't say thank you in our family. I'll come and visit you often in the future, is that okay? She asked her opinion thoughtfully. Unlike Fu Xuanyi, she didn't simply make decisions for her without asking her opinion. Wei Yuxian naturally nodded in agreement. It was just to see the old lady more often, nothing wrong with that. As long as the old lady was here, she wouldn't feel as much pressure. She could feel that the old lady was a kind person. But she didn't know that the Fu family were not kind people. They were only kind to their own family. If it was an outsider, and an outsider who had offended them, then their faces would not be so kind. The Fu family has never been a good family. Master Fu is not, nor is Madame Fu, and Fu Xuanyi is even less so. The Fu family can call the shots in the capital and thrive like fish in water, but it is definitely not because they are kind, but because they are uncompromising and forceful. If others dare to bully them, then they will bully them back. Being kind and soft-hearted only gives enemies a chance to catch their breath and make a comeback. In the capital, a family like this will not go far. Strength is king. However, they would not tell Wei Yuxian this now, and she did not need to know this. Her urgent task now was to take good care of her pregnancy and give birth to her child safely. She could live without knowing these things for the rest of her life, happy and carefree. This was Fu Xuanyi's thinking. She was just a poor little cat with a very small courage, and it was not suitable for her to know these things. In her world, the world was beautiful, so let her continue to believe in her own thoughts. He would also try his best not to break her way of thinking. Chapter 37, Master Xian wants to apply pregnancy oil on her. Fu's mother sat there chatting with Wei Yuxian for more than an hour, learning about all the details of her recent days, while Fu Xuanyi never let go of her hand. If her hand started to sweat, the considerate Master Xian would take out wet wipes and paper towels to wipe her hand, making sure it was always clean. Wei Yuxian was extremely embarrassed by his treatment in front of the old lady and Master Fu, and really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. At dinner time, Fu's parents stayed at the Fu residence for dinner. Fu's mother paid special attention to Wei Yuxian's eating. Seeing that she had only taken a few bites before running into the bathroom to vomit, she felt a pang of heartache. Fu Xuanyi also frowned and followed to check on her condition, full of worry and unable to solve it. Nausea during pregnancy depends on an individual's constitution. Some people don't get it badly, or even get it at all, but some people get it very badly and suffer abnormally. Wei Yuxian obviously belonged to the latter, the one who suffered greatly. A few minutes later, Wei Yuxian's queasy feeling subsided, and she looked at the people surrounding her and forced a smile as she said, "I'm fine." She washed her face, gargled, and wiped her face clean with a tissue. Fu's mother looked at her with a worried face, helped her up, and said, "Is it hard? Yuxian, you've suffered. In the future, the Fu family will never let her down. Even if in the end, Yuxian doesn't end up with us Xian, the Fu family will never let her down. She has sacrificed so much for the Fu family's future generations, and worked so hard." "It's fine, old lady, I'm used to it," she said. Yes, it's been so long, she's used to it, except that the feeling of an empty stomach is very uncomfortable, and the feeling of nausea is also extremely difficult to bear. But the doctor said that this situation will not last forever, and it will get better later. Wei Yuxian walked out with the old lady, and the others in the bathroom followed suit, and everyone continued their dinner together. Wei Yuxian ate the rest of the nutritious meal. This time, her body finally stopped acting up, and she managed to eat the rest of it. It felt so good to have a full stomach, warm and comfortable in the winter. After dinner, Fu's parents left, and Wei Yuxian also returned to her room. Fu Xuanyi watched her go upstairs and thought about the way she looked at him in fear, so he didn't go up with her. The two nannies Fu's mother had found for her came to Fu Xuanyi. One of the nannies said, "Master Xian, Madame's stomach is almost 4 months old now, so you can start applying pregnancy oil to prevent stretch marks." They just wanted to report to Fu Xuanyi about their work and then go up to apply the oil to their mistress. Unexpectedly, the person in front of them asked, "Where should I apply it?" They also didn't expect Master Xuanyi to ask, and they were a little surprised, but soon they suppressed that surprise. One of them, an auntie called Sun, said, "Apply it to the stomach, underarms, thighs, and buttocks." Hearing the last two words, Fu Xuanyi's eyebrows jumped, and he looked at the two nannies coldly without saying a word, giving them a full sense of oppression. The two maids felt as if the temperature around them had suddenly dropped. Even though the living room was fully heated, they felt cold all over. Needless to say, the cold air was brought by the mysterious man in front of them. It was obvious that what they had just said had made the man unhappy. They quickly thought back to what they had just said to see which part had made the man unhappy. The air around them suddenly cooled down after they had just mentioned the parts to be applied. So, did the man not want them to touch the mistress? It is very likely. After all, Madame is Master Xian's woman. Master Xian has finally got a woman, so how would he let someone else touch her? The two quickly figured it out and quickly came up with a solution. Auntie Sun said, Master Xian, actually, we are not meant to help Madam apply the pregnancy oil. You can apply it to Madam yourself. After hearing this, Fu Xuanyi's face looked a little better. He asked, how do I apply it? Auntie Sun and the other woman let out a sigh of relief and said, Master Xian, we can teach you. It's very simple and you'll learn it quickly. So the two nannies began to teach a certain Master Xian how to apply the pregnancy oil. They never imagined that the ruthless Master Xian would learn such a thing for a woman. You have to understand that many men are unwilling to learn these things. They just think that women are being pretentious, making so much of being pregnant. Little do they know that every life is very difficult to come by, and it is even more difficult for those who are pregnant. Therefore, you must choose the right person, otherwise it is the woman who suffers. Now it seems that Master Xian is a caring person, and Madam has made the right choice. In the room, Wei Yuxian did not know what was going on downstairs. She went back to her room, sat for a while, then went to the bathroom to take a shower, thinking about going to bed early. Go to bed early and get up early to keep your energy up, so that you don't wake up in the middle of the night and get insufficient sleep. She washed her hair tonight, and it took a little longer than usual. The water in the bathroom was loud, so she didn't hear the knock on the door. Outside the door, Fu Xuanyi knocked a few times but didn't hear a response. Worried that something had happened to her in the room, he quickly opened the door and went in. He heard her taking a shower and his furrowed brow relaxed. So she was in the shower, no wonder there was no response. He sat down on the chair in the room, relieved, waiting for her to finish showering. It was a half-hour wait. Wei Yuxian finished showering in the bathroom, her hair still damp. After wiping it with a towel a few times, she started blow-drying it in the toilet. When she saw someone else in the room, she was startled. For a moment, she thought she had traveled through time. But then she saw the familiar furnishings in the room and knew she hadn't gone to the wrong room. Instead, Fu Xuanyi had come to her room. She unconsciously tugged at the crooked collar of her pajamas, straightened them out, and made sure not to reveal any inappropriate parts of her body. She also looked down to see if there was anything else that didn't look right, and after checking that there was nothing wrong, she continued walking forward. Ah, Xian, why did you come? This name is really hard to say. Why did she choose this name in the first place? The title of Master Xian is quite good, but unfortunately he doesn't allow it. Fu Xuanyi pointed at the pregnancy oil on the table with his chin and said, let me apply the pregnancy oil for you. Ah? Wei Yuxian looked surprised and looked at the unfamiliar thing on the table. This was the first time she had seen something like this, something called pregnancy oil. So what is this thing used for? Fu Xuanyi just said the word apply, so where is this thing applied? Forgive Wei Yuxian for her pitiful lack of knowledge about pregnancy. After all, she is only a 19-year-old girl who has not even finished university, and has no experience of pregnancy. So she didn't know that pregnancy can cause stretch marks, and even less that stretch marks can be reduced by applying pregnancy oil during pregnancy. Chapter 38, she knows how to apply it, she'll do it herself next time. She blinked a few times and asked simply, do I apply it to my stomach? Fu Xuanyi nodded and gave a small affirmative nod. Wei Yuxian then remembered what he had just said, that he had just said he would apply the oil to himself, so was he planning to do it himself? Wei Yuxian was shocked by her own thoughts. What's wrong with Fu Xuanyi today? Could it be that someone else has taken over his body? Otherwise, why have his actions been more and more strange today? Starting with holding hands in the afternoon, to wiping her hands, to now rubbing her belly with pregnancy oil, everything about him is strange. Why would Master Xian do such a thing? This is such a trivial matter, it's simply not befitting of his status. She looked at Fu Xuanyi with some caution in her eyes and asked, Xian, are you? She paused, lost the courage to ask, and closed her mouth. Fu Xuanyi gave a puzzled and gestured for her to continue. Is he what? Wei Yuxian shook her head and said, nothing, I just want to say that I can apply this myself. She doesn't have the face to let Master Xian apply it to her. Fu Xuanyi's expression never changed as he asked, do you know where to apply it? Wei Yuxian tentatively asked, isn't it applied to the stomach? Fu Xuanyi, not only that, there are other places as well. Wei Yuxian paused for a moment and said, then tell me and I'll apply it myself. Fu Xuanyi asked again, do you know how to apply it? Wei Yuxian paused again. Why is applying a pregnancy oil such a hassle? Is there any other technique? She really didn't know, so she could only shake her head and say, I don't know. Fu Xuanyi was content to hear the answer he wanted and said, "Lie down, I'll apply it for you." Wei Yuxian hesitated a little and did not lie down immediately. She still did not want Fu Xuanyi to apply it to her. After all, it was touching such a private place as her stomach, and she was not yet open to that extent. Fu Xuanyi is a man. A handsome man in the prime of youth. How could she let him touch her stomach? Although it is for applying something that is good for her body, she still can't quite accept it. Is it really necessary to apply this? Can it not be applied? Fu Xuanyi's tone was firm. It must be applied, it's good for your body. Of course she knows it's good for her body. But didn't the old lady find me 2 nannies? Just let the nannies apply it for me. The more she spoke, the lower her voice got, because Fu Xuanyi was looking at her with not very pleasant eyes. He had finally learned the technique from the 2 nannies, and he wanted to apply it himself, not letting anyone else touch her body, and she actually wanted to let those 2 apply it. How could someone else touch such a private part of his body? He absolutely would not allow it. Wei Yuxian was afraid of his eyes at the moment, which were growing colder and colder, as if she had committed some heinous crime. She dared not speak again, and hurriedly lay down on the bed, closing her eyes tightly. If she was going to die, then she would just have to endure it if he insisted on doing it himself, and enjoy a handjob from Master Xian. Then she took the opportunity to learn how to apply it and where to apply it, so that next time, she could do it herself. Fu Xuanyi saw a heroic martyrdom look, his eyes closed quietly, and he felt very cute. A faint smile curled the corners of his mouth, which looked very good. He was just a very handsome man. Even when he looked expressionless, he was still charming and handsome. A shallow smile was even more captivating. Such a cute and beautiful person, lying on a large, white bed, at the mercy of others, the picture is beautiful. However, before applying it, some preparations need to be made. He said, "Wait a minute." After that, he got up and went to the bathroom, not knowing what he was doing. Wei Yuxian heard the footsteps recede, and secretly opened one eye to find the source of the footsteps. She saw him walk into the bathroom. Do you have to do so much preparation to apply something? So troublesome. Sigh, being pregnant is really troublesome. Wei Yuxian opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling, her mouth slightly open, looking dazed, like a cute, dazed goose. She heard the sound of the water being turned on in the bathroom, and she didn't know what he was doing, so she was a little curious. After a while, the sound of the water stopped, and the sound of footsteps came again. She looked over and saw that Fu Xuanyi was holding a pink basin in his hands, which was filled with water. On his arm, there was a new pink towel, with a rabbit embroidered on one corner. Wei Yuxian. This doesn't match Master Xian's image at all. How can Master Xian use such a pink and cute thing? Wei Yuxian was shocked, but then she thought everything in her bathroom is in warm colors, so if Fu Xuanyi wants to use something, he can only use something cute like this. But. I'm still shocked. Pink is something that shouldn't appear on the ruthless Master Xian. She watched him walk over to the bedside table with an expressionless face, put the water there, put the towel next to the basin, and then go get the pregnancy oil. For a moment, she even felt that Fu Xuanyi was not the aloof Master Xian, but a good family man. A good man who dotes on his wife. Ah, this is crazy. Why would she have such thoughts? What wife is good to a man? This is Master Xian. Wei Yuxian, don't think about it. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. She covered her eyes with her hands, silently reciting that out of sight, out of mind, out of earshot, out of trouble. But that image kept popping up in her head, and she simply couldn't erase it. Fu Xuanyi glanced at the person in bed, not knowing what she was thinking about, and just assumed she was covering her eyes out of shyness. With all the utensils ready, he sat down by the bed and first put his hands in the hot water that had just been poured to warm them. After a while, he wiped his hands with a towel, opened the pregnancy oil, and lifted her clothes up. He used the techniques that the 2 nannies had just taught him to apply the pregnancy oil to Wei Yuxian. Her stomach had bulged a little, and she was very thin. It didn't look like she had much flesh, but it was white and tender, and the visual impact was very strong. It was the first time he had seen such a sight, and for a moment his breathing stopped. It was very beautiful. Calming his nerves, he gathered himself together and began to apply the oil. When his hands grew cold, he put them in the hot water to warm them, then dried them again and repeated the process. After a few minutes, when he had finished with her stomach, he put her clothes back on and rolled up her trousers to mid-thigh to apply oil to her thighs. Wei Yuxian blushed uncontrollably, feeling those big hands roaming over her stomach and thighs. They were warm and even felt hot, but it was so embarrassing. This person was Fu Xuanyi. And he was a man. The mighty Xuanyi. She tried hard to ignore Fu Xuanyi's hands, but they were so dominant that she simply couldn't ignore them. Her face was red and her heart was pounding. She remembered. She remembered, and she knew how to apply the cream next time, on her own. Chapter 39, She will defend her clothes to the death. Soon, the area around her thighs was also well covered, and Fu Xuanyi was about to apply cream to her armpits and buttocks when Wei Yuxian grabbed his hand just as he was about to undo a button. She opened her eyes and asked with a tomato-red face, "Where else do you want to apply cream? Why do you want to undo more buttons?" Fu Xuanyi looked her in the eye and said honestly, "Armpits and buttocks." Wei Yuxian. What? Armpits and buttocks too? If she didn't know that Fu Xuanyi was abstinent, she would have thought that he was taking advantage of the situation. No, no, no. Absolutely not in those two places. Even if she doesn't do it, she doesn't want Fu Xuanyi to do it for her. Especially not the buttocks. How could she be so shameless? Fu Xuanyi is a man. Wei Yuxian held onto her pajamas tightly, not letting him undo her buttons. Fu Xuanyi, I just need to do these two places. Wei Yuxian shakes her head fiercely, not caring how scary Fu Xuanyi is, and vows to defend her clothes at all costs. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't care if I get stretch marks. She would rather get stretch marks than let him do it. She was already too embarrassed about her stomach and thighs earlier, and she definitely doesn't want him to do it to the next parts. Fu Xuanyi confronted her. If it were normal, she would have given up after a while, but today, her eyes were incredibly determined, refusing to give in. Her attitude was very firm, refusing to let him apply lotion to those two places. Fu Xuanyi no longer insisted, thinking that he would take things one step at a time, and he was very satisfied that he was able to touch her little belly today. He took a step back and said, "Do it yourself. Have you remembered all the techniques?" Wei Yuxian had to say that she had remembered even if she hadn't, and nodded her head several times, saying, I've remembered everything." That was great, he had finally backed down, and she had successfully defended her clothes. Wei Yuxian almost wanted to cry with joy. Fu Xuanyi put his hands in the basin to wash them clean, and noticed that the water temperature had dropped. He wiped his hands clean and saw Wei Yuxian nodding. He got up, took the basin and towel into the bathroom, and changed the water and a towel. The towel he had just used was full of oil. Wei Yuxian covered her face with her hands, which were burning so much that they were about to bleed. This is so strange. Today's Fu Xuanyi is also so strange. What did he mean? Why has he suddenly become so close to her? Is it because he has recently fallen for some rich lady and is practicing on her? Otherwise, why would the uninterested Master Xian do such a thing? Wasn't he not interested in women? Wei Yuxian couldn't figure it out, and covered her face as she thought back to the way Fu Xian had just handled things. Forget it, it's none of her business who Fu Xian likes, and they won't be together anyway. With Fu Xian's status, there's no telling which young lady in the capital would be worthy of him. She never imagined that she would become the one whom the aloof Master Xian liked. With her family background, how could she be worthy of Master Xian? Besides, she didn't want to live with someone as cold as Fu Xuanyi. He would freeze her to death, and scare her to death too. Fu Xuanyi was really cold and overbearing. As she thought about this, the sound of the water running in the bathroom stopped. Fu Xuanyi walked out of the bathroom, put the hot water and new towels back in their original positions, and glanced at the little figure in bed. Wei Yuxian was still very shy, biting her lip. This little action looked extraordinarily cute in Fu Xuanyi's eyes, and made one want to kiss those lips. An unfamiliar impulse rose in his heart, the same impulse he had felt that night in the bar. But not now, she was pregnant, he couldn't restrain himself, and said, I'll go out first, you call the nanny in to clean up after you've finished applying the makeup. After saying this, he strode out of the room, returned to his own room, and took a cold shower in the freezing cold weather. He recalled that night, the wonderful feeling, which was addictive. Wei Yuxian was still thinking about how to ask him to leave, but he left on his own, which was just as well, saving her the trouble of asking him. She sat up and moved to the edge of the bed. First, she imitated Fu Xuanyi's actions and put her hands in the warm water for a while. After waiting for her hands to warm up, she wiped them clean and applied the pregnancy oil. The underarms were a little easier to reach, but the buttocks were a bit more difficult. It took a little longer, but fortunately, she was able to finish. She flushed with embarrassment, put her hands in the water to wash them, but found that they were not clean enough. She went into the bathroom and used shower gel to wash them again until they were clean. Next time, she would do it all herself. She couldn't let Fu Xuanyi do it again. After taking a break from school, Wei Yuxian's stress suddenly decreased, her nerves relaxed a lot, and she was able to sleep better at night. In just a few days, her condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye, which made everyone in the Fu family very happy. In addition, her pregnancy symptoms have also eased up a bit recently. She can eat things, but sometimes she still vomits, but it's much better than before. Wei Yuxian now has a smile on her face every day, her mood is much better, and she is no longer depressed every day. There is one thing that really bothers her, and that is how shy she is every time it happens. That is when Fu Xuanyi applies the pregnancy oil to her. Ever since that night, Fu Xuanyi has come to her room every night to apply the oil to her. She has told him that she has already learned how to do it herself, but he refuses to listen and insists on applying it to her belly and thighs himself. She can't refuse, and she can't get rid of him, so she has no choice but to let him help her. The good thing was that he didn't insist on helping her with her armpits and buttocks, otherwise she would really have to dig a hole and bury herself in it. Not having to go to school, Wei Yuxian didn't have much to do at home every day. She got bored after a few days and couldn't bear to read the textbooks anymore, they were too obscure and difficult to understand. Suddenly, she remembered the 3 bookshelves in Fu Xuanyi's study that were full of books. When she had taken a quick glance at them, she had noticed that there were many famous works. Perhaps she could borrow some to read. In order to keep herself from being so bored and to prevent herself from becoming a useless person, that night after Fu Xuanyi had finished applying her pregnancy oil, she blushed and said, "Xian, I want to borrow some books from your study to read." Fu Xuanyi had been in a good mood for the past few days. The little one's health was getting better day by day, and he could feel the little one's belly every day, so he couldn't be happier. He said, "Take whatever you want." Wei Yuxian nodded happily and said, "I promise I won't mess with your things, and I won't stay long. I'll just take the book and leave," she promised. Don't TV dramas say that there are lots of secrets in the study, like confidential documents and other things that shouldn't be known? Fu Xuanyi is the president of the Fu Group, so there must be lots of secrets in his study. If something goes missing, she wouldn't have enough heads to pay for it. So in the future, when she enters Fu Xuanyi's study, she must be careful, careful, and careful. Fu Xuanyi, however, didn't feel anything. He didn't think that the kitten would do anything bad to him, and said, "Stay as long as you want." Chapter 40, Cheng Jingyao, don't be fooled, Wei Yuxian is not a good person. Wei Yuxian did not tell anyone about her suspension from school. No one at school knew except for the counselor, including her roommate and Cheng Jingyao. She had completely forgotten about Cheng Jingyao, because her relationship with him was not very deep, and they would only chat a few words in class. The closest they had ever been was when Cheng Jingyao had invited her to drink milk tea. It was also the time when she was slandered by Ding Nana and could not wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. So subconsciously, Wei Yuxian didn't really want to get along with Cheng Jingyao anymore. He was a very nice person, but unfortunately, Ding Nana liked him. Ding Nana had said more than once that she had seduced Cheng Jingyao. If you want to add a crime, there is no shortage of words. She didn't want to take the blame anymore. Let everything slowly fade with the passage of time. On this Monday, Cheng Jingyao arrived at the classroom a few minutes early with excitement, just to spend some time with Wei Yuxian. However, when he arrived at the classroom, he didn't see Wei Yuxian's figure. He thought that Wei Yuxian would come a little later today, so he propped his chin and waited for her. Within a few short minutes, several girls came to ask for his contact information, but he didn't give any of them because he wasn't interested in them. The person he was interested in hadn't arrived yet. He waited until the start of the class, but Wei Yuxian never showed up. He was wondering what was going on, so he took out his phone and sent her a WeChat message. "Yuxian, why didn't you come to class today? Did you call in sick?" After sending the message, he anxiously waited for her reply, but as the minutes ticked by, 5 minutes later, Wei Yuxian still hadn't replied to him. He couldn't help but send a few more messages, but they went unanswered. What was Wei Yuxian doing at the moment? At the moment, she was sleeping, with her phone in airplane mode. She had got up too early this morning, at 7 o'clock, and had fallen asleep again at around 9 o'clock, so she went back to bed. She had a habit of turning on airplane mode when she went to sleep, so that no one would disturb her. Nowadays, her sleep was not very good, and she treasured every moment of sleep, so naturally she didn't want to be disturbed. Therefore, she had successfully missed the messages sent by Cheng Jingyao. At school, Cheng Jingyao kept staring at his phone, unable to even pay attention in class, as if he wanted to stare a hole in it. Why hadn't Yu Xian replied to his message? What had happened? Could someone please tell him? It had only been a week since they had last seen each other, and Yu Xian had disappeared without a trace. Could he not be worried? He would have to ask someone who knew Yu Xian later. Yu Xian's roommate, Ding Nana, the girl who always sat in the back row. Because he liked Wei Yuxian, he would unconsciously try to find out more about the people around her. But he didn't know how bad Wei Yuxian's relationship with her roommate was. After class, Cheng Jingyao quickly grabbed his books and hurriedly ran to the back of the classroom to find Ding Nana. He stopped Ding Nana before she could leave the classroom and asked, "Excuse me, are you Ding Nana?" Ding Nana was very surprised and taken aback when her crush ran up to her and asked her questions. She nodded shyly and said, "I'm Ding Nana. What can I do for you, Cheng?" Pink bubbles popped up in her mind, and she couldn't help imagining what Cheng Jingyao wanted. Did he want her contact information? She would be happy to give it to him. Or was he going to confess his love to her? Thinking about this, Ding Nana's face turned even redder. Cheng Jingyao looked a little anxious and said, "Hello, Ding Nana, may I ask you to go outside and talk for a while? There are too many people here, so it's not convenient to talk." Ding Nana was even more surprised, thinking that Cheng Jingyao must be asking her out to confess his love. Without saying a word, she nodded and agreed, saying, "If it's convenient, let's go, Cheng." Cheng Jingyao took her hand directly and led her out of the classroom, walking towards a remote place. Ding Nana looked at the hands they held together, and she just felt like she was going to faint from happiness. Cheng Jingyao was holding her hand. The one taking the initiative. She was going to die of happiness. But she was too happy too soon, because she had no idea that Cheng Jingyao's real reason for finding her was because of Wei Yuxian. Ding Nana had to run the whole way to keep up with Cheng Jingyao's pace, but she didn't blame him at all. Instead, she felt that he was in a hurry to confess to her, which was why he was walking so fast. A few minutes later, Cheng Jingyao dragged her to a remote and unpopulated place. He turned his head and the first thing he said was, "Do you know where Wei Yuxian went? Why didn't she come to class today? I sent her a message but she didn't reply. Is she sick and has to take a leave?" Ding Nana was dumbfounded. She had thought that Cheng Jingyao had dragged her out to confess his love for her, but what happened? It was not at all what she expected. Cheng Jingyao dragged her out just to ask about Wei Yuxian, that bitch. Ding Nana's joy was instantly dashed, and her mood plummeted from the heavens to the abyss. Wei Yuxian, Wei Yuxian, Wei Yuxian. It's Wei Yuxian again. Why is it that bitch again? Cheng Jingyao asked her for news about Wei Yuxian. Ding Nana was so angry that her anger almost made her pass out. Cheng Jingyao saw that she wasn't speaking, so he hurriedly continued to press her. "Do you know anything about it? Aren't you her roommate? You should know her news." Ding Nana tried hard to hold back her anger, so as not to ruin her image in front of the male god. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know, Wei Yuxian has suspended her studies." She said these words with gritted teeth, and her teeth were about to be crushed. Cheng Jingyao was shocked, his face in shock. "What? Yuxian has actually suspended her studies? When did this happen? Classmate, you can't be mistaken, can you? Yuxian, look, how affectionate the name sounds. Wei Yuxian is such a bitch, she really knows how to seduce men." Ding Nana said with a fake smile, "There's no mistake, Wei Yuxian did drop out of school. She even moved her luggage, just a few days ago." Cheng Jingyao excitedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Do you know the reason why she dropped out of school? What happened to Yuxian? When he saw her last week, she was fine, but now she's dropped out of school? Did she drop out of school because she's sick?" He couldn't think of any other reason. Ding Nana said sarcastically, "Of course I know, because Wei Yuxian is pregnant, that's why she's suspended from school. Cheng, let me tell you, Wei Yuxian is a bitch. She's having an affair with an older man and she's pregnant with his child. Cheng, don't let her fake appearance fool you, she's not a good person, she's lying to you." Chapter 41, No way. Yuxian is definitely not like that. Ding Nana is spreading rumors. You're talking nonsense. Cheng Jingyao shook her hand off and said angrily, "Don't slander Yuxian. Yuxian is definitely not like that. He doesn't believe it. He definitely won't believe what Ding Nana said. Yuxian is not like that. Yuxian is so kind and cute, how could she be the kind of person Ding Nana said she was? Ding Nana must be talking nonsense. She's spreading rumors. No way. He wants to ask Yuxian himself. He wants to hear it from her. Ding Nana was also very angry and said, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Wei Yuxian is pregnant. She was throwing up in the bathroom every day, so what else could it be? And the day she moved her luggage, I saw the old man drive up to pick her up with my own eyes. I would never be mistaken. Chen Jingyao still didn't believe her and thought she was talking nonsense. He said, I don't believe what you're saying. You're slandering Yuxian. After that, he didn't want to hear Ding Nana's voice anymore, and he took big strides away from her. He wanted to ask Yuxian himself. He would only believe what Yuxian said. Ding Nana glared at the man who had run away, and stamped her feet a few times in anger. He actually didn't believe what she said. He only believed that bitch. Damn you, damn you, damn you. Wei Yuxian, you bitch. And you still say you didn't seduce Cheng Jingyao. Cheng Jingyao's soul is gone because of you. Ding Nana cursed Wei Yuxian viciously in her heart, looking in the direction where Cheng Jingyao had left, where there was no longer a figure of him. Wei Yuxian, you've dropped out of school and you're still so restless. And you want to seduce Cheng Jingyao. You're something. Fine, if that's what you want to do. Well, if you're not going to be nice, then don't blame me for being unkind. Just you wait, I'll make you regret seducing Cheng Jingyao. Regret coming to the Beijing University of Finance and Economics. A malicious thought sprouted in her heart, constantly taking root and growing into a towering tree. Wei Yuxian, you're forcing me to do this. It's all your fault. At the Fu residence, shortly after lunchtime, at 1 o'clock, Wei Yuxian, who had been sleeping all morning, finally woke up. She had slept a super comfortable sleep. It was cold outside in winter, but inside the quilt it was warm, and it made people not want to get up, just want to stay in the warm quilt and enjoy it. But she had to get up even if she didn't want to, because her stomach was singing an empty city song. She stayed in the quilt for a while, and after a few minutes got up. It was only a little cold, and with the heating on, it wasn't cold at all. She put on a thin jacket, went to wash up, walked out and picked up her phone by the bedside table. She switched on the airplane mode and walked out of the room. After the phone switched off the airplane mode, it needed a few seconds to buffer and reconnect to the network. A few seconds later, her phone beeped with a series of urgent message alerts, several of which kept sounding. A message alert also popped up at the top of the phone. She glanced at it and saw that it was all messages from Cheng Jingyao. Sending so many messages, was there something urgent that he wanted to talk to her about? Wei Yuxian went downstairs and clicked into WeChat to see what Cheng Jingyao had sent her. The first message was, Yuxian, why didn't you come to class today? Did you take a sick leave? It turned out that he was asking why she didn't go to class, and the following messages were the same. She replied to him, Jing, I've suspended my studies due to health reasons. I'll go back to school next year. Thank you for being my friend. We'll meet again if we're destined to do so. Cheng Jingyao, who was over there, seemed to be holding his phone the whole time waiting for her message, and immediately replied, Yuxian, you're finally online. I thought something happened to you. Did you really take a leave of absence? Is it because you're sick? Is it serious? Wei Yuxian said, I'm fine, Jing, thank you for your concern. I can't say why for physical reasons, but it's nothing serious, I can go back to school in a year. At school, Cheng Jingyao lay in bed, and his phone clicked as he tapped a few words on the keyboard. Are you pregnant? His finger hovered over the send button, hesitating to press it. This question was offensive, and what if what Ding Nana said was true? What would Yuxian think of him? He probably wouldn't even be able to be friends with her then. Yuxian must have her reasons and difficulties for not saying anything. Since Yuxian didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. Ding Nana was definitely talking nonsense. But a faint voice in his heart told him that Ding Nana was telling the truth. He placed his finger on the back button and deleted the words one by one, replacing them with, Okay, Yuxian, I'm glad you're okay. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me and I will definitely help you. Wei Yuxian, okay, thank you, Jing. The chat ended here. Cheng Jingyao didn't dare to ask too much, knowing that Wei Yuxian was fine at the moment, and he was already very content. It was just that he would not be able to see Yuxian for the next year, which made him a little sad. A year is a long time. At the Fu residence, Wei Yuxian solved Cheng Jingyao's problem, put her phone down, and sat down at the table. The maid brought her lunch and said, Enjoy your meal, ma'am. Wei Yuxian politely said thank you and enjoyed today's rich lunch, or rather, every meal she had was rich. Today's lunch still tasted very good. She had just had a good sleep, her appetite was better, and the food didn't smell funny, so she ate very well. It was rare that she didn't feel queasy, which was really great. Everything is moving towards a better life, isn't it? Her days will get better and better. After lunch, Wei Yuxian sat for a while, accompanied by the two nannies, and started walking in the courtyard. It wasn't sunny, and there was no rain or snow, so it was a good day for a walk. Pregnant women need to exercise appropriately and also strictly control their intake of food, so that the baby and the body can be healthier. Walking is like digesting food, and she had just eaten a little bit. The two nannies followed her dutifully, holding cups of water and jackets in their hands. If she got thirsty, they would hand her a drink, and if she got cold, they would hand her a jacket. Wei Yuxian was not cold, but rather felt a little hot after walking around for a while. She wanted to take off her jacket, but the two nannies stopped her, saying that evil wind would enter the body, and told her to go back inside the house and take it off again. She had no choice but to walk back covered in her thick clothes, and it was much more comfortable to take them off once she was inside. After a short rest, she went into Fu Xuanyi's study, found a book she wanted to read, and lay down on the comfortable tatami to read it. Life was so leisurely and comfortable, it was incredibly pleasant. There were no telling how many more beautiful days there would be. No one could predict the future, so she just enjoyed the present. Perhaps it was because she was too comfortable, but as she read, she grew drowsy and too lazy to go back to her room. She just closed her eyes and fell asleep on the tatami mat. The maid was afraid that she would catch a cold, so she covered her with a small blanket to make her sleep more comfortably. Chapter 42. She just wants Wei Yuxian to lose face. The days passed leisurely, and Wei Yuxian had almost no worries. She was getting better and better, and the weight she had gained slowly came off. When she thought that life would continue like this forever, something unexpected happened. One day, a post suddenly appeared on the campus forum of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The headline read, "Shock. A student majoring in finance was supported by an older man and became pregnant, causing her to take a leave of absence from school." People these days are so idle, they hold their phones in their hands all day long. As soon as the post was sent, some people who like to read gossip clicked on it. The post generally described how Wei Yuxian was someone who couldn't even afford to eat, and worked part-time at the university every day to earn money. By the way, in order to save money on food, she also included a picture of Wei Yuxian when she first entered the university, wearing washed-out clothes and looking thin and malnourished. The next picture shows Wei Yuxian living a good life, wearing designer clothes, holding a pineapple phone, and looking plumper. The two pictures are a very obvious contrast. The original poster said that this is the life Wei Yuxian leads after being supported by an older man, and that she has someone delivering her meals every day, and that the meals are made with high-quality ingredients, etc. Later, the poster added, "I saw with my own eyes that the day Wei Yuxian packed her bags to leave school, an older man came to pick her up. What's more, Wei Yuxian was already pregnant, and she took a leave of absence from school because of the pregnancy, because she was throwing up in the bathroom every day. Unfortunately, I didn't take a photo at the time, but everything I said is true. If there is any falsehood, may God strike me dead. Another thing is, the reason I exposed this person is that I can't stand the fact that she is being supported by a man and is still trying to hook up with men at school to find a new one. So I ask all the boys to keep your eyes open when looking for a partner." This is the end of the article, and everyone who has read it is shocked. I really didn't think that something like this would happen at our university. This shocking story is so satisfying. There really are all kinds of people in the world. The contrast between the two pictures is obvious. It seems that Wei Yuxian is really being supported by someone, otherwise how could she have made such a fortune in such a short time? I think it's beyond doubt that she is being supported. She is wearing a limited edition item from House XX and using the latest model of Pineapple mobile phone, which are not cheap. Don't you think that this woman is quite good looking? No wonder she is being supported by an older man. If I had a little money, I would do the same thing. Ha ha ha. Is she really pregnant? Oh my God, how old is she? How can she be so self-disrespectful? Even if she's short of money, she shouldn't go and do that. Maybe she's just really vain. Some people are so poor that they can't help but do anything when they see money, especially when it's such an easy way to get it. Just sleep and you get paid. I don't know this person, but I'm really shocked by this melon. Alas! College girls who degenerate themselves for money, is it a loss of morality or a loss of humanity? For a little money, she sold herself? Yeah. She has hands and feet, what's wrong with her doing something good? Why did she have to become a mistress? I despise people like her. God, that's disgusting. It feels like my phone got dirty when she appeared in it. How did I become an alumna with someone like that? I'm still in the same major as her. I have a big class with her on Monday. Just the thought of breathing the same air as her makes me feel bad luck. If this is true, then I can only say that this girl is really vain. Guys, she really is very pretty, and she must be great in bed too. I just don't know if an older man can satisfy her. Has the person upstairs never seen a woman before? Is a pregnant woman really that desperate? Brother, you don't understand, this kind of person is even more exciting. The comments at the bottom of the post were getting longer and longer, and the heat was getting higher and higher. Soon, it was at the top. More and more people saw this post, and after reading it, they were all shocked and criticized Wei Yuxian's behavior. There were also some nasty comments, but more comments were still insulting her, calling her a bitch and a vain woman. Unaware of the truth and the full picture, the crowd picked up the keyboard in their hands, thinking that they were gods on high criticizing mortals. As she watched the post gain in popularity, the happiest person was the poster, Ding Nana. At the moment, Ding Nana was lying on her dormitory bed, refreshing the post and reading through the comments that insulted Wei Yuxian one by one, her sense of satisfaction rising. Yes, she was the one who posted the post anonymously using a fake account. She had been planning this ever since the day she had an argument with Cheng Jingyao. She just wants Wei Yuxian to lose face and reputation, and she just can't stand to see her do well. Who told her to seduce Cheng Jingyao after she left school? She deserves all of this. She deserves it. She's not wrong about a single thing in the post. Wei Yuxian is a bitch who got pregnant and was supported by an older man. If she hadn't done those things, she, Ding Nana, wouldn't be able to make up such a believable story. This bitch, let her seduce men. Let her seduce Cheng Jingyao. Let's see if you die this time. I said, Wei Yuxian, since you were unkind in the first place, don't blame me for being ungrateful. A year from now, I wonder what face you'll have to show back at school. You'd better just be fine and let the older man support you. In the men's dormitory of the Capital University of Economics and Finance, Cheng Jingyao was completing the PPT assigned by his teacher, and he was a little crazy looking for information. Suddenly, his roommate tapped him on the shoulder and said, Cheng Jingyao, look. It's shocking news. It's about someone from our school. It's already the #1 topic on the campus forum. Cheng Jingyao was annoyed. He wasn't normally interested in such gossip, so he moved his shoulder to shake his roommate's hand off and said, Leave me alone, I'm busy. His roommate refused to give up and insisted on sharing the shocking news with him. If you don't want to read it, I'll tell you. Just between us professionals, there's a girl in our department who's been supported by an older man, and now she's pregnant and taking a semester off. Holy shit, this girl is pretty. Even I'm. Before he could finish, he was interrupted anxiously by Cheng Jingyao. What's the girl's name? Hearing his roommate read out those keywords, he immediately thought of what Ding Nana had said the other day. This information is exactly the same as what she told him. Seeing that he was interested, his roommate held up his phone in front of him and said, Her name is Wei Yuxian. Here's her photo. What do you think? Isn't she pretty? When did such a beauty come into our major? How come I didn't know about her? Cheng Jingyao, do you know about her? When Cheng Jingyao saw the person in the photo, his heart sank. He snatched his roommate's phone and started reading the post from the beginning. Chapter 43, Jealousy Can Blind a Person. Every word in it was belittling Wei Yuxian, and the logic was so smooth that it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it, as if it were the truth. Cheng Jingyao's first reaction was that it was impossible. Yuxian was definitely not the kind of person described in the post. And she was not the kind of vain person described in the comment section. They didn't know Yuxian at all, and they had just read this groundless post and made such a conclusion. How dare they say such things? Do they know Yuxian? Have they met Yuxian? Do they know what kind of person Yuxian is? No, they don't. They haven't met her. They don't know. They don't know anything, and all they can do is bang away at the keyboard in their hands, freely belittling and insulting others. The roommate on the side thought he was really interested and said, You just said you weren't going to read it, but now you're rushing to read it. Sure enough, no one can refuse to watch a melon-eating spectacle. We're the most enthusiastic about it. Cheng Jingyao simply couldn't hear what his roommate was saying, and with a stern face, he handed him back his phone and said, You send me this post, right now. His roommate looked at him with anger in his eyes, and finally realized something was wrong. He said, What's wrong? You know Wei Yuxian? As he said this, he forwarded the post to him. Cheng Jingyao looked at his roommate and said, Wei Yuxian is not like that, she's a good girl. His roommate didn't believe what he said, but he believed what the post said even more because there was nothing wrong with what was written in the post, and there was evidence with pictures to prove it. He said, Cheng Jingyao, you haven't been cheated by this woman, have you? I don't think she looks like a good person, and the post said that she is a scheming woman who is good at seducing men. Cheng Jingyao suppressed his anger and asked, Do you know her? Have you met her? Do you know what kind of person she really is? The roommate shook his head, a little angry too, and said, Why are you shouting at me? Could it be that you like her and that's why you're shouting so loudly? Cheng Jingyao didn't deny it, and said directly, Yes, I like her, and I know what kind of person she is. She is definitely not like what the post says. The roommate was even more shocked, and said, Cheng Jingyao, you're not being deceived by her, are you? The post says that this woman is very calculating, and you've never been in love before, so you're not really being deceived, are you? Cheng Jingyao, no way. Yu Xian is a good person. This post is all gossip. Roommate, how can you prove that this post is gossip? Why would the poster make up the story? Didn't Wei Yuxian drop out of school? Cheng Jingyao didn't want to answer these questions anymore. He guessed that no one in the whole school would believe that Yu Xian was not like this, except for himself. Damn it! What was the intention of the person who posted this? And who posted this post? Why did Ta target Yu Xian? Cheng Jingyao thought of a person, Ding Nana, who was most likely the one who posted this. A few days ago, he had heard these words from Ding Nana's mouth himself, and he would never believe that she had nothing to do with it. But weren't Ding Nana and Yu Xian roommates? Why would she target Yu Xian? What had Yu Xian done to get in her way? Cheng Jingyao would never have thought that the trigger that made Ding Nana post this would be himself. Because Ding Nana liked him, but he liked Wei Yuxian, and Ding Nana thought that Wei Yuxian had seduced him, so this post was born. Jealousy can blind a person. Cheng Jingyao hated that he couldn't rush to Ding Nana's side right now and fiercely question her if she was the one who posted the comment, and if she was, why she posted it. Why she belittled Wei Yuxian. But he didn't know where Ding Nana was at the moment, and he didn't have her contact information, so he didn't know where to find her. And there's more, if he goes it alone and speaks up for Yu Xian, it's like a grasshopper trying to shake a tree. He's taking on more than he can handle. There are so many people insulting Yu Xian, the whole comment section is full of them, and if he says that Yu Xian isn't like that, he'll definitely be cyberbullied by netizens. So, what should he do? By the way, does Yu Xian know about this post? She's suspended from school, so she's definitely not paying attention to school matters. Even if she were at school, she probably wouldn't be browsing the school forum. After all, Yu Xian is a person who loves learning very much, and she spends all her time studying, so where would she find the mood to read this kind of thing? So should he or shouldn't he forward this post to Yu Xian? Yu Xian is the person involved, and she should have the right to know. She can't be kept in the dark. Maybe Yu Xian has some way to solve this problem. So Cheng Jingyao forwarded this post to Wei Yuxian. Fu Mansion. At this time, Wei Yuxian had just finished lunch. She had wanted to read for a while to settle her stomach, but as soon as she finished eating, she felt drowsy and couldn't stay awake, so she went to her room to sleep. She was so distressed, always feeling drowsy and unable to control it, drowsy at any time and in any place. But there was nothing she could do, there was no solution except sleep. Fortunately, she didn't have much to do these days, and she could do whatever she wanted every day without anyone restraining her. So when Cheng Jingyao sent her a message, she was sleeping, with her phone in airplane mode, and couldn't receive any messages. After about an hour, Wei Yuxian woke up, sat up groggily in bed, leaned against the bed, pulled the quilt up to cover herself, and didn't want to get out of bed. She picked up her phone and looked at the time, a little after 2 p.m. She turned off airplane mode, and about 2 seconds later, Cheng Jingyao's message popped up. She was curious as to what had happened to make him contact her again, and when she clicked on it, she saw that it was a post with a simple and straightforward title. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in her. It seemed as if the title was written as if she were the protagonist in it. Wei Yuxian was immediately scared awake, and her fingers trembled as she clicked on it, her heart beating rapidly, praying that the protagonist in it was not her. But in the end, her prayers were in vain, and the protagonist in it was her, Wei Yuxian, and no one else. Wei Yuxian's heart stopped beating the moment she saw her name. She gasped, and was afraid to read the rest, because she knew it would be even worse than the first part. The first part said she was poor, so the next part would be the comparison. Her fingers trembled even more than before, but in the end she couldn't help but scroll down to read the content below. The room was very quiet, not a sound. Wei Yuxian's breathing was about to stop. It was clearly very warm in the room, but at the moment Wei Yuxian felt as if she was in a cold abyss. Chapter 44. Half of the post was true, and half was false. The post wasn't very long, and she finished reading it in less than 2 minutes. It was just a few hundred words, but it stabbed her heart countless times. She didn't need to think to know who posted it. Who else could it be but Ding Nana? Her only rival at school was Ding Nana. But why did she do this? Why did she have to blow the whistle on these things? Half of what was said in the post was true, and half was false, and it was all made up by Ding Nana. But the half that was true also made her very worried. Her hands trembled, and her phone fell onto the bedsheets. Looking up, her face was covered in tears. She covered her face with her hands and cried out in a low voice. Her restrained and hidden sobs were so heartbreaking. Why? Why is this happening? She has already dropped out of school and left, but why does Tina still not let her go? Why does she have to treat her like this? What did she do to offend Tina in the first place? Is it because she is poor? Is it because she doesn't have money for food, doesn't have money for luxury goods, and can't fit in with them that she has to be treated like this? Does Tina have a conscience? Doesn't her saying such things hurt her conscience? Wei Yuxian changed from sitting and crying to lying down, wrapping herself completely in the quilt, because she felt so cold, physically cold, and even colder in her heart. In the small space of the quilt, she felt a little safer, and her crying got a little louder, but she still restrained herself, afraid to let out a loud cry and be heard by the maids outside. She also thought that in the days to come, she could live a little easier, the pressure slowly disappearing, and the baby getting healthier and healthier. But it's only been a few days? And then this happened again. This post has been seen by almost everyone in the school. In the comments section, everyone is still just scolding her, not a single person is defending her. This is what makes her feel the most heartbroken. Yes, she is pregnant, and it is because she is pregnant that she has to take a leave of absence, but it is out of necessity. If it weren't for the severe morning sickness, why would she have to take a leave of absence? And what was said in the post about her being supported by an older man, her vanity, and her seducing men, all of this is nonsense. Wei Yuxian has never seduced anyone. The night she spent with Fu Xuanyi was a fair and consensual transaction. There is no such thing as seduction. As for vanity, there is even less of that. Although she is poor, Wei Yuxian has aspirations. Which of these clothes and luxury items on her body did she buy of her own volition? No, she didn't want to buy any of them. Then there is the question of maintenance. She is currently just maintaining the fetus in the Fu household. Fu Xuanyi insisted that she move in, she didn't want to. Fu Xuanyi also doesn't give her any maintenance allowance. She hasn't touched a penny of the bank card. She didn't know how long she had been crying. Wei Yuxian's face was numb from crying, and her pillow was covered in her tears. Facing this post, she didn't know what to do. Even if she personally posted a clarification, no one would believe what she said. They would only believe what they believed. The only way to solve this matter was to ask Ding Nana to post a clarification, so that netizens would believe that she was not like that. But would Ding Nana, being the person she is, post such a post? She won't. She'd rather people keep on insulting her. After all, in her eyes, Wei Yuxian is trash, a clown who will never amount to anything. After crying her eyes out, Wei Yuxian, feeling heavy-hearted, hid under the covers and sent a message to Cheng Jingyao, "Thank you for letting me know about this." If it weren't for Cheng Jingyao, she would still be in the dark, not knowing what kind of name she had been called at school. When she goes to school next year, what kind of looks will people give her? In any case, she had to thank Cheng Jingyao. Cheng Jingyao immediately replied to her message, "Yuxian, what are you going to do about this? Do you know who posted this? I have a suspect in mind." Wei Yuxian sniffed, blinked a few times to clear her uncomfortable eyes, and replied, "I haven't decided what to do yet. I have a pretty good idea who posted it, but I don't have any evidence." Or rather, she didn't have a solution at all, and could only let it run its course. Cheng Jingyao, I suspect it was Ding Nana. I don't know why she posted it, but it was most likely her. It's just as she thought. But why would Cheng Jingyao suspect Ding Nana? She didn't remember them ever having contact. Ding Nana had always liked Cheng Jingyao, but she had never confessed her feelings to him, nor had she ever interacted with him. She just liked him silently, not knowing what she was waiting for. Could it be that while she was away from school, something happened between them that she didn't know about? At the moment, Wei Yuxian didn't have much of a mood to think about these things. She didn't want to think about Ding Nana, as she would feel sick. She replied to Cheng Jingyao with a word okay, nothing else. Cheng Jingyao, Yuxian, if there is anything you need from me, you must tell me, I can help you, I will definitely help. Wei Yuxian, okay, thank you. She put the phone down, turned over, and lay on her back, peeking her head out of the covers to breathe in the fresh air. She thought to herself, she doesn't need Cheng Jingyao for anything anymore, and no one can help her with this matter. She only has one solution, and that is time. Time can dilute everything, so let time dilute this matter. She still has a year before she has to go back to school, and by then everyone will have forgotten about this matter, and she will be safe. She could only pin her hopes on time, because there was nothing else she could do. As Ding Nana had said, she was a waste of space. But what could she do? She could not choose the family she was born into, nor the parents she had. The fault was hers, for she had been born into a poor family. If she had been born into a rich family, would Ding Nana still look down on her? Would she still humiliate her for being poor? No. Nothing would have happened. She looked at the ceiling quietly. It was white and clean, without a speck of dust, but the world was dirty. As she watched, tears welled up in her eyes again and she sobbed, staining her pillowcase. Before she had a chance to grieve, her body was overcome with nausea. She covered her mouth and went to the toilet to vomit, her tears flowing even more fiercely. Chapter 45. There was nothing she could do, so she had to rely on time. She vomited in the toilet for several minutes before she stopped. She vomited up the food she had eaten at noon, and her stomach was empty. Her throat felt bad, and the sour taste in her stomach was not good. It even burned her throat a little. After washing up, she looked at herself in the mirror. It's been less than half an hour, and she's already looking haggard again, with swollen, red eyes that show she's been crying. She'd only been feeling good for a short while, for 10 days? No. She thought she could relax and not worry about the baby for the rest of her pregnancy, but now. She's trying hard not to think about the post, let alone the comments below it, but the more she tries not to think about it, the more it pops into her head. Her good mood plummeted, and even the sun, which had finally appeared, failed to lift her spirits. She walked out of the bathroom in a dejected mood, sat down by the bed, and saw her phone on the bed. As soon as she saw it, the comments came flooding back. The tears that had finally stopped falling were about to start again. She sniffed, looked up at the ceiling, and tried to keep the tears from falling. This did have some effect, and her tears eventually stopped falling, but they just gathered in her eyes. After a few minutes, she controlled her emotions and felt that she could not go on like this anymore. If she kept going like this, she would have to cry herself to death. Being too depressed was bad for her health and would also affect the baby in her belly. The depression that had just subsided might also return. In order to avoid this, Wei Yuxian had to find something to do to distract herself, otherwise her mind would always think about those things. After thinking about it, she decided to distract herself by reading a book. She happened to have a book in the room that she had taken from Fu Xuani's study and hadn't finished reading. She sat down at the desk and picked up the book to continue reading. It was a famous novel, which she had previously enjoyed reading and had been looking forward to the plot. However, now she found it boring. She knew every word in the book, but the story that it formed together was one she could not bear to read. It was due to her mood, because she was in a bad mood and had neither the heart nor the patience to read the dry words again. Reading books did not seem to be a good way to distract herself. After a few minutes, Wei Yuxian's book was still stuck on that page, and her eyes were fixed on the third paragraph, her eyes vacant and in a daze. Looking at the dense text, she just felt annoyed and did not want to read anymore. She tried to force herself to read for a while, but found that she still couldn't read on. Wei Yuxian gave up, slumped in her chair, and had no interest in doing anything. When you're in a bad mood, everything seems boring, and you don't know what to do, but you still want to find something to do. This was exactly what Wei Yuxian was feeling at the moment. If reading wasn't working, then playing with her phone would be fine, as long as it distracted her. With this in mind, Wei Yuxian sluggishly got up, walked back to the bed, dug out her phone, sat back down in her chair, and opened the video app. As soon as she entered, the system automatically pushed her usual favorite financial knowledge, but now she didn't want to see that, she wanted to watch something relaxing. So she opened the search box, typed in the words funny videos, clicked search, and soon a bunch of funny videos popped up. Wei Yuxian clicked on the first one and watched it. The funny video was indeed quite funny. If it had been when Wei Yuxian was in a good mood, she would have definitely laughed her stomach ache, but now, it had no effect at all. She even felt more irritated. She exited the app and threw her phone onto the table. She sighed, rested her head on the chair, and saw the nice weather outside. It was not easy to see a ray of sunshine in the winter, and it would be a pity not to go out for a walk on such a nice day. Why not go for a walk, clear the mind and see if she can relax a little? If she has an idea, she must act on it. Without another word, she got up, put on her thick clothes, and arranged all the cold weather gear, including gloves, scarf, and hat. Winters here are no joke. Back home, winters weren't this cold, but in Kyoto, you have to wrap up tightly when you go out, so that the cold air can't get in. Dressed warmly and fully prepared, she took her mobile phone and walked out of the room to go downstairs. Two maids were chatting as they saw her coming down the stairs, still dressed warmly. Auntie Sun asked, "Are you going out, madam?" "Where are you going?" Wei Yuxian said, "It's stuffy in the room, and it's a nice day, so I'm going for a walk, just around the house." The two maids quickly got up and said, "Madam, wait a moment, we'll get dressed and go with you." Their job was to take care of their mistress, and if she went out, they had to go with her. Wei Yuxian was used to having someone follow her every time she went out, so she nodded and sat down on the sofa, waiting for them to get dressed. As soon as she sat down, a maid brought some cut fruit and said, "Madam, have some fruit." Wei Yuxian had just thrown up a little while ago, and her stomach was empty, so she was just thinking about eating something to fill it. She said thank you to the maid and started eating. It was cold, so the fruit had been soaked in warm water, so it wasn't too cold and was just the right temperature. Wei Yuxian had finished half the fruit when the two maids came out of the room, fully dressed. She asked the maid not to take the fruit away, and to wait until she returned from her walk to finish it. The maid said, "Madam, I'll put the fruit in the incubator and serve it to you when you return." By the time Wei Yuxian returned, the fruit was cold. Wei Yuxian nodded in agreement and walked out the door. The two maidservants saw that her eyes were red and were a little worried, but they didn't dare to ask too many questions for fear of asking something they shouldn't. "Alas! I don't know what's wrong with my mistress. Her eyes are red when she wakes up. Why is she crying? The weather outside is really nice, with the warm sunshine on your body, it makes you want to sleep like a cat, lying on your back." Wei Yuxian's heart also opened up a little, her mood improved a little, and looking at the winter scene outside, she temporarily forgot about the post. It's best to pretend it doesn't exist. After all, she's not in school, and she won't be for the next year. No one will find her. And a year from now, there will already be more new things to take the place of this incident, and it will fade from people's memories. So Wei Yuxian, just don't care. A year from now, you'll still be a hero. You can still go to university and shine your brightest. It was about an hour later when Wei Yuxian started to sweat a little. The nanny promptly handed her a towel to wipe the sweat off. The towel was soft and thick, and it felt very comfortable on her face. She breathed in the fresh air outside, taking in a deep breath. Apart from being a little cold, there were no downsides. Chapter 46, Why did she have such an illusion? She had exercised enough for the day, and no matter how much the nanny begged her to stay, she would not let her go. It was the maid who drove her back to the villa. The Fu residence was really big. After being here for so long, the places she had visited were only the tip of the iceberg. If she really wanted to explore the Fu residence, she would need to take a car tour. But Wei Yuxian never had the heart to do so. In the past, she was busy with her studies, going to school early every day and returning in the afternoon just before dinner. After eating, she had to do her homework, read, and preview, so she didn't have much time to explore. But now it was different. She had free time, and she would definitely be able to explore the Fu mansion in the future. Back inside the villa, the sweat on Wei Yuxian's body had subsided, and the maid brought her the fruit she hadn't finished eating, which she continued to eat. She glanced at the clock. It was only a little after 3 p.m., and dinner was still more than 2 hours away. What should she do next? Suddenly, she felt a little bit like going into the kitchen to see how the chefs made the delicious dishes. After finishing the fruit, she decisively got up and walked towards the kitchen. Auntie Fu and the nanny saw this and hurriedly followed her. The former asked, "Where are you going, madam?" "I'm going to check out the kitchen." Auntie Fu and the nanny quickly stepped in front of her, looking as if they were facing a major crisis. Wei Yuxian was puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Auntie Fu took a deep breath and said, "Madam, there is raw food in the kitchen. You will feel sick if you smell it." Wei Yuxian only thought of this after Auntie Fu mentioned it. She had just thought of going to the kitchen to take a look, but she hadn't thought of this. Yes, she is now extremely sensitive to odors. Even when she disposes of food, she sometimes vomits, not to mention unprocessed food. She had to give up the idea of going into the kitchen, and thought about going in when her pregnancy reaction was not so severe. Auntie Fu saw her boredom and asked, "Would you like to go to the greenhouse, madam? Our house has a greenhouse with all kinds of expensive flowers, even those not in season." Flowers. Beautiful flowers. Wei Yuxian became a little interested and asked Fu's aunt to show her the way. She didn't know many flowers, but most girls couldn't resist beautiful flowers, and she wanted to take this opportunity to get to know more of them. Moreover, the flowers that could appear in the Fu residence were definitely not ordinary flowers, and it was very likely that she would not be able to see them outside. So, Wei Yuxian spent the whole afternoon in the fragrant flower room, getting to know a lot of flowers, but she just couldn't remember them, and she forgot them as soon as she turned her head. In the evening, after Wei Yuxian's adjustment, her mood did not completely improve, but she was able to hide it from others. The others here specifically refer to Fu Xuanyi. After taking a bath that night, Wei Yuxian saw a familiar figure in her room, Fu Xuanyi. Almost every night at this time, Fu Xuanyi would come to her room for one thing and one thing only, to apply pregnancy oil. At first, she thought it was just a whim of his, and that after a few days, he would lose interest. But she never imagined that he would persist, and it looked like he wanted to come every day from now on. So, Wei Yuxian could only let him do it, as long as he didn't apply it to her armpits and buttocks. Her stomach and thighs were also a bit shy, but they were still acceptable. As for her armpits and buttocks, she still had the same answer as before, absolutely not. "Shen," she called out, walking slowly over to him. Fu Xuanyi watched her walk over step by step. Because she had just taken a shower, her skin had become even more white and tender, and also more delicious. Yes, it was delicious, and he was not using the word incorrectly. At that moment, Wei Yuxian was in Fu Xuanyi's eyes a walking piece of delicious food, one he wanted to bite into and feast on. That dangerous feeling came back, and an uncontrollable heat rose in his body. His eyes became even more fervent, as if he wanted to devour her. But no, she is not in a good condition now, her emotions cannot be too high or too low, she needs to be taken care of well. Recently, these dangerous feelings have become more frequent, which has also caused some distress in Fu Xuanyi. It's like someone who hasn't eaten meat for years, once they have, they can't get enough of the taste. The images from that night came back to him, she was so inexperienced, didn't know anything, looking at him with wet, deer-like eyes. Although he was inexperienced too, men had a natural talent in this area and could learn without any experience. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he focused his mind on what he needed to do next. He got up, went into the bathroom, let the water run, took out the towel, sat down by the bed, gently took off the black prayer beads in his hands and placed them aside before settling them in place. Only then did he put his hands in the warm water to soak them. Wei Yuxian consciously lay down on the bed, controlling her eyes from looking at the man, and looked at the ceiling instead. When Fu Xuanyi had warmed his hands and applied the pregnancy oil, she lifted her pajamas to reveal her slightly bulging belly. Fu Xuanyi looked at the pale belly. He had watched it grow little by little, and what was growing inside it was his Fu family's bloodline, his bloodline. The person growing it was still the woman he loved. His gaze could not help but become gentler, losing the ruthlessness of a killer. He compassionately placed his hand on her belly and skillfully applied the pregnancy oil. Wei Yuxian felt the warmth of the large hand on her belly, and her hand resting by her side clenched nervously. She pursed her lips and looked at Fu Xuanyi's face. The man's expression was very serious, as if he was treating a fragile treasure. His movements were very gentle, and it felt very comfortable to be stroked. Wei Yuxian once again had the illusion that Fu Xuanyi was a good family man. What's even more ridiculous is that she also had the illusion that she had been living with Fu Xuanyi for a long time and that they were an old married couple who worked well together. My God! Why would she have such thoughts? How dare she have such thoughts? How could she ever be worthy of Master Xian? Even if she worked hard for 10 lifetimes, she would still not be worthy of Master Xian. Could it be that because Fu Xuanyi's expression was so soft at the moment, it made her have such an illusion? Yes, it must be. Just as she was daydreaming, Fu Xuanyi's words brought her thoughts back to reality. In a bad mood today? Why are you crying? Auntie Fu reported to him what had happened to her in the afternoon, and her eyes were red and swollen after taking a nap. Wei Yuxian had long known that he would know about her situation, and she had expected him to ask about it, so she had thought of an excuse in advance. She had thrown up when she woke up from her nap, and it had made her feel sick, so she had cried. There was nothing wrong with this reason. Pregnant women were naturally prone to mood swings, and it was normal to feel sick and cry suddenly. Fu Xuanyi did not suspect anything, and he felt even more distressed for her in his heart. His movements became even more gentle. Chapter 47. This time, what did her mother call about? After he finished applying the cream to her stomach, he moved on to her thighs. Wei Yuxian stared at the ceiling, trying to ignore the touch of his large hands, and wished for the procedure to be over as soon as possible. Fu Xuanyi also wanted it to be over quickly, because he realized that if he stayed in the room any longer, something would happen. So he sped up his movements, applied the cream evenly to her thighs, and then carried the warm water and towel into the bathroom. When he came out, he said, "You can do the rest yourself." His voice was a little hoarse than usual. Wei Yuxian didn't notice anything unusual and thought it was just Fu Xuanyi not speaking for too long, so she just nodded. Fu Xuanyi left the room, and Wei Yuxian let out a sigh of relief. She smoothed the rest of the cream on her body, tidied up the equipment, and lay on the bed, cultivating sleepiness. It was really boring at the Fu residence, and with the matter of the post, she was even less in the mood to do anything else. She just wanted to go to bed early to pass the time. Unfortunately, her thoughts were beautiful, but reality was cruel. She turned off the lights, turned the heating to the most comfortable temperature, turned on the humidifier, and lay down peacefully in bed. She thought she would fall asleep soon, but no matter how she told herself to fall asleep quickly, she didn't fall asleep, and her mind was very clear. For a while, she thought about this, and then about that. As she thought about it, she thought of Fu Xuanyi. She felt that lately Fu Xuanyi had been acting a little strange. He had become much gentler, and when he spoke, his tone was inexplicably less harsh. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Also, Fu Xuanyi's various actions, those that were inconsistent with his status, were also highly suspicious. Why did he want to act like that? Was it really just a passing curiosity, or was there another reason? Or was he, as she had previously thought, possessed? However, there was no such coldness in Fu Xuanyi, and it was much better to get along with him. She felt less pressure when she got along with him. She couldn't help thinking that if only Fu Xuanyi could stay in this state forever, not a cold robot, nor the aloof Master Xian. If only he were an ordinary person. Wei Yuxian didn't know why she had such strange thoughts, and her mind was filled with all sorts of unrealistic things. The more she thought about it, the clearer her mind became, and she felt no sleepiness at all. She picked up her phone and looked at the time, 12:30. It had been more than 3 hours since she had lain down, but she still hadn't fallen asleep. This made her feel a little anxious. Often when she couldn't sleep, she would feel anxious. This feeling was very unpleasant, and sleepless nights were also very difficult to bear. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. She had to go to sleep quickly, and maintain good sleep. She couldn't be chaotic, as it was bad for her health. Wei Yuxian kept repeating the words "fall asleep" in her mind for 10 minutes, but it still had no effect. She tried another method, counting, starting from 1 and counting up to 100, and then repeating the process again and again, but it still had no effect. Counting sheep seemed to be a good method of falling asleep, so she tried that instead. She counted so many sheep that she lost count herself, and this time, she finally fell asleep. But by then, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky was as dark as ink, and on a winter night, even the moon rarely appeared. Wei Yuxian woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Because her sleep time had been unstable during this period of time, Fu Xuanyi instructed the maid not to disturb her when she entered her room to check on the situation. So no one disturbed her in the morning. She slept until 10 o'clock, which was plenty of sleep time, but the quality was not very good. She woke up several times while sleeping, and it was very restless. That night, she had a lot of nightmares, one after the other, without a break. The most frequent nightmare was that she dreamed about the post on the campus forum. The incident became more and more serious, and even reached the school leaders, who expelled her from school. She had finally managed to get into university, so how could she be expelled? So she was scared awake and couldn't sleep anymore. She picked up her phone and glanced at the time, 10 a.m. It was late, and she couldn't sleep anymore. If she slept any longer, she would become a useless person. She got up, washed up, and her mood was still not very good. It was even worse because of the dream she had last night. She was someone who was easily affected by dreams. Although she knew that what was in the dream was not real, she would still be affected. For example, if she suddenly hated someone in her dream, then after waking up, when she thought of that person, she would subconsciously feel disgusted. This would last for 2 or 3 days, after which she would return to her original attitude towards that person. After washing up, she went downstairs to have breakfast. When she returned to her room, she took out the laptop that the old lady had bought for her earlier and looked for a movie to watch on the internet. The computer that the old lady had bought for her had very good performance, but it was too good for her to use. However, since she had already bought it, she might as well put it to use. After searching for a few minutes, she found a movie with very good word-of-mouth reviews and ratings. She clicked on it to watch it. It was over 2 hours long, and it was lunchtime when she finished watching it. After going down to eat lunch, she went back to her room and continued watching. She fought off sleepiness and forced herself to watch the movie to the end. There were only 10 minutes left. The movie was really quite funny, with well-developed characters and many laugh-out-loud moments. No wonder it was popular with netizens. Wei Yuxian also had a good time watching it and temporarily forgot her troubles. When there were only a few minutes left in the movie, she suddenly received a phone call. She picked up her phone and glanced at the caller ID, which showed her mother's number. Instantly, the smile on Wei Yuxian's face disappeared, and she held the phone, hesitating whether to answer the call. The last time she spoke with her mother was when school started. At that time, the money in her bank card had been transferred, and she didn't have a penny on her, so she had to live on the streets. What did her mother say at that time? Her mother said that people like her don't deserve to study, and even if she got into college, she wouldn't let her study. Then she would let herself work in Kyoto to support herself, and later transfer the money back to give to her good brother and good younger brother to spend. Thinking about this, Wei Yuxian's heart surged with anger, and she stared at the caller. What did her mother want this time? Wei Yuxian had an idea. She guessed it was about money again. After all, her daughter was not worth her while. She would only think of her when it came to money. Chapter 48, Her mother called because she wanted money. Just as Wei Yuxian was thinking, the sound of her phone stopped, and it was quiet for a while. But she knew her mother would not give up. Sure enough, within 5 seconds, the phone rang again, and the caller ID still showed Mom. Wei Yuxian took a deep breath, thinking that if she didn't answer, the phone would just keep ringing. She had no more drowsiness at the moment, so she gathered her courage, paused the movie, the room became quiet, picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Before she could say a word, her mother's abusive voice came over the phone. Where the hell have you been, you little brat? You've been ignoring my calls for so long, you've grown up and rebelled, haven't you? Wei Yuxian pretended not to hear these words, and did not explain why she had taken so long to answer the phone, because there was no need to do so. Her mother would not listen anyway, and would just scold her again. So, it was better not to explain. She asked indifferently, "What is it?" Her mother had transferred her money, and she would remember that for the rest of her life. She would never forgive her for that, or for everything else she had done to her, or for all the members of that family, because apart from her, the rest of them were family. Wei Yuxian is a complete outsider. In that family, she can't feel the existence of family affection. What there is only endless abuse and oppression. She will never go back to that family in the future, and the people in that family are no longer her family. Wei's mother became even more angry when she heard her talking to herself in this tone. In her opinion, Wei Yuxian should be meek and submissive, and not even breathe a word in her presence. Now she's talking to me in this tone, it's really outrageous. Wei's mother shouted at her, "What kind of tone is this? Is this the way you speak to your mother? Wei Yuxian, you're really outrageous. Who taught you to speak to me like this? Did you think you'd flown to the moon after just a few days in Kyoto? I'm telling you, you'll never make it in life. You're just a worthless piece of shit." Wei's mother continued to curse on the phone for several minutes, talking non-stop and never giving Wei Yuxian a chance to speak. Of course, Wei Yuxian didn't want to speak either, there was nothing to say. After a few minutes, Wei's mother finally finished cursing, and she was extremely satisfied to hear that Wei Yuxian didn't dare to say a word in reply. Yes, that's how it should be. That's how Wei Yuxian, a money spinner, should be. Who gave her the right to argue with her? She should just keep quiet and not fight back or argue back. She spent so much money raising her, so how dare this money spinner contradict her? Wei Yuxian listened to her cursing in silence, without missing a word. Listening to the phone as she did, with the same insults as before, her heart ached faintly. Even though she had heard it many, many times, she could not remain completely indifferent. She was a normal person, with a heart made of flesh and blood. How could she not be moved when she heard these insults? But she couldn't retort, couldn't say a word, not a word, or else she would be greeted with even more vicious curses from her mother. Bad emotions welled up again, spreading throughout her body. After struggling to feel a little better, she once again fell into a bottomless abyss. She clenched the hand resting by her side, forcing herself to continue listening as she resisted the urge to hang up. After her tirade, Wei's mother finally got down to business. She even took a sip of water to moisten her throat and said, "Where's your salary for the past few months? Transfer it to me right away. You've worked for so long and earned a lot of money, haven't you? Keep 400 to 500 for yourself and transfer the rest to me, do you hear me? Your brother and your younger brother don't have any living expenses right now, so hurry up and transfer the money to me. If there's even 1 cent missing, you'll be in trouble." She even threatened at the end. Wei Yuxian gritted her teeth, and her heart trembled a few times. Sure enough, she knew that her mother called to ask for money. Apart from money, she would never come to her for anything else. After some calculations, she realized that it had been almost 4 months since she came to Kyoto. Her mother hadn't come to see her in the previous few months, probably because she hadn't thought of her. Now that her brothers had no more living expenses and were reaching out to her for money, she remembered her. How sad is that? What a sad thing is this? They are both her children, how can her heart be so biased? The boy lives the life of a person above others, while the girl lives like a pig or a dog. Would anyone really treat their own child like this? Wei Yuxian's heart ached terribly, as much as it had the other day when she discovered that her money had been transferred. These days, she had studied at school some time ago, and had been raising the fetus in the Fu household during this time, and after paying the tuition fees, there was very little money left on her person. This was money she had saved for herself, to continue her studies after a year. Now that her mother had come to ask for money, where would she get the money from? So she said, "I have no money." Her voice was small, and it sounded very weak. If you listen more carefully, you would also notice that there was a slight tremor in the voice. She really had no money. She was very poor, very, very poor, so poor that she had to live in someone else's home. It's ridiculous to say that parents should ask their children who are still at school for money to support other children. Is the boy's living expenses really that important? Must they give so much? A few thousand a month and they're still not satisfied? And her brother and younger brother, too, how can they so easily justify spending their own money? How can they just stand by and watch her live a life of poverty? They're siblings. She's their family, not their servant. Doesn't their conscience ever ache? As soon as Wei's mother heard what she said, the anger that had just subsided flared up again. What do you mean you have no money? You've been in Kyoto for a few months and you're telling me you have no money? Who are you trying to fool, you good for nothing? If you had no money, how would you still be alive? You would have died a long time ago. I can see that you really want to fly the coop now that you've grown up. And you're still saying you have no money? You can easily find a job in Kyoto that pays 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. You've been working for so long, you must have earned more than 20,000 yuan. I'm telling you, Wei Yuxian, if you don't transfer the money to me, just wait and see what I'll do to you. You're not going to get away with trying to keep the 20,000 yuan for yourself. Don't think that just because you're in Kyoto now that I can't do anything about you. I'm telling you, I'm your mother. I've been through more than you've had salt. I have a million ways to get you. Don't you believe me? You'll see what happens then. If you dare to keep the money for yourself, I'll find a way to get you. Let's see who can get the better of who. Chapter 49, I don't have a job, I'm in school, I don't have any money. Look, is this something a mother would say to her child? They're not even family, they're enemies. Wei Yuxian sometimes really wonders if she was even born to her parents. Otherwise, why does she not feel like herself in that household? But now is not the time to think about that. What she needs to think about now is how to deal with her mother and resolve this matter smoothly. Wei Yuxian was feeling extremely down. She clenched her left hand into a fist, leaving marks on the palm of her hand, which hurt but helped her stay calm. In front of her mother, she was always the weaker party. Because she had grown up under her mother's oppression, she would instinctively feel fear whenever she saw her mother. She also wanted to overcome her fear of her mother, but she couldn't do it in a short period of time. She needed more time to overcome this fear. She stared at the computer in front of her, and the screen froze on a funny frame. An advertisement popped up in the middle of the screen, partially obscuring the frame, but it didn't take away from the funny nature of the frame. However, at this moment, Wei Yuxian's mood did not improve at all. This frame was in stark contrast to her current state. Looking at this frame made her feel annoyed. She bit her lip, closed the computer, adjusted her emotions a little, and said, "Mom, I really don't have any money, not a penny." Wei's mother was even more infuriated. You're lying to a ghost, you worthless piece of trash. You still want to get scolded, don't you? I don't have much time to waste with you today. Your brother and sister are waiting for me to transfer money to them, so hurry up and transfer the money over. Don't waste my time. I raised you all this time, and you're not even willing to give me some money. Are you going to be ungrateful? Don't you forget who has supported you all these years. If it weren't for me, would you even be alive today? You would have long since been buried in some corner. Wei Yuxian really wanted to ask her at this moment, if you didn't want to support her, why did you have her in the first place? And after you had her, you treated her like this. Isn't it the duty of parents to support their children? How come it turned out like this when it came to her? It's as if she weren't their child. Yes, in that family's eyes, she really wasn't part of their family. Only the four of them were a real family, she was just an outsider. Wei's mother continued, you say you have no money, but where did all your money go? You spent a few $100s a month on food, and at most 2,000 yuan, so where is the rest of the money? Tell me. You just wanted to keep it for yourself. Wei Yuxian, you good for nothing, instead of helping out at home, you just want to enjoy yourself, don't you? I knew you were a traitor. You ungrateful wretch, who can't be taught anything. I didn't. Wei Yuxian retorted loudly. She didn't spend money recklessly. Every penny she spent was well spent. Even when it came to meals, she didn't dare eat too well. More than 20,000 yuan? She could earn more than 20,000 yuan in 3 or 4 months. She would love to have such a good job. If she had more than 20,000 yuan, she would be smiling in her sleep. But she didn't. That 20,000 yuan was just a fantasy created by her mother and forced upon her. I don't have any money. You imagine that 20,000 yuan, I don't have a penny. You worked there for so long and didn't get a penny? You worked for free? You're still lying to me. You worthless piece of trash, do you really want to die or what? You dare not listen to me. Wei Yuxian bit her lower lip, as if she wanted to bite the tender flesh off. She hesitated in her heart, wondering whether to tell her mother that she hadn't gone looking for a job but had gone to college. Deep down, she didn't want her mother to know that she was going to college, but if she didn't tell her, her mother would think she was working, and if she worked, she would have money, and she would keep pestering her about it. What should she do now? Should she tell her? She was torn, unable to speak for a while, and her heart was suffering greatly. At this time, she wished there was someone who could give her an idea or help her solve the problem at hand, so that she wouldn't be troubled by it anymore. But who would help her? Suddenly, an indifferent face appeared in her mind, the face of Fu Xuanyi. That man, the man who always wore an indifferent face, and spoke in an indifferent manner, the supreme master Xian of the capital city. He could save her and solve all her problems for her. With just a word from him, whether it was about Ding Nana or her mother, everything could be resolved smoothly. But no, he was Master Xian, the ruthless Buddha of the capital city, a very busy man, so why would he care about her trivial matters? How dare she persuade Fu Xuanyi to help her with these matters? She knew her place in Fu Xuanyi's heart. She had a good life today, and was respectfully called Madam by the Fu family matriarch, but it was all because of the child in her belly. She herself meant nothing to Fu Xuanyi. If she went to him for help, she would probably only receive his cold treatment. So she would not humiliate herself. No one could help her, not even herself. She had to talk about going to college. After thinking about it, she said, I haven't been working these days. I've been going to school. After saying this, she felt relieved, having finally spoken her mind. What? Wei's mother yelled on the other end of the line, you good for nothing went to school? What school? Where did you get the money to go to school? Didn't I say you weren't allowed to go to school? What's the point of going to that shitty university other than wasting money? What shitty school? Hurry up and come out and work for me. Wei Yuxian naturally couldn't tell her where she got the money to go to school, and said, I'm going to school, I have no money. If the university I'm attending is a waste of money, then what about my brother? What's the university he's attending? Her brother is a junior this year. He barely managed to get into a second-tier university in the National College entrance exam that year, and attended a rubbish private university. Her parents were overjoyed, as if they had won something, and even threw a college graduation banquet for her brother. When it came to her turn, it became a source of shame. Obviously, she had gotten into a much better university than her brother. She got into a national top university. It's 1,000 times better than her brother's trashy private university. And her brother is also not doing his work in college. He just plays games and hits on girls every day, and he doesn't put any effort into his studies at all. Of course, his grades aren't good. But still, her parents think that her brother is their pride. And her younger brother, who is in his second year of high school this year, also has terrible grades. He is studying in the worst high school in the county, and his parents still treat him like a precious gem. Chapter 50. Wei Yuxian, you leave that shitty school right now. Go out and work. She's the only one who's an unwanted weed, unloved by her parents. No matter how well she does, her parents will just ignore her. It's ridiculous. Whenever she talks about her brother, Wei's mother is so proud, saying, "How can you compare with your brother? Your brother got into university. How many people in our village can get into university? It's either a junior college or no education at all. Your brother is the pride of our Wei family, and you're a loser, so what makes you qualified to compare with your brother?" In Wei's mother's eyes, her eldest son is the pride of the Wei family. They're counting on him to bring honor to the family. It's a university degree. Not many people in the village have done better than her eldest son. The Wei family has produced a real talent. So, when Wei Did asks his mother for money, she gives it to him without hesitation, as much as he wants. She's afraid that her son won't be able to eat well or wear warm clothes at school and will suffer. Wei Yuxian grits her teeth and, hearing her belittle herself like this, says, "I really can't compare with my brother." She's saying the opposite. In her mother's eyes, no matter what she does, it's all bad, and no matter what she does, it's all wrong. Compared to her brother and her younger brother, she's nothing. I've known this for a long time, haven't I? For many years, she's known this, and she's always lived like this. Wei's mother laughed mockingly and said, "You really can't compare with your brother, you're just a loser. In the future, you'll marry someone else's family and make money for other people to spend." Wei Yuxian was silent, wanting to hang up the phone but afraid to. "Wei Yuxian, listen to me. You, right now, get out of that shitty university of yours immediately. Stop reading those useless books. Hurry up and come out and make money for me, do you hear me? What's the point of you studying? It's a waste of money and it's useless. It's better for you to come out and work now, so you can help support the family. The family has supported you for so long, it's time you repaid them." Wei's mother said these words with a clear conscience, not at all feeling that there was anything wrong with Wei Yuxian not studying and coming out to work. In their village, girls Wei Yuxian's age, which do not get married and have children, go out to work early to subsidize the household. Still studying? What's the point? It's a waste of money. Wei Yuxian's first thought was that it was impossible. It was impossible for her to give up school and go to work. She had finally been given the opportunity to go to school again, and she absolutely could not give it up again. No matter who it was, not even her mother. Her first chance to go to school was ruined by her mother's own hands, and she won't let anyone get their way again the second time around. Even though working part-time can earn you money immediately, she doesn't have much education, and the jobs she can do are all hard work. If she chooses this path, she will never have a chance to get ahead in life. But studying is different. If she goes to university, she can have a higher degree and more knowledge, and her chances of choosing a job will be much greater, as will her chances of changing her fate. She said in a low voice, "I will not give up going to college. I repeat, I have no money, so don't ask me for any more." She had finally mustered the courage to say such a long refusal, clearly telling her mother her decision. "What? What did you say? Say it again. Wei Yuxian, you really want to rebel. You don't even listen to me." Wei Yuxian endured her grievances and said, "Mom, I'm your child too. Why can't you look at me? I'm not asking you for money by going to school, and I'm not adding to your burden. Why won't you let me go to school? What's the point of you, a woman, going to school? You're just going to get married and spend your money on other people." Wei's mother said, "Wei Yuxian, don't give me any excuses. You'd better get out of school and go earn some money." Wei Yuxian gritted her teeth and said firmly, "No, I can't." "Wei Yuxian, you're fucking disobedient, aren't you? You've really got some nerve going out for a few days. What? Are you going to fly off to the moon? You must go out and earn money for me. If you don't go, I'll see if I can't get you." Wei's mother started a new round of insults, saying all kinds of nasty things, sparing no feelings and showing no affection. Wei Yuxian couldn't stand it after listening to a few words. Tears fell from her eyes, and her courage grew. She took the phone off the hook and hung up abruptly. Instantly, there was no more of those unpleasant insults in her ears, and the whole world became quiet. The world was quiet, but her heart could not calm down. Her mother's insults echoed in her head. She leaned over the chair and let the tears flow. It was as if she wanted to cry out all her grievances and pain. A few seconds later, the phone on the table rang again. Needless to say, Wei Yuxian knew who it was. Who else could it be but her mother? But now, she didn't want to answer the phone at all, didn't want to hear her abuse at all. Just don't answer it then. A voice like this welled up in Wei Yuxian's heart. She is in Kyoto now, far away from home, so what can her mother do to her? Anyway, her mother will not show up in front of her. So be brave and don't let your mother bully you anymore. She will never answer this phone call again. Thinking about her past suffering and the opportunity to change her fate after graduating from university, Wei Yuxian's courage suddenly grew. She looked up, her face covered in tears, looking extremely miserable, but her eyes were firm. She picked up her phone, rejected her mother's call, and then quickly blocked the number so that her mother could never call her again. Be ruthless. Then be ruthless to the end. She didn't believe it. She was so far away in Kyoto, what could her mother do to her? What would she do to her? Without the harsh ringing tone, the world once again became quiet. Wei Yuxian's tears still wouldn't stop. She threw her phone aside, rested her face on her arm, and silently let the tears flow. She felt so bad in her heart. A feeling of sadness enveloped her, one that would not go away. She could not understand why these misfortunes always seemed to happen around her. Who had she offended? Why did everyone bully her? Was it because in her past life she had been an unrepentant villain? Was that why she had to suffer so much in this life? The incident with the post has not yet passed, and she was already in a bad mood. Now this incident with her mother has happened, the heavens really can't bear to see her have a good day. Chapter 51. Only they are a family, she is just an outsider. Not only can the heavens not bear to see her have a good day, everyone else can't bear to see her have a good day either, they just want to let her live in suffering. Wei Yuxian looked blankly at the blank wall over there, not knowing what she was thinking. Anyway, it wasn't anything good. Such a sad mood is extremely mentally exhausting, and after just confronting her mother, Wei Yuxian had even less energy. She cried while leaning over the chair, and she was so tired that she fell asleep in no time. In her sleep, she was still restless. For a while, she dreamed that her mother called again, and for a while, she dreamed that her mother came to the door herself and beat her up. In short, none of the dreams were good, they were all exhausting nightmares. After more than an hour, she was awakened by the nightmare and jerked her head up, her body still trembling slightly. The heating in the room was working diligently, heating the entire room, so even wearing just a nightgown was not a problem. However, Wei Yuxian still felt cold from the inside out. She picked up her phone and hid under the covers, relying on the covers to keep her warm and trying to warm her body. Her fingers touched the screen, inadvertently turning it on. She saw that someone had sent her a message, so she tapped to view it. She saw that her younger brother had contacted her on WeChat. At first, her younger brother called her several times, but she didn't answer because she had set her phone to silent in order to give her ears a rest, and she had fallen asleep again. When her younger brother saw that he couldn't get through, he switched to sending messages, sending more than 10 in a row. Wei Yuxian, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone? Why didn't you answer when mom called? Are you trying to keep the money for yourself? Wei Yuxian, you better send me a message. What the hell are you doing? Send me a message. Why didn't you transfer the money when mom asked you to? What's the point of you studying if you're like this? Just find someone to marry you already. Hurry up and transfer the money to mom. Don't even think about hiding it. You've grown up, it's time you paid back the Wei family's debt. Mom and dad spent a lot of money raising you. If you don't want to transfer the money to mom, just transfer it to me, I'll transfer it to her later anyway. Hurry up and transfer 10,000 yuan to me, I'm waiting for the money to buy sneakers, if I'm late I won't be able to get them. Limited edition. You can transfer the remaining 10,000 yuan to my older brother. He's also short of money recently. A new skin has been released for the game he plays, so you better hurry up and transfer the money to my brother. Wei Yuxian, did you hear that? Hurry up and message me back. Don't fucking pretend you didn't see it. The tone of every sentence was extremely disrespectful, And he even called Wei Yuxian by her name, not treating her like an older sister at all. The message made her sound like an ATM machine, a walking, living ATM. Wei Yuxian just wanted to laugh after reading the message, laughing at her brother's righteousness. What kind of family is this? Even her younger brother dares to speak to her like this, showing no respect at all. It's been like this since she was little, treating her like his servant. And now he actually asks her for money. 10,000 yuan just like that. What shoes could possibly cost that much? Are those shoes really that important? Why doesn't he ever look at what kind of life she, Wei Yuxian, is living? 10,000 yuan. He really has the nerve to ask for it. Not only that, but he also tells her to transfer 10,000 yuan to his brother. Does he really think she, Wei Yuxian, is a money printing machine? They are all selfish and self-serving. Her brother and younger brother never share anything good with her, and they will do their best to bully her. Beat her. Look at the reasons they use to ask for money. Buy shoes? Charge a game? It's as if Wei Yuxian is not even worth a pair of shoes or a game. However, this is indeed very much in line with their character, because they are just such selfish people. With the love and favor of their parents, they are even more lawless. What kind of future can someone like this expect to have when they grow up? They are good for nothing, and all they know is to enjoy life. And her parents are the same. She really wants to see how capable they are of raising their two sons so well. Wei Yuxian didn't intend to respond to her brother's message, so she threw her phone aside, pulled the covers up tightly, and stared at the white ceiling. She felt so aggrieved. Her family didn't respect her, and didn't treat her as a person. Family members are often the ones who hurt you the most. Her hands unconsciously grasped the white and comfortable mattress, and with all her strength, she restrained her sadness in tears. But how could she restrain something like this? Her nose was sore, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn down, and she couldn't hold back the sobs. She couldn't even remember how many times she had cried, but it had been many, many times. She hadn't been so sentimental before, and although she felt aggrieved and sad, she wanted to cry, but most of the time she could hold back her tears. Now, it's different. Even the slightest sadness is infinitely magnified. Maybe this is what it's like to be pregnant. Emotions are unstable and difficult to control. She knows she shouldn't cry, but she can't help it. She lifts the quilt over her head, covering herself completely, and hides inside to cry. She cries so much that her eyes hurt, and she's almost cried all the water out of her body. After a while of crying uncontrollably, her mattress was a mess, and she finally calmed down. She got up and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Looking at herself in the mirror, she looked miserable again. Every time she looked in the mirror, she saw a haggard face. Her eyes and nose were red, her eyes were swollen, with watery eyes, her face and lips were a little pale. She was also a little glad that she had not vomited. Some people who cry too hard will vomit, which will be even more difficult. Looking at the haggard person in the mirror, Wei Yuxian wondered how to deal with Fu Xuanyi's questioning. If this appearance does not subside at night, and Fu Xuanyi sees it, he will definitely ask questions. Therefore, just in case, Wei Yuxian had to think of a good reason in advance so that she wouldn't give herself away. There was no need for Fu Xuanyi to know about those things, they were all trivial matters for her. If Fu Xuanyi knew, he would probably laugh at her for being timid and weak, and laugh at the fact that anyone could bully her. So, what kind of reason should she think of so that Fu Xuanyi will not be suspicious and will believe it 100%? Wei Yuxian was in deep thought, her mind turning a little slowly, but she was still thinking. After leaving the bathroom, she was still thinking. She glanced at the time, it was almost 4 p.m. Fu Xuanyi would probably be home at 6 p.m., so she still had 2 hours to think. Chapter 52, she needed to think of a reason to deal with Fu Xuanyi. The last time she dealt with him was yesterday. She cried so hard that her eyes were as swollen as they are today, and she looked miserable. What reason did she use to convince Fu Xuanyi at that time? Oh, she said that she threw up when she woke up and cried because she felt sick. She couldn't use that same reason twice, or Fu Xuanyi would become suspicious. So, she needed to think of a new reason now. What reason should she use? Wei Yuxian sat in a chair, thinking, her brows slightly furrowed. She felt so distressed, thinking that if Fu Xuanyi didn't ask about these things, then she wouldn't have to agonize over what reason to give. Wei Yuxian sniffed, took a tissue and wiped her face. Looking at the movie on the desktop, she remembered the movie she had watched before falling asleep, and a thought gradually formed in her mind. Aren't pregnant people emotionally unstable? Although she hated this, she had to take advantage of it now. So Wei Yuxian threw the ball of paper into the trash can, turned on the computer again, searched for a very tear-jerking movie, and put it on the desktop without turning on the sound. She didn't want to watch it, she wasn't in the mood to watch it at the moment, and she was even more afraid that after watching it, she would shed even more tears and become even more haggard. This was just a blindfold she used to deceive Fu Xuanyi, otherwise she really couldn't think of a better reason. She just hoped that this time, Fu Xuanyi would believe in the reason she had carefully thought up and not be suspicious. A movie is just over an hour long, and after Wei Yuxian finished watching it, it was just about dinner time, and it was about time for Fu Xuanyi to come home. She turned off the computer, got up and walked downstairs, just bumping into Fu Xuanyi, who was entering the door. Fu Xuanyi saw her as he was changing his shoes, and saw that her eyes were a little red and a little swollen, which looked like she had been crying, so he quickened his movements. "A Xian." Wei Yuxian walked up to him and helped him take off his jacket. Fu Xuanyi put his big hand on her cheek and asked, "Why are you crying again? Who bullied you?" Wei Yuxian tilted her head to avoid his hand, not used to such intimate actions with him, and said, "It's nothing, I just watched a movie this afternoon, the plot was so tear-jerking that I couldn't help crying." She followed the flow and told the prepared story, acting as if it were really the movie that made her cry. Only she knew the real reason. Fu Xuanyi, as expected, did not suspect anything, and simply said, "Watch something else next time. You're not suited to watching this kind of thing right now." He believed that Wei Yuxian had no reason to lie to him, and that she would not have any troubles in the Fu household. However, it was not good to keep her cooped up inside the house all the time, so he would have to find some free time in the next few days to take her out for a walk. He usually had the servants follow her around, even when she was walking inside the house. Once they are outside, she must be protected even more carefully. He has many enemies in the capital, and there are many people who cannot stand him, Fu Xuanyi. In particular, some of the large families that target the Fu family are smiling at them on the surface, but they don't know what kind of underhanded tricks they are playing behind their backs. Wei Yuxian is his woman, and she is pregnant with 2 children. This matter cannot be made public and known to outsiders, as it is very dangerous for her. Even though he has supreme status in the capital and can protect her, there will always be times when he can't, and he dares not take risks. He can only feel at ease if he hides her away, protects her well, and lets her give birth to the child safely. In the future, he will give her a proper title so that everyone knows that she is his wife. For now, it's not possible, the danger is too great, and he can't take that risk. He can't guard against the spies in the shadows, Wei Yuxian is his weak point, and the danger will be even greater. This Kyoto is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface, the turmoil in the shadows is difficult for outsiders to see. Wei Yuxian let out a small sound, and when she saw that he didn't ask any more questions, she let out a sigh of relief. As long as this reason was not questioned, she wouldn't have to expend any more mental energy to explain. Fu Xuanyi looked at her soft and plump little appearance, helping her hang up her clothes. Her little face was a little pink, which made her look very cute, and it touched his heart. Suddenly, he took her soft and small hand, held it in his hand, and led her over to the dining table. This time, her hand felt even more comfortable in his grasp than the last time, a little fleshy and soft. He had always wanted to get closer to her, but was afraid that he might lose control of himself, so he had always kept his distance from her, even when applying the pregnancy oil. Almost every time he touched her soft belly, bad thoughts would come to mind. But she was still pregnant, and it wouldn't be good for her if he took advantage of her. Xianyi never even considered whether Wei Yuxian actually wanted to be close to him. He just knew that he liked Wei Yuxian, wanted to possess her, and would never let her go in this life. Wei Yuxian was stunned as he led her away, and looking at their joined hands, she couldn't help but remember that day when Fu Xianyi had held her hand for a long, long time. What was going on? Why had Fu Xianyi suddenly gone crazy again? Why was he holding her hand again? She was afraid that Fu Xuanyi would hold her hand for a long time this time as well, so she quickly came back to her senses and tried hard to pull her hand back, but he held it even tighter, and she simply couldn't pull it back. It's over, she thought. If Fu Xuanyi doesn't take the initiative to let go, she won't be able to pull her hand back. Just thinking about the last time, even when the old lady asked him to, he didn't let go of her hand. Wei Yuxian had a headache, and she really wanted to free her hand. Fu Xuanyi knew that she would want to pull her hand back, so as soon as she had the idea, he restrained her movement and did not give her the opportunity to pull away. The two went to wash their hands together, and Wei Yuxian was finally able to free her hand. However, as soon as she had wiped her hands clean, her hand was taken again. Wei Yuxian. Resignedly, she was led to the dining table by him, and still was unable to free herself. Auntie Fu and the other maids couldn't help but snigger again when they saw their joined hands, because Wei Yuxian's expression was so awkward, as if she had bugs crawling all over her. When it was time to eat dinner, Wei Yuxian thought that he would finally let go of her hand, otherwise she wouldn't be able to eat. Unexpectedly, Fu Xuanyi took her hand with the other hand and started eating, also gesturing for her to eat quickly. The advantages of using chopsticks became immediately apparent. She could eat with one hand. But Wei Yuxian would rather not have such advantages. If she could free her hands, what would she do with two hands to eat with? The priority was to free her hands. Fu Xuanyi was in a good mood because holding her hand had brought him closer to her, which had somewhat relieved his desire. He hoped that Wei Yuxian's body would get better soon and that she would not always be so depressed, as that would be better for her. Chapter 53. This bitch has probably deceived herself. She just wants to keep all the money for herself. Wei Village. 3 days have passed since the last time Wei Yuxian was called. No matter how Wei's mother tried, she could not get in touch with Wei Yuxian. The phone was not connected, and no messages could be sent. After asking the young people in the village, she learned that Wei Yuxian had blocked her. Upon hearing this news, Wei's mother was so angry that she almost dropped the phone. But then she thought that buying a new phone would cost a lot of money, so she held back and didn't throw it. Today, she went to work as usual, working inside the factory, but her mind was elsewhere, still thinking about Wei Yuxian. Wei Yuxian, this money-losing person, actually dared to hang up on her. Not only did she hang up on her, she also blocked her number. This is what makes her the angriest. If she can't get in touch with her, how is she going to ask her for money? Her 2 sons are still waiting for her to transfer money to them. Even if she can't feed herself and doesn't have warm clothes, she can't let her 2 sons go hungry. Her 2 sons are the hope of their family. Her eldest son, in particular, has been accepted to undergraduate university. She is so proud every time she tells people. Now that her 2 sons are running out of money, she is heartbroken to hear that they can't even eat enough at school. But she has no money at all now, and she doesn't know where to find money for her 2 sons. She has borrowed from all the relatives she can, but she can't borrow a penny. When it comes to money, she thinks of Wei Yuxian again, this money-losing good for nothing. It's true to say that she is a money-losing good for nothing. She has raised her so big, but she doesn't think about repaying the family at all. She said she wouldn't let her go to college, but she insisted on going. It's fine if she can't make any money, but she has to pay money back. Wei's mother thought angrily, muttering a small curse under her breath, and she couldn't wait to rush to Wei Yuxian's side and slap her a few times to make her wake up. Suddenly, Wei's mother thought of a question: where did Wei Yuxian get the money to go to college? How much is the tuition for college? She took all of her 8,000 yuan, so where did she get the money to go to school? Could it be that she has other savings? No, it's impossible. This bitch doesn't have the ability to do that. She borrowed part of the 8,000 yuan, but she doesn't have much left. So where did she get the money to go to school? Did she borrow some more money? But no one in the village would be willing to lend her that much money, so it's impossible. And she doesn't know anyone in the capital, so it's even more impossible for her to borrow money. You don't know until you try it, and you'll be surprised when you do. Wei's mother had a new idea. Wei Yuxian was not going to school at all, but working in the capital. This money-losing person lied about going to school so that she could keep her wages and not have to share them with anyone. Otherwise, where would she get the money to go to school? She simply didn't have the money to go to school. She was still alive, but there was no other way out for her but to work. Thinking about this, Wei's mother stopped what she was doing and became even more angry. She cursed in her heart and mouth. The co-worker next to her heard her muttering and, as if possessed, hurriedly distanced herself from her, lest she be contaminated by her bad luck. At the factory, Wei's mother was hated by every co-worker. No one wanted to talk to her, let alone deal with her. The reason was that Wei's mother was a terrible person. She was stingy, loved to take advantage of others, and had a sharp tongue. In addition, she likes to borrow money from people, but never pays it back. When you ask her, she will say that her son will have money to pay it back when he graduates from university. She also likes to brag about her 2 sons. Her eldest son is attending a private undergraduate university, and she is always bragging about him. She treats him like a precious baby. Anyone who dares to say a word against her sons will definitely be scolded by her. And she still can't recognize her own mistakes, thinking that she is not at fault at all and that everyone else in the factory is wrong. So she also stopped associating with the people in the factory. Wei's mother was furious at the thought that Wei Yuxian might have deceived her. No. She absolutely cannot let this money-losing person keep the money for herself. That's more than 20,000 yuan. It's enough to pay for both sons' living expenses for months. If this is all pocketed by that money-losing person, what will she give to her two sons? She was going to find out the truth and confront the money-losing good-for-nothing. She wanted to see if she had really studied. If she had really cheated them, she would definitely make her pay. She must get her hands on those 20,000 yuan. Thinking this, Wei's mother had a rough plan in mind and wanted to discuss it with her husband when she got home. It was finally time to go home from work, so Wei's mother was the first to run out of the factory and go home, cooking dinner while she waited for Wei's father to return. When she had finished cooking, her father also returned home. At the dinner table, she told her father her thoughts. After listening, her father felt that it was possible. The worthless girl might have really cheated them, and she had taken the money and gone to enjoy herself in the capital. Her father also doted on his two sons, and had little affection for his daughter Wei Yuxian. He was close only to his two sons. The others had to have many children before they got a son. Because he has two sons, he has face in the family. Wei's father said, "That bitch may have really tricked us. What do you say we do? Now we can't get in touch with her, how do we get the money?" Wei's mother said proudly, "I thought of this afternoon. I plan to go to Kyoto and find someone in person. If I find that bitch, I'll make her skin peel off." Wei's father, however, did not agree with her approach. He said, "Kyoto is such a big place, where are you going to find someone? Can you find someone?" Wei's mother said, "We have to try first." "No, I'll figure it out when the time comes. Do you want to go with me?" Wei's father shook his head. "No, I have to go to work. If I take a few days off, I'll get docked. Who will earn money for my son to go to school? If you want to go, go by yourself. Go early and come back early, don't delay work." Wei's father thought about it and agreed that Wei's mother should go to the capital, because if she went, there was a chance that she would find Wei Yuxian, and if she did, they would have more than 20,000 yuan. But if they didn't go, they would get nothing. Nowadays, their family really lacks money. It's fine for them to suffer a little, but their two sons must not suffer. In order to provide for their two sons, they will go on this trip. But he can't go, he still needs to stay at home and work. Every bit of extra money is good, just in case this woman can't find anyone else. To be on the safe side, it's better for him to stay at home, and he can also ask his co-workers if they are willing to lend him money. He needs to transfer money to his sons as soon as possible. Chapter 54, they talk about 10,000 yuan, but they think money is easy to make. Wei's father and mother's wishful thinking was rattling, and they both agreed that this was the best method for the time being. So the next day after making the decision, Wei's mother set off on the road to the capital. Last night, she made a lot of dried food with the man to take on the road to eat, so she could save money on meals. She heard that prices in the capital are not cheap, and she can't bear to eat there. The family doesn't have much money, and if they spend it recklessly, there won't be any money left for their precious son. If that's really the case, their family still has a few acres of unused land that they haven't farmed for years. If they sell it, they can continue to pay for their two sons' education. It's not really close from their village to Kyoto, but in order to save on the fare, Wei's mother took the cheapest green train. Even so, it still cost her several hundred yuan, which broke her heart. If she doesn't find Wei Yuxian this money spinner this time, she will have lived in vain for so many years. Wei Yuxian didn't know that her mother was coming to Kyoto to find her. She had no interest in managing the household affairs. She didn't want to hear a word about family matters. Because today, she received an unfamiliar phone call. After answering it with some confusion, she found out that it was her eldest brother calling. When the Wei family called her, it was never good news. Her mother, her younger brother, and even her current brother were all the same. Wei De is 3 years older than her, 21 years old, in his third year of university, and not a good person either. When they were at home, Wei De often bullied her, beat her, and made her do all the work. If she didn't listen, she would get a beating. Sometimes, her brother and younger brother would beat her together, leaving her with bruises all over her body, looking really scary. Today, her eldest brother called her, which she really didn't expect, because they had never called before. But then she thought about the call from her younger brother the other day, and it didn't seem so strange anymore. They must be out of money, and her parents couldn't get any for them right away, so they came to her. They must have heard about her job in Kyoto from her parents. The Wei family all felt that she, Wei Yuxian, worked in Kyoto and earned 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, and spent only a few hundred yuan on food, so the rest should be theirs. When she thought about this, Wei Yuxian's heart felt cold. Sure enough, what her brother said next was exactly what she expected. He had come to ask for money. Wei Daong said in a very rude tone, "Wei Yuxian, hurry up and transfer 10,000 yuan to me. I'm in a hurry to use the money to buy your sister-in-law a bag, hurry up." He didn't do anything serious at university, but he was good at playing games and dating his girlfriend. Recently, he made his girlfriend angry, and his girlfriend said that if he wanted to make up, he would have to buy her a certain brand of bag. He glanced at it, and that bag would cost thousands of dollars. It's enough for him to buy a lot of skins. But his girlfriend won't be appeased unless he does something, because her family has a bit of money, they run a small company, and her connections are quite extensive. She is also an only child, so if they get married, the company will become his. So he is doing everything he can to appease his girlfriend, for the sake of his future career. But he really doesn't have that much money, and asking his family for money is out of the question. Wei Yuxian's earnings belonged to the Wei family anyway, and she had to hand them over to her mother, who would then give them to her. So he might as well just ask Wei Yuxian for the money. The Weis had supported her for so long, it was time for her to pay back. She had earned 20,000 yuan in Beijing, and he was only asking for 10,000. He was being reasonable. Otherwise, he wouldn't give her a single penny. He spends a lot of money at university, partly because he spends a lot himself, and partly on his girlfriend. His girlfriend's family is rich, and they use all the best things, so every time he gives her a present, it has to be good. Gradually, his own spending level has also become higher and higher. But as his spending level has become higher, the family's income has not increased, and they cannot afford such a large consumption. But what kind of people are Wei's parents? They treat their two precious sons like treasures and will borrow money to give their sons a good life, even if the family is short of money. Wei Yuxian felt a physiological aversion as soon as she heard her eldest brother's voice and said, "I told you I have no money, so don't call again and again. No matter who asks, I have no money." After saying this, Wei Yuxian hung up the phone, blocked Wei De, and then blocked her younger brother and father as well. She was sitting in a chair, and the computer in front of her was playing a lecture on some economics knowledge. 3 days later, her mood had recovered a little, and she was able to absorb the knowledge. However, she received such a disgusting phone call today, and her good mood was gone again. Her eldest brother was shameless. He was 3 years older than her, but he came to ask his younger sister for money. It's not just that he's asking for money, but that he's using it to buy his girlfriend a bag. 10,000 yuan for a bag. It's not even her girlfriend, so why should she pay for it? They're all the same selfish Wei family members. They never think about others, and they only have themselves in mind. Wei Yuxian feels nothing but shame at having the same blood flowing through her veins as such a family. 10,000 yuan, that's all they ever talk about, 10,000 yuan, it's so easy for them to say. If they're so capable, they should go earn the money themselves. She wanted to see how long it would take them to earn 10,000 yuan. Wei Yuxian angrily paused the lecture video, turned off the computer, and walked around the room to calm herself down and not let the family get to her. That family was strange, really strange, and there was probably no one in the world more strange than them. She tried hard to calm herself down, afraid that if she got too emotional, she would again become overly happy or sad, which was not good for her health. It would be too bad to hurt her body for the sake of those unimportant people. She didn't want to do such a silly thing. After walking around the room a few times, Wei Yuxian's annoyance subsided a little. She took a few deep breaths, walked to the French windows, and looked out at the snowy scene outside, but didn't dare open the window. It was snowing today, and it was very cold outside. In fact, Wei Yuxian really wanted to go out and play in the snow, build a snowman or something, or just make some snowballs. Before coming to Kyoto, she had never seen snow, so even though it wasn't the first time she had seen it, she was still very excited. But in her current condition, she wasn't even allowed to go out to play, let alone build a snowman, as her mother said she was afraid of catching a cold. Chapter 55. If you want to go out and see the snow, there's one condition. Outside the French windows, everything was covered in pure white snow, and the sky and earth were pale. Everything is so quiet, unexpectedly calming. Wei Yuxian really wants to go outside and feel the white snow, to experience the touch of snow and see if it is as good as she imagined. Since she arrived in Kyoto and entered winter, it has snowed several times, but she has never been able to touch the snow. Because it is really cold on snowy days, the Fu family has the heating turned up full, and Fu Xuani does not allow her to go out. After all, he is afraid that she will catch a cold. During pregnancy, you must pay close attention to your health and not get sick, because medication for pregnant women is very cautious and can also affect the baby in the womb. For Wei Yuxian's health, Fu Xuanyi absolutely forbade her from going out in very cold weather. Looking at the snow falling outside, Wei Yuxian's eyes were full of the two words she wanted to play. She felt that if she went out to play in the snow at this moment, she would definitely forget her troubles for a while. She still wanted to give it a try and give herself a chance. She was already in Kyoto, she had seen the snow, and it would be a shame not to play in it. With that in mind, Wei Yuxian fixed her gaze, dug out a thick layer of clothes from the closet, put them on, and then put on a hat and gloves before walking out of the room. When she got downstairs, it was almost time for dinner, and Auntie Fu was busy getting the servants to prepare the meal when she saw Wei Yuxian, fully equipped, walking down the stairs. She hurried up to greet her and asked, "Where are you going, madam?" "It's almost time for dinner. It's so cold outside, with snow falling. You'd better not go out. Master Xian wouldn't approve either." Wei Yuxian said, "I just want to go out and look at the snow." "It's fine. Auntie Fu, I'm wearing very thick clothes and I've got my hat and gloves on. With this perfect winter clothing set, there's no chance the cold will get the better of me." But Auntie Fu still disagreed, because no one could guarantee that Madame would not get sick just from going out for a little while. Without Master Xian's order, they would never dare to let Madame go out the door. They could not afford to take on that responsibility. She said with a difficult expression on her face, "Madam, it's not that we don't want you to go out, it's just that Master Xian doesn't want you to go out in the snow, and he's worried about your health. Master Xian is only looking out for your best interests, so please understand his good intentions." Wei Yuxian didn't want to make things difficult for Auntie Fu, but she really wanted to go out for some fresh air. It was boring to stay in the room all day. Just as they were talking, there was a noise at the door. They both looked over at the same time, and Fu Xuanyi walked in. Auntie Fu let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Master Xian was back, and she wouldn't have to make things difficult anymore. Wei Yuxian's expression, however, fell. She lowered her head, and the hand in her pocket clenched into a fist, then loosened and clenched again. She knew that Fu Xuanyi would never let her go out. The man was unchanging in his decisions, inflexible and overbearing. Fu Xuanyi saw Wei Yuxian standing in the living room wearing a thick layer of clothes. After changing her shoes, she did not immediately take off the thick clothes she was wearing and walked over. "Master Xuanyi." Auntie Fu respectfully called out when she saw the person approaching. Fu Xuanyi nodded and raised his hand to indicate that she should go about her business. Wei Yuxian kept her head down, and all she could see was a pair of long legs stopping in front of her. It was Fu Xuanyi. She didn't look up, and with a muffled voice she called out, "A Xian." She wasn't in a good mood. Fu Xuanyi looked at her, her neck tucked into her clothes, and a cute furry hat on her head, hiding most of her face. She looked even cuter with her round, rosy cheeks. But she kept her head down, and an unhappy aura radiated from her. "What was wrong?" Fu Xuanyi asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Yuxian pursed her lips and whispered, "I want to go out and see the snow. I've never played in real snow before." Her voice was like that of a little miserable person, and it made people feel soft just listening to it. Fu Xuanyi looked at her and still didn't want her to go out. It was too cold outside, and the house was heated to the most suitable temperature. If she had a problem, he would blame himself. But the pitiful look on her face also makes him feel very sad. Perhaps she can go out and play for a while, as long as she keeps warm. In a while, she should be fine. His deep voice asked, "Do you really want to play?" Wei Yuxian nodded a few times, and again, the muffled sound held back the word want. "It seems like there's a chance. Look up." Fu Xuanyi said, telling her to lift her head up, so he could check it and let her go out only if there was no problem. Wei Yuxian obediently raised her head, her eyes wide and looking at him somewhat innocently, harmless. Fu Xuanyi's throat tightened, and his Adam's apple rolled a little, as he focused his thoughts on her attire. There was nothing wrong with the clothes, they were very thick, the hat was also fine, it covered her ears, and she had gloves on her hands. He said, "You can go out, but there's a condition." "What condition?" Hearing him relent, her eyes widened, and she gave a shallow smile, her eyes full of anticipation, as if they were filled with stars. "We'll talk about it later." After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the entrance, changing his shoes again. Wei Yuxian followed him over to change her shoes as well, and asked after him, "What condition?" As long as it's not an unreasonable condition, she can accept it. She really wants to go play in the snow. Auntie Fu came up and interrupted their conversation, saying, "Master Xian, madam, dinner is ready." Fu Xuanyi said, "Wait a minute. Auntie Fu nodded and waited on the side, giving the kitchen maids a look, telling them not to rush to bring dinner out. Master Xian obviously wanted to take Madame out to see the snow, and she didn't know how long they would be gone for. It was better to keep dinner in the kitchen to keep it warm. The two changed their shoes and came to the door. Wei Yuxian once again asked, "What are the conditions?" She asked for the third time, but Fu Xuanyi just wouldn't say, and she had no idea what his condition was. If the condition was too harsh, then she would rather not go out. Fu Xuanyi looked down at her eyes and said, "Hands." "Hands?" Wei Yuxian repeated it doubtfully, took out her own hands, and became even more confused, not understanding what Fu Xuanyi wanted. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Fu Xuanyi wasn't going to hold her hand, was he? Just like the other two times. Just as she was lost in thought, Fu Xuanyi took off her gloves, took her hand, and put it in his coat pocket. Wei Yuxian. Sure enough. Fu Xuanyi held the soft, small hand in his large palm, which fit nicely, and was very satisfied. He said, "This is the condition." Wei Yuxian felt the warmth of his hand, which was very warm, even warmer than wearing gloves, and she hesitated a little. Chapter 56, The sky is full of snow, and even my mood has calmed down. If this is the condition for going to see the snow, then she doesn't seem to have lost out, just being held hands, it's nothing. Anyway, she has been held hands before, and it was for a long time, and Fu Xuanyi wouldn't do anything to her. Thinking like this, Wei Yuxian really couldn't hold back her desire to go out and see the snow, so she agreed, and with one hand in his pocket, she walked out with him. Fu Xuanyi saw that she did not resist, so he knew that she had agreed. A smile appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but rub her tender hands a few times with his thumb, as if he were usually rubbing his prayer beads. As soon as they stepped outside, the cold came at them in waves, and Wei Yuxian could feel the temperature around her drop by dozens of degrees in an instant. If she wasn't wearing thick clothes, she would have been frozen stiff. At that moment, all her attention was on the snow outside, and she had no time to notice Fu Xuanyi's movements in his pocket. The further she walked into the snow, the colder it got, but Wei Yuxian wasn't afraid at all, because the cold weather suit she was wearing was enough to keep her warm. She even excitedly took a few steps forward, wanting to quickly touch the snowflakes and watch them land in the palm of her hand. However, after just a few steps, she stopped when she stepped out of the shelter of the villa. She looked back and saw that her hand was still in Fu Xian's pocket, and she couldn't walk fast. Fu Xuanyi walked leisurely, unhurried, holding her hand tightly so that she couldn't walk too fast. Wei Yuxian wanted to walk faster, but she was too embarrassed to ask. It was already very difficult for Fu Xuanyi to let her come out to see the snow, and she was afraid that he would be unhappy if she made another request. If he got upset and didn't let her come out to see the snow, what would she do? Wei Yuxian could only bear with it, waiting for him to come up ahead, and then walking with him after he had come over. The white snowflakes drifted around her, landing on her furry hat and her thick clothes, not evaporating immediately. Wei Yuxian soon noticed the snowflakes landing on her, and looked at the snowflakes on her clothes in amazement. They were complete hexagonal snowflakes. But after a while, the snowflakes melted. Wei Yuxian was still very surprised. This was the first time she had seen such a complete snowflake. It was very beautiful. It was exactly the same as the ones on TV. If it hadn't melted so quickly, she would have held it in her hands and examined it carefully. She was very happy, watching the snowflakes falling all around her, feeling the peacefulness, and her heart also became calm. She held out the other hand, wearing gloves, palm up, to catch the snow as it fell, watching it gather in her hands and melt. It's amazing, she thought to herself. Nature is truly amazing, how can it condense such beautiful snowflakes? Watching the snowflakes melt into water in her palm, she had an urge to take off her gloves and truly feel the touch of the snowflakes. She wanted to know what it felt like when the snowflakes fell on her hands and melted. But she didn't dare, and she couldn't take off her gloves, and the man beside her definitely wouldn't want her to. She continued to admire the beautiful snow scene, delighted like a child who had seen a favorite toy. Fu Xuanyi looked at her face, unabashed, and when he saw her so happy, his heart followed suit. It seems that being at home really bored her to death, and that's why she's so happy to see snow. In the future, I'll have to take her out more often. Wei Yuxian had been looking at the snow in the snow for more than 10 minutes, and her eyes were smiling, and the bad mood in her heart was swept away. It was only about 10 minutes, but Fu Xuanyi took her back because it was too cold outside and he was afraid she would catch a cold. A pregnant woman's body is inherently weaker than an ordinary person's, and she has 2 babies in her belly, so she can't afford to make the slightest mistake. 10 minutes is his maximum limit. Wei Yuxian reluctantly walked back to the villa, her eyes full of affection as she looked at the snow, and she wanted to stay in the snow for a long, long time. But she also knew that Fu Xuanyi had brought her back so quickly for her own good, because she had indeed felt a hint of cold outside. The winter in Kyoto is really scary. It was fine when she first went out, and she didn't feel cold at all. It was only 10 minutes before she felt the chill. She was wearing a lot of thick clothes. Fu Xuanyi saw that she was so reluctant to leave, and said, "Next time it snows, I'll take you out again." Wei Yuxian's wilting mood immediately blossomed with joy. She asked with delight, "Really?" Fu Xuanyi nodded and said with certainty, "Really." Wei Yuxian couldn't see with a smile, "I'll remember." Next time it snows, she wants to go out and see the snowflakes. She wants to experience it for herself, not just look at it from the window. The snow lasted a long, long time, falling all night. A thick layer had accumulated in the courtyard, and if you stepped on it, it would bury your feet. Wei Yuxian woke up to find that the snow had stopped, but it hadn't melted yet. She looked outside as the servants cleared the snow, full of envy that they could touch the snow. Then she thought, it would be a shame not to use the snow to make a snowman. When she gets better, she will make a big snowman. She was in a good mood today because she had played in the snow for 10 minutes yesterday, and she had also come to terms with many things inside. Her mood naturally became more open-minded. In a railway station in Kyoto, Wei's mother finally arrived in Kyoto after sitting on a green train for a day and a night. She was exhausted and had a very bad time during the day and night. The train had a poor environment and there were all kinds of people. In order to save money, she had not bought a sleeper and suffered a lot. But when she thought that a little suffering would save some money, she felt that it was not a big deal to suffer. As soon as she got off the train, she followed the crowd out of the train station. Wei Mu hugged her luggage tightly and sniffed, thinking to herself that Luo Jing was really cold, much colder than where they came from. She looked at the thick coat she was wearing and felt that she was very clever to have worn a thick coat, otherwise she would have had to spend money on clothes when she arrived here. She had heard that it was going to be much colder in the capital, but she had never imagined it would be this cold. She didn't want to take a single step. She was tired and sleepy, so she looked outside the train station at the bus stop. She wasn't hungry, but she had plenty of food from home with her, enough to last her for several days. In order not to waste time, Wei's mother gathered her strength and looked up the route to Wei Yuxian's school on her phone. These days, she admitted, she didn't know how to use a smartphone very well, but she could still look up routes and things like that. What was the name of that useless school? It was something like a finance university. Oh yes, it was called the Jingdu University of Finance and Economics, and it was quite far from the train station. Chapter 57, I'm not a beggar, I'm looking for someone called Wei Yuxian at your school. If I take a taxi, it'll cost over 100 yuan. Naturally, Wei's mother couldn't bear to spend that much. But if you take the bus, it's only 3 transfers and costs less than 10 yuan. It just takes a bit longer. Wei's mother had no shortage of time, but she did lack money, so she decisively chose to take the bus. Taking the bus is so much better, it's very cheap, and you can save 10 times as much. So, Wei Mu got on the bus to the University of Finance and Economics in Beijing, and Wei Yuxian had no idea about any of this. Wei Mu waited for 10 minutes, and finally the bus she wanted arrived. She took out 2 yuan from her pocket and threw it in, being frugal and thrifty. There were a lot of people, and the driver didn't check each person individually, so she got away with it. The first bus ride took about an hour, and Wei's mother's back was sore from sitting. She got off the bus, rubbed her aching back, and continued waiting for the next bus. What was a little suffering for the sake of money? Her 2 precious sons depended on this money to eat. Even if her back broke, she had to get this money. She gritted her teeth and hung on. When she got hungry on the bus, she took out her dry food and nibbled on it slowly. 3 hours later, she finally arrived at the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Looking at the large entrance, she let out a sigh of relief. This bitch said she went to school here, she wanted to see if she was really going to school here. If she wasn't going to school, then she was working part-time. Wei's mother wrapped her clothes tightly around her body. Her face and hands were so cold that they turned red. The longer she stayed outside, the colder she felt, a bone-chilling cold that she could still bear. She had survived the hard times before, so what was a little cold now? She dragged her luggage behind her, and her body gave off a sour smell. She hadn't bathed in almost 2 days, and although she wasn't sweating, she still smelled a little. Combined with her current disheveled appearance, she looked a bit like a beggar who had just come out of the underworld. But she didn't feel anything, and she couldn't feel any strange smell or discomfort on her body at all. She went to the guard room and leaned against the window. Before she could say anything, she was expelled by the security guard. "Go away, this is not the place for you to beg." The security guard spoke harshly, looking at her as if she were rubbish, full of disgust. He felt that she had defiled the sacred place of the university. These beggars will really do anything these days to beg, and they even come to beg at the university gate. Hearing the security guard's words, Wei's mother looked down at her own body. Her clothes were a bit dirty and had a bit of mending, but she had nothing to do with begging. How can this person not know how to speak? Who are you calling a beggar? Wei's mother's short temper was suddenly ignited, and she immediately started arguing with the security guard. When it comes to arguing, she has never lost. 10 women from the village could never win an argument with her. Wei's mother put her luggage on the ground, crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows, and glared fiercely at the security guard. "Who are you calling a beggar? Don't you have eyes? Have you ever seen a beggar like me? You really are a security guard with a dog's eyes. You look at everyone as if they were beggars. Let me tell you, I'm here to find someone, not to beg." But if you think about it another way, Wei's mother is here to ask for money too, so what else would she be if not a beggar? Or perhaps the word robber would be more appropriate. The security guard is no fool. He's been a security guard for so many years, he's seen it all, and he's not afraid of a shrew like her. Why aren't you a beggar? I'd say someone like you is a beggar. What are you wearing? And you smell weird. If you're not a beggar, what are you? I've seen people like you before. You want to beg, but you can't bring yourself to do it. I hate people like you. If you're going to beg, do it properly, and stop acting so high and mighty. What do you mean? I already said I'm not a beggar. Why can't you understand what people are saying? With an eye like that, how can you even work as a security guard? You should find another job. I said I'm here to look for someone. Did you hear that? If you don't use your ears, you can donate them to someone else. You don't want to use them, but someone else does. The two of them engaged in a heated exchange, neither giving way to the other, as if they would never tire, spewing out sentence after sentence. Fortunately, there weren't many people at the school gate at the moment, otherwise the security guard would not have argued with her like this. After they had been arguing for about 10 minutes, Wei's mother's mouth was dry from cursing, and the security guard reluctantly believed that she was here to look for someone. The security guard asked in a harsh tone, "Who are you looking for?" Wei's mother gasped for breath with her arms folded, and said, "I'm looking for Wei Yuxian." The security guard asked in a perfunctory manner, "Which college? What major? Which class?" Wei's mother had no idea about any of this. It was good enough that she could remember that Wei Yuxian was studying at this university, but she wouldn't know any of this. Wei Yuxian was such a loser that she wasn't worth knowing so much about. She even said with righteous indignation, "I don't know. Can you help me find out if she's at this school?" The security guard looked at her with strange eyes and said, "What are you doing here if you don't know anything? This is not a police station, you can't just come in and look around. You don't even know if she is studying here, who knows if there is such a person in the school, and who knows the real purpose of your visit?" The security guard looked at her with wary eyes, not daring to let her in easily. He had heard that recently there have been many scammers who go into schools to deceive students, and he didn't know if the woman in front of him was one of them. At the mere thought of this, the security guard's look at Wei's mother changed, as if she was already that liar. It is not surprising that the security guard would think this way. Wei's mother's identity was indeed too suspicious. She said she was looking for someone, but she couldn't answer when asked what college she was from, and she was wearing ragged clothes and had a strange smell. It was hard not to be on one's guard. Wei's mother was so anxious that she wanted to hurry up and get the money and go back, so that she could transfer the money to her 2 sons. "You suspect I'm lying to you? Why would I lie to you? What would I gain by lying to you? I'm just here to find someone. I'm here to find Wei Yuxian. She's my daughter." The security guard didn't believe a word she said. He said, "Even a liar won't admit to being a liar. I can see you're a big liar, trying to get in and scam people. Our school is not a place where just anyone can go." The security guard said with righteous indignation, and he was determined not to let any suspicious person into the school. Nowadays, the tricks of the scammers are very clever, and the college students are so naive. He will definitely protect the college students and not give the scammers a chance. Chapter 58, Is she Wei Yuxian's mother? Indeed, she has the same poor smell as Wei Yuxian. In an instant, the security guard's sense of responsibility soared, and for the first time in his long career, he was so serious. Wei's mother was furious. She wanted to call Wei Yuxian, but unfortunately, that money-losing good-for-nothing had blocked her number, and no matter how many times she called, she couldn't get through. Wei's mother could only say, "She blocked me, so I can't get through to her. She told me herself that she was studying here, so I came here." The security guard almost took out his baton at the sound of this, and waved it a few times to drive her away, saying, "Go away. Even your daughter has blocked you, so I guess you're not a good person. Even if that Wei Xian really is studying here, I won't let you in." The security guard looked at Wei's mother's face and felt very bad, thinking that she wasn't a good person. Now that she had heard that even her daughter had blocked her, he was even more suspicious that she wasn't a good person. How would Wei's mother be willing to leave? She had traveled all the way here, spending a day and a night on the road. She had also spent a lot of money, so how could she just leave? This time, she would not leave without seeing that money-spending brat. Thinking this, Wei's mother started arguing with the security guard again. "What makes you, a little security guard, think you can stop me? The person I'm looking for is inside your school, so why won't you let me in? I want to talk to your supervisor, I want to complain about you." The security guard was also furious. "How come I'm not qualified to stop you? If you were a good person, would I stop you? You don't know anything, and you're still throwing a tantrum? I'm telling you, it's useless. Today, don't even think about setting foot in the school. You can forget about it. Just the way you are, you don't even look like a good person, and I definitely won't let you in to harm the students." "What do you mean? What do you mean I don't look like a good person? Who are you calling? You look like a person with big ambitions but little ability. You deserve to be a security guard. Let me in. Don't delay me. If you delay me, I won't let you off the hook. I'm not letting you in today. If you're so capable, go find the leader and see if he lets you in." The two continued arguing, neither giving way to the other. Wei's mother was determined to get inside the school, while the security guard was determined to keep her out. The commotion was quite loud, and the nearby vendors gathered to watch the fun, not saying a word, but watching with relish. It was at this time that Ding Nana, Chen Weifeng, and Chen Yi walked out of the school. All three were dressed very nicely, and even in the cold winter they were dressed up, like three flowered peacocks. The three of them had been thinking of going for hot pot for lunch today, and since they didn't have any classes in the afternoon, they could go out and play after eating hot pot. As soon as they reached the door, they noticed the commotion at the door, as if someone was arguing. It would be foolish not to watch the fun, so after a glance at each other, the three of them decisively chose to go watch the fun. As for the hot pot, they could go eat it a little later. So the three of them squeezed and squeezed, squeezing past a crowd of onlookers and small vendors to get to the front, where they saw Wei's mother and the security guard arguing fiercely. The security guard was already very impatient. He was using a baton and shield to push people away. "Hurry up and go, don't cause trouble at the school gate, this is not the place for you to cause trouble. Even if you cause trouble, I won't let you in." "What do you mean by causing trouble? Where have I caused trouble? I already said that I'm here to see my daughter. My daughter's name is Wei Yuxian, why don't you believe me? Everyone, come judge what's right and wrong, this security guard actually won't let me go in to see my daughter. Is there any justice in the world?" Wei's mother couldn't handle the security guard alone, so she tried to use the power of the crowd to get the guard to let her in. Over here, the three Ding Nanas heard what Wei's mother said and first froze for a moment, then immediately reacted, with a smile in their eyes. "Interesting, Wei Yuxian's mother actually came to the school, what was it for?" Ding Nana curiously walked up and asked, "Auntie, are you Wei Yuxian's mother?" Wei's mother was happy to see someone approach her, especially a student. She said, "Yes, I'm Wei Yuxian's mother. Are you a classmate of hers? You must tell this lousy security guard that your school really has someone called Wei Yuxian." Ding Nana didn't engage the security guard, but continued to ask, "What is it that you want with Wei Yuxian, Auntie? I really am her classmate, and I'm also her roommate." Wei's mother's smile became even more obvious. This was a gift from the heavens. "You really are Wei Yuxian's classmate? That's great. Little girl, I'm here to see Wei Yuxian about something important. Can you take me in to see her?" Ding Nana looked at Wei's mother, who had a mean and sarcastic look on her face, and a thin, yellowish face, and she couldn't help but feel a lack of affection. Is this really Wei Yuxian's mother? How is she not at all like Wei Yuxian? But this was not the time to think about these things, she had more important things to do. She wanted to see what Wei Yuxian's mother had come to see her about, and perhaps there would be some pleasant surprises. She still felt unsatisfied about the last post, and the punishment was still too light for Wei Yuxian. But she was no longer at school, and she didn't know what else to do to make her life more difficult. Anyway, she just hated Wei Yuxian from the first moment she saw her, and now she hated her more and more. This bitch, a slut who seduces men. If it weren't for her, Cheng Jingyao would have been her boyfriend long ago. Wei Yuxian, as long as you're unhappy, I'll be very happy. Ding Nana suppressed her impatience and asked, Auntie, can you tell me what you want with Wei Yuxian? If you're in a hurry, I can contact her for you now. Wei's mother looked around and felt that she couldn't say this aloud, so she leaned over to Ding Nana's ear and said, I'm here to ask her for money. Classmate, please feel pity for your aunt and help me contact her. As she leaned over, Ding Nana could smell the sour stench, like someone who had been in a cesspool for a long time. It was even worse than Wei Yuxian's smell. She almost couldn't hold back and vomit. Like mother, like daughter, indeed, they both had the same sour stench, both of them were so annoying. However, there was a lot of information in this woman's words. She actually came to Wei Yuxian to ask for money. Is Wei Yuxian's family that poor? Even her mother came to the school to ask for money. You have to know that Wei Yuxian is also very poor at school, the kind that can't even afford to eat, and I've never heard of her family giving her money. At one point, she thought that Wei Yuxian was an orphan without a father or mother, which is why she is so poor. Now it seems that Wei Yuxian is not without a father or mother, but has a pair of heartless parents. Otherwise, why would her mother come to the capital to ask her for money? She can't even afford to eat, so how could she give her mother any money? Chapter 59 Wei Yuxian is being supported by someone, and she's rich now. Thinking of this, Ding Nana's mouth curled up into a smile, and she endured the unpleasant smell in her nose as she said, Auntie, let's go somewhere and talk. This isn't the place to chat. She had thought of a way to make Wei Yuxian feel bad. Wei Yuxian was poor, yes, but that was before she was supported by an older man. Now, Wei Yuxian is supported by an older man and has even been picked up by him to go and have her baby. Now, Wei Yuxian is not the poor girl she once was. She has an old man, and she has an unknown amount of money in her hands. She looked at the mean and bitter Wei's mother and thought to herself that this woman is definitely not someone to be trifled with. If she lets her get tangled up with Wei Yuxian, this poor girl will suffer so much. She gets a kick out of seeing Wei Yuxian suffer, so she's determined to make Wei Yuxian suffer. Wei's mother has tried everything to find Wei Yuxian, and now that she has finally met a classmate of Wei Yuxian's who has a chance to find her, naturally she follows Ding Nana. Okay, little girl, I'll go wherever you say. I'm waiting for you to tell me news about Wei Yuxian. Ding Nana led Wei's mother out of the crowd. When the onlookers smelled the smell on Wei's mother, they all retreated in disgust, not daring to get any closer. Ding Nana was also holding back the unbearable stench, and in fact had thrown up many times in her heart. If it weren't to make Wei Yuxian suffer, she wouldn't want to suffer like this. It really fucking stinks to death. How long has this woman not bathed? How can it stink so much? It's the same as the beggars by the roadside. Chen Wei and Feng Yi also wanted to follow, but Ding Nana said, you two go to the hot pot restaurant and order the food first, I'll be there in a while. She didn't even want them to know about this matter. Chen Wei and Feng Yi dared not disobey her order, so they took a taxi to the hot pot restaurant first. In fact, they didn't really want to follow, after all, this person who claimed to be Wei Yuxian's mother really stank. It was winter and she was wearing such thick clothes, but she still smelled so bad. I really don't know how she managed it. Ding Nana took Wei's mother to a remote place and stopped only after checking that there was no one around and it was safe. Wei's mother saw that they had finally stopped and hurriedly went up to hold her hand, but Ding Nana avoided her. She didn't care and said, young lady, tell me where Wei Yuxian is. Our family is now in dire straits. If I can't find her on this trip, we'll starve when we get back. Wei's mother had completely forgotten one thing, Wei Yuxian was already in university, so how could she have time to work? And how could she have $20,000 in her pocket? Her mind was not very clear at the moment, and she couldn't think quickly. She was tired and sleepy, and all she wanted was to find Wei Yuxian to ask for the money. Now, getting the money is her main task. If she doesn't get the money back, her two sons will really suffer at school. No way. How can she just stand by and watch her precious sons suffer? She absolutely can't do that. She must get her hands on the money today. She won't go back without finding Wei Yuxian. At the moment, she was a little crazy, obsessed with money. Ding Nana covered her nose and silently took a few steps back, getting a little distance between them. Wei's mother probably also noticed something was wrong with her and didn't follow her. She could only pretend nothing had happened and wait for her to respond. Ding Nana took a breath of slightly fresh air before she spoke. Auntie, actually, Wei Yuxian is no longer in school. Wei's mother's brows furrowed at once, and she asked, she's not in school? Then where is she now? Little girl, can you contact her? Auntie is really anxious. How could she not be anxious? If she can't even contact this little girl, where is she going to find the money spinner? Ding Nana, actually, I don't know where Wei Yuxian has gone either. She really doesn't know. If Wei Yuxian were at school, it would be fine, and she could immediately take this woman to find Wei Yuxian. But now Wei Yuxian has been taken by the old man to raise the fetus, and she will have to take a year off from school. How could she possibly know where the old man took her? If she knew, Wei Yuxian's life would not be so good. Wei's mother looked anxious and said, how can you not know where she is? You must know, don't you? Don't you? She was so anxious that she went up to Ding Nana and grabbed her hand, shaking it a few times. Ding Nana was attacked by the sudden sour smell and grabbed by her dirty hand, and her heart was about to break. Without thinking, she waved Wei's mother's hand away, took a few steps back and shouted, don't come any closer. After that, she covered her nose and mouth with her hands to avoid inhaling any more unpleasant odors. Wei's mother also reacted, remembering that she didn't smell good, and stopped in place, afraid to go any further. She took Ding Nana as her only lifeline and begged her, young lady, please, I beg you, just contact Wei Yuxian for me. Our family is really in dire straits. It's not easy for an aunt to come to Beijing, and if I can't get the money, I won't be able to go home. There was an element of exaggeration in what she said. Their family was poor, but not so poor that she couldn't even afford a ticket home. The reason she said this was to gain Ding Nana's sympathy, so that she would tell her the news about Wei Yuxian. What if she uses a little trick to find someone? Ding Nana didn't care if she had money or not, and it didn't matter to her whether she lived or died. The only thing she cared about was whether this woman could cause trouble for Wei Yuxian. She really didn't want to stay with Wei's mother any longer, and blurted out what she was thinking, I really don't know where Wei Yuxian is right now, because she's currently suspended from school for a year. Wei's mother interrupted her before she could finish, suspended from school? Why would this money-losing good-for-nothing suspend herself from school? She accidentally called her by her nickname. Ding Nana heard her call Wei Yuxian by her nickname, and was even more certain that Wei Yuxian had a bad relationship with her family. She said, because Wei Yuxian is pregnant. Wei Yuxian came to school for just over a month, and then she was taken care of by an older man. Now she is pregnant, with a big belly, suffering terribly, and the older man took her away to take care of the baby. Auntie, didn't you say you were short of money? Wei Yuxian used to be short of money, but ever since she followed the old man, she has been eating and wearing so well that even I don't have anything as good as hers. I don't know how much money she has on hand. As soon as Wei's mother heard this, especially the news that Wei Yuxian was now rich, her eyes lit up. She didn't care if Wei Yuxian was being supported by someone else, all she cared about was the words that Wei Yuxian was now very rich. Chapter 60, she is now being supported by an older man, so how could she not have 1,000,000 yuan? Great! This good-for-nothing has really deceived her. She obviously has money on her person, but she still lied to her and said she had none. She's really getting full of herself. She is being supported by someone else and has had a child, so I imagine the man is giving her a lot of money. Wei Mu thought about this, and it seemed like she could already see mountains and seas of money saying hello to her. She must find Wei Yuxian no matter what and make her pay up. She had originally thought that she would let her pay 20,000 yuan, but now that she had the old man's money, how could she let her pay just 20,000 yuan? Wei's mother was scheming in her heart and asked, young lady, do you know how rich the man who was supporting Wei Yuxian really is? Ding Nana didn't know this, but from the changes in Wei Yuxian over the past few days, that man must be very rich, richer than she had imagined. There are many wealthy people in Beijing, countless large and small companies, and many people who can make money. She said, Auntie, the man who supports her is very rich, you and Wei Yuxian asking for 1,000,000 or 2 is no problem. Wei's mother's eyes lit up even more, and she made up her mind right away. 1,000,000 or 2. Wei Yuxian, that bitch, is actually so rich. She has never seen so much money in her life. It seems that the man this bitch is with is really rich. That's even better. She can ask for even more money. Wei's mother was excitedly imagining all kinds of things in her head. With so much money, what should she spend it on? She hadn't even gotten the money yet, and she was already daydreaming. But she wasn't happy for long, because she then thought of a problem. She couldn't get in touch with Wei Yuxian at all. If she can't get in touch with anyone, how can she ask someone for the money? She thought, maybe this young girl in front of her would know what to do, so she said, "Young lady, I can't get in touch with her now, she has blocked me, she won't hear me when I call." Ding Nana was considered a good person to the end, and said, "Then you can just call her on a different number, you'll get through. You must threaten her quickly so she doesn't hang up, so you can get the money." In fact, she wasn't really being nice, she was doing it for her own benefit. She was just using Wei's mother to kill someone. Wei's mother was instantly enlightened. She kept saying thank you, and she practically treated Ding Nana as if she were a great benefactor. If it weren't for this young girl, she really wouldn't have known that this bitch was so rich. Ding Nana had achieved her goal and didn't want to talk to Wei's mother anymore. If she stayed 1 second longer, she would vomit from cursing her. "If that's all, I'll be going first. My friends are waiting for me." Wei's mother beamed. Good, young lady, you really are a good person. If it weren't for you, I'd really be left high and dry." Ding Nana strode away from the place, and only when she was 10 meters away from Wei's mother and couldn't smell the stench anymore did she let out a sigh of relief and breathe in the fresh air. She hailed a taxi at random on the roadside, got in quickly and gave her address, fearing that Wei's mother might come after her again. She had said everything she needed to say, and whether she would succeed in making Wei Yuxian suffer would depend on that woman's ability. She just hoped that woman wouldn't let her down and that Wei Yuxian would definitely suffer. Otherwise, the suffering she had endured today would have been for nothing. Wei's mother stayed where she was. She saw a stone bench by the roadside and, tired from standing, walked over and sat down, while at the same time thinking about what reason she should use to threaten Wei Yuxian and make her hand over the money obediently. She couldn't make up her mind alone, so she called Wei's father on WeChat, thinking that she could talk it over with him. After the call was answered, she first told Wei's father that Wei Yuxian was being supported by someone else and was very rich, and then asked Wei's father what reason he could use to make Wei Yuxian comply. Wei's father thought about it for a moment and said 2 words, reputation. Although it's not as feudalistic as it used to be, a girl's reputation is still very important. Especially for a girl Wei Yuxian's age, if it became known that she was pregnant out of wedlock and being supported by someone else, she would be damned. I don't think she would dare let this get out either. Wei's father's idea was spot on. Wei's mother patted herself on the head and said, "Why didn't I think of that? You're still the clever one, husband." "Okay, I'll get ready and give her a call." Wei's father asked, "How much are you going to ask her for?" Wei Mu looked up at the sky and said, "This worthless thing is now so rich, it's fine for us to ask for a bit more. We've raised her for so many years, it's time for her to repay us." "Forget that, how much do you really want to ask for?" Wei Mu no longer hesitated, and said directly, 1 million. Wei Fu was shocked by her outrageous demand and asked, "Would 1 million be too much? Can she come up with it?" Wei's mother snorted, "If it were up to her, she definitely couldn't come up with it, but she has an old man behind her, and that old man can definitely come up with it." The two of them were so blinded by the money that they didn't think about what would happen to them if the man behind Wei Yuxian found out about it. Their myopic vision could only see the money in front of them. Wei's father thought about it for a while and agreed, saying, "Okay, 1 million is 1 million. With this money, we won't have to worry about our son's tuition fees anymore, and I want to buy a small car to drive around in. I also want to buy gold bracelets, gold rings, and gold earrings." Wei's mother said, "If we run out of money in the future, just ask her for more. After all, that old man has money." The two of them had already treated Wei Yuxian and Fu Xuanyi like an ATM machine. Wei's mother chatted excitedly with Wei's father for a while, but she was worried about her data allowance, so she didn't chat for long and hung up. Data allowance is also money, and if you exceed your data allowance, you'll spend even more money. They can talk about anything at home, but the most important task now is to get in touch with that bitch of a girl. Wei's mother sat on the stone bench for a while, feeling sleepy. In order to keep herself from falling asleep, she got up and started walking, trying to dispel the drowsiness. She had already decided what to do. First, she would go to the cell phone store and buy a new phone card, then she would call the bitch and tell her to transfer money to her bank card. She had considered borrowing someone's phone to make the call, but it would be awkward if someone overheard what she had to say to Wei Yuxian. After some thought, she decided to buy a phone card instead. After all, she would have 1 million people in her future. What did buying a small phone card matter? Wei's mother looked for a phone shop on the street. After walking for 10 minutes, she finally found one and went in to buy a new phone card. She paid for it, put it in her phone, and walked out of the phone shop.